The Infinite Conversation. Maurice Blanchot. The Play of Thought. I would like to attempt to complete the preceding reflections by taking them up again in another form, starting with the following. In a manner perhaps unique in our society, Georges Bataille had the power to speak no less than the power to write. I allude not to the gift of eloquence, but to something more important, the fact of being present through his speech and, in this presence of speech, through the most direct conversation, of opening attention even unto the center. Not that he was prepared to play a Socratic role, initiate some sort of teaching, or even act in the subtle fashion that the words one utters will allow. Even less than Nietzsche would he have wished to move on the impulse to be right or to exercise influence, whether by the intermediary of signs or by example. For independently of both content and form, what this power of saying made manifest to every interlocutor is that speaking is a grave thing. As soon as one speaks, even in the most simple manner and of the most simple facts, something unmeasured, something always waiting in the reserve of familiar discourse is immediately at stake. Here is the first gift this true speech gave us. Speaking is our fortune, our chance, and to speak is to go in search of chance. The chance of a relation immediately without measure. There is another gift linked to this gravity. Speaking is levity itself. Most often when we speak, and also when we hear someone else speaking, we do not fail afterward to experience a feeling of discomfort, as though some shame were attached to using words, whether to say important or insignificant things. In the first case, because we have betrayed them by speaking too adroitly or too awkwardly; in the second, because we have betrayed the seriousness of speech itself. I do not mean to say that every conversation with Georges Bataille was free of this feeling, but rather that speech then took up its own malaise, and as soon as it was sensed, assumed it and respected it in such a way as to offer it another direction. Here speech is like interceded on speech's behalf, becoming the way that, through a decision each time renewed, one turned toward the other so as to respond to the frankness of a presence, just as the eminence of being, its height, cannot be separated from its decline. We should come back to this idea of a presence that is tied to the act of speaking. This presence is rare. It is not to be confused with the traits of a particular physical reality. Even the visage in its unforgettable, visible affirmation is not manifest as speech can be when presence announces itself in it. The theatrical magic of the voice, the premeditated wiles of expression, and even the immediate manifestation of any perceptible movement must be excluded here. What is present in this presence of speech, as soon as it affirms itself, is precisely what never lets itself be seen or attained. Something is there that is beyond reach, of the one who says it as much as of the one who hears it. It is between us, it holds itself between, and conversation is approach on the basis of this between two, an irreducible distance that must be preserved if one wishes to maintain a relation with the unknown that is speech's unique gift. The movement of the most simple communication therefore has its own proper conditions, for in each word uttered everything is already in play. We never speak without deciding whether the violence of reason that wants to give proof and be right or the violence of the possessive self that wants to extend itself and prevail will once again be the rule of discourse. In the precaution from which Georges Bataille never considered himself free, even when speaking with a very old friend, there was no prudence nor even simply a concern for the interlocutor. There was much more, a silent appeal to attention so as to confront the risk of a speech spoken in common, also an accord with this reserve that alone allows one to say everything, and, finally, an allusion to a movement toward the unknown to which, almost immediately, two persons together who are bound by something essential are as though obliged to bear witness. A precautionary speech, turned toward the interior, and by this precaution designating the impossible central thought that does not let itself be thought. Here we should consider the proper meaning of such an oral movement, since it fell to Georges Bataille to give it a specific character of depth. Why speak rather than write? What comes to thought by way of this exigency that is carried out or missed when one speaks in a manner that involves thought directly? Let us recall that it is not a matter of teaching something or of extracting the truth by going from one interlocutor to another, as did Socrates in order to keep seeking the truth through the vicissitudes of an unyielding conversation. But let us also recall that neither is it a matter at least at this level of what Jaspers calls a dialogue of existences, that movement by which two human beings enter into relation in a perceptible fashion, where indiscretion now becomes obligatory, and mystery presents itself only to be violated and profaned. If speaking requires this precaution that is a putting on alert rather than on guard, it is because for thought there is no familiarity. What calls upon it is always the non-familiar. Thought does not recognize what it is aiming for. Each time there is a new beginning and a decision to offer itself up to the non-known whose intention thought sustains. And yet this non-familiarity that the strangeness in speech preserves is also the intimacy of thought. It passes by way of this abrupt and silent, I mean implicit, intimacy that is destined to open within the known and frequentable space between two interlocutors another space where the habitual possibilities steal away. This other space opened by the non-familiar intimacy of thought is the space of attention. But let us immediately specify that it is not simply an attentive listener that the one speaking would have need of. This attention is between the one and the other, center of the encounter, sign of the between two that brings close as it separates. Attention empties the sight of all that encumbers it and renders it visible. This is a profound and at times painfully hollowed out absence on the basis of which, and in coinciding with it, the presence of speech is able to affirm itself. In the sense that this attention is the attention of no one, it is impersonal, but it is also, through speech and between those who are the very waiting for what is in play. Yet this attention also responds to an accord between two beings, each one carried forward by the decision to sustain the same movement of research and thus to be faithful, without faith and without guarantee, to this same rigorous movement. Here a mutual promise is made that commits the play of thought to a common openness in this game in which the players are two speaking beings and through which thought is each time asked to affirm its relation to the unknown. Let us understand that what is at stake in this game is the essential, the reaching of an infinite affirmation. Let us also understand that, being deprived of all the rules and procedures of a game, including those of rhetoric, and with no resource other than the movement of the most simple speech, it could never for the participants be a question of winning, that is, of arguing or giving proof in view of some truth to be known. The players I maintain this figure of speech, though it may lend itself to misunderstanding who are called upon, through the pursuit of this match, a match that for them is simply an endgame, but whose constant renewal plays with them in an unforeseeable manner, to become the momentary respondents of this thought of the unknown. Let us understand, then, why it can happen that speaking does not bow to writing. Speech bears in it the fortuitous strait that binds thought to chance through the game. Speech depends immediately upon life, on the humours and fatigues of life, and it opens to them as its secret truth. A weary player may be closer to the game's attention than a brilliant player who is master of himself and of his attention. Above all, speech is perishable. Scarcely said, it is effaced, lost without recourse. It forgets itself. In the intimacy of this speech forgetting speaks, and not only a forgetting that is partial and limited but the profound forgetting out of which all memory arises. Whoever is speaking is already forgotten. Whoever speaks, almost without premeditation, gives himself over to forgetfulness in tying the movement of reflection and meditation, as Georges Bataille sometimes calls it, to this necessity of forgetting. Forgetting is master of the game. Speaking with simplicity and with speech is like gravity, present through his speech not because he used it to express the pathos of a sensibility, but to affirm with reserve and caution the concern from which his interlocutors never heard him depart. Georges Bataille linked the detours of conversation to the unlimited play of thought. I would like to insist on this point. Generally, when we speak, we want to say something we already know, or whether to share it with someone else because it seems true to us, or, in the best case, to verify it by submitting it to a new judgment. Still more rare is a speech that reflects while expressing itself, perhaps because the disposition to speak does not favor reflection, which has need of silence and also of time, an empty, monotonous, and solitary time that one could not without discomfort share with another interlocutor who would in turn be silent. Yet in a certain kind of dialogue, this reflection may chance to come about by the sole fact that speech is divided and doubled. What is said a first time on one side is said again a second time on the other, and is not only reaffirmed, but also, because there is repetition, raised to a new form of affirmation whereby, changing place, the thing that is said enters into relation with its difference and becomes sharper, more tragic, not more unified, but, on the contrary, tragically suspended between two poles of attraction. It is precisely to such a form of dialogue that a speech engaged in the game of thought leads, the speech Georges Bataille made present to us by a movement that was his own. The thought that plays with and has as its stakes the unlimited in thought reaching an infinite affirmation does not come about in the form of an invitation to question and answer, even less to affirm and then contest. It excludes all discussion and disregards all controversy, the work by which two men whose views are at variance bring their differences together, confronting one thesis with another in view of a dialectic reconciliation. In the dialogue we are considering, it is thought itself that puts itself at stake by calling upon us to sustain, and in the direction of the unknown, the limitlessness of this plier that is, when thinking, as Mallam would have it, is to issue a throw of the dice. In this movement it is a matter not of one or another way of seeing or conceiving, however important these may be, it is rather always a matter of an affirmation that is unique, the most far-reaching and the most extreme, even to the extent that once affirmed, it ought, exhausting thought, to relate it to an entirely different measure, the measure of what does not allow itself to be reached or be thought. This affirmation can only remain latent, withdrawn in relation to all that can be affirmed of it, not only because one cannot master it but because, bearing with it the infinitely distant relation from which comes all that is affirmed, it escapes all unity. A terrifying relation, says Georges Bataille, a relation that opens onto fear and yet to which speech, through its play, constantly engages us to respond. Fear? Yes, the fear, which only the unlimited in thought can reach. On this basis, let us attempt to make more precise the nature of the dialogue that results from this situation. Rather than dialogue, we should name it plural speech. Plural speech, inasmuch as in its simplicity it is the seeking of an affirmation that, though escaping all negation, neither unifies nor allows itself to be unified, but rather always refers to a difference, always more tempted to differ. This is a speech that is essentially non-dialectical. It says the absolutely other that can never be reduced to the same or take a place in the whole. As though it were a matter of speaking only at the moment when, by previous decision, the whole is supposed to have already been said. Hence, it seems to me, the interlocutor's strange situation. They are bound by the essential, yet they are not together, since, properly speaking, where they are no whole is possible. Speaking in the same direction, they say the same thing, for they neither discuss nor speak of subjects able to be approached in diverse ways. Being the bearers of a speech that speaks in view of this unique affirmation that exceeds all unity, they do not oppose one another, nor are they in any way distinguishable as to what they have to say, and yet the redoubling of affirmation, its reflection, differentiates this affirmation always more profoundly, bringing to light the hidden difference that is proper to it and is its always unrevealed strangeness. Hence an understanding that, growing unceasingly more profound, is nonetheless an accord without accord, founded upon a hiatus that must not allow itself to be filled or even denounced. One could say of these two speaking men that one of them is necessarily the obscure other that is autrui, and who is autrui the unknown, the stranger, foreign to all that is either visible or non-visible, and who comes to me as speech when speaking is no longer seeing. One of the two is the other, the one who, in the greatest human simplicity, is always close to that which cannot be close to me, close to death, close to the night. But who is me? Where is the other? The self is sure, the other is no too unsituated, unsituatable, nevertheless each time speaking, and in this speech more other than all that is other. Plural speech would be this unique speech where what is said one time by me is repeated another time by autrui and thus given back to its essential difference. What therefore characterizes this kind of dialogue is that it is not simply an exchange of words between two selves, two beings in the first person, but that the other speaks there in the presence of speech, which is his sole presence, a neutral speech, infinite, without power, and where the unlimited in thought, placed in the safekeeping of forgetting, is at stake. Perhaps it is apparent why this form of expression goes beyond the very movement of communication. It exceeds all community and is not meant to communicate anything, nor does it establish between two beings a common relation, even by the intermediary of the unknown. The unknown, as neutral, cannot serve as an intermediary inasmuch as every relation with it are this infinite affirmation falls outside all relation. This is also why such a plural speech, insofar as it aims neither at equality nor at reciprocity, could not pass for a simple dialogue. Certainly, the interlocutors would speak to one another as equals were they to speak to one another, but inasmuch as they respond to autrui, whose speech at times coincides with the speaking of the one and at times with that of the other, there is each time between them an infinite difference that cannot be evaluated in terms of superiority or predominance. And, at the same time, let us not forget that this game of thought cannot be played alone. There must be two partners in play and they must engage in the game with the same decision, the same frankness, and the same relation to the stakes. To state this still more precisely, one could say that the conversation they hold, this movement of turning together toward the infinite of affirmation, is similar to the dialogue that occurs between two persons throwing dice. They dialogue not through the words they exchange ere they are passionately silent, but through the dice each casts in turn, facing the immense night of unseizable chance that each time responds to them unpredictably. Here the two partners are not playing against each other, rather, by way of a game that separates them and brings them still closer, each plays for the other. And if, in this case, speech is the dice that are tossed out and fall again by a double movement in the course of which is accomplished the redoubling of affirmation we have evoked, for the dialogue will entail only two players playing a single time by a single throw of the dice, and with no gain other than the very possibility of playing, a possibility that does not depend on our capacity to attain anything when what is brought into play, through speech, is the unlimited in thought. Oh, the dice played from the depth of the tomb with fingers of fine night. Dice of birds of the sun. I will not push any further our understanding of such an intense proposition. I shall only say, from the same perspective, that the non-familiar intimacy of thought between two men speaking who are bound by the essential establishes a distance and a proximity beyond measure. As exists perhaps between two gamblers. A non-personal intimacy from which the particularities of each person cannot be entirely excluded but, in principle, does not take them into account. Indeed, each player may bring his particular existence into play, but as a player he is without particularity, introduced by the game into anonymity and reduced to the abstract truth of the infinite risk that takes from him all determined social reality, without history, without anecdote, himself an unknown through this relation with the unknown wherein he affirms himself, and each time asking, as though it were an implicit rule, that all that is known of him be forgotten, or at least not brought into the game. Relations that are strange, privileged, sometimes exclusive, and that can only with difficulty withstand being shared with others, relations of invisibility in full light that are guaranteed by nothing, and when they have endured over a lifetime represent the unforeseeable chance, the unique chance in view of which they were risked. 3. Insurrection, the madness of writing. 1. Sard is hard to read. His writing is clear, his style natural, his language without detour. Laying claim to logic, he reasons and is concerned solely with reasoning, free of prejudice. This reason speaks in order to convince and by appealing to truths to which it gives universal form. These truths seem to it so evident that every objection is energetically ascribed to superstition. Such is Sard's certainty. He aspires to reason, and it is reason that engrosses him, a reason he proposes to everyone and that will be seemly for everyone. I believe Sard's relation to some manner of reason must not be forgotten, hence the demonstrative character of even his lesser writings, all derided by the standard-bearers of morality. And indeed how could the reader forget it, inasmuch as this claim to reason, a reasonable demand, is immediately encountered? But how could we not forget it, since we also immediately encounter everything that would belie it, the most shameless contradictions, arguments that cancel one another out, propositions that fail to stand up, an incoherency of vows and principles by which one may be either violently or imperceptibly surprised. Each one can verify this for himself. I shall cite only a general example, borrowed from the celebrated treatise entitled Philosophy in the Bedroom. 5 In the part dealing with religion, the author claims that if we want to have good citizens, good fathers, and good husbands, religion must be rejected, the reason being that frightened, ignorant, and servile men, as are all believers, are unable to fulfill their civic duties, having lost all sense of liberty. But in the second part of the treatise an entirely different ideal is recommended to us. It is proposed that children should be fatherless, it is decreed that men and women should live communally, and finally it is affirmed in the strongest of terms that the family should be abolished. Do not suppose you are fashioning good republicans so long as children, who ought to belong solely to the republic, remain immured in their families. Fine, we are convinced. At the same time or elsewhere, however, we become aware of a very different thought: children without fathers, yes, but not for the greatness of the republic, rather for the convenience of debauchery, women in common for men, and men in common for women, not for an honest communism of mores, but to facilitate recruitment for the establishments whose purpose is libertinage. As for the family, if at present there is no longer any haste to do away with it, this is better to preserve adultery as well as all the deviations that would be lost with a family beginning with incest, about which Sard writes with his imperceptible humour. Dare to assert that incest ought to be the law of every government based upon fraternity. Let us stop there. Persuaded of the author's unreason, one reader will put down the book, another will keep reading because of this unreason itself. I believe both would be wrong. Sard is perhaps mad, as we all must be in our beautiful nocturnal hours, but what he writes cannot fall under such a categorical judgment. The sign of this is that we come away from reading Sard less troubled in our sensibilities than belied in our manner of thinking. It is not that we are convinced, rather, we are offered as it were to a manner of understanding that escapes us and nonetheless draws us on. And thus despite ourselves and despite our desire for a simple logic, we again take up our reading, carried along by a movement there is no stopping. 2. Something is being sought in Sard's writing. This search for a new lucidity does not proceed in the interrogative mode, but by clear, assured, and always decisive assertions. This movement is proper to it. Analytical reason, with its postulates and demonstrative promptitude, is here put in service of an ultimate principle that cannot be discovered and whose allure takes no account of the determinations of the analysis. A combination of clarity and obscurity, this alliance is what troubles us, complicating our reading and making it inwardly violent. This violence is much stronger than that of the character's cruel adventures, which serve as much to divert us from it as to represent it. Of course, one can say that Sard is content to receive this tranquil positive reason from his time, just as he receives from it his clear language, his linear and shadowless writing, and one will add that somehow or other he makes these serve truths and justifications with which they do not square. This has been said, and it can be supported. But I believe things must be put differently. The exigency of excess, which is what is extreme in Sard's thought and in his experience, does not only affirm its right to reason, nor is it simply content with knowing itself in accord with the principles of a positive reason, atheist materialism, for it knows it is more reasonable than positive reason inasmuch as it pushes further than this reason the movement that inhabits it, and never allows itself to be frightened by any of the consequences. With Sard it is always a question of logic. He feels that his writing is more rigorous and even more coherent, a coherence that includes incoherence, than that of others, and the frenzy he lets invade his writing is most often that of a reason held in check, arrested in a progression that risks precipitating it into the abyss. One of Sard's truths is that reason is capable of an energetic becoming and is itself always in the process of becoming, being essentially movement. And one can say as well that this is the impulse that moves his worker, an impulse that is certainly inordinate, but because to be reasonable is first of all always to be so excessively. 3. Reason is excessive. I will not insist upon the various ways in which Sard's work explores this excessiveness. Counting them, to simplify, one might say there are three. A1 is of an encyclopedic nature. It is a matter of compiling an inventory of possibilities, precisely those that are held to be disordered and the most forceful manifestations of energy, those without which reason would cease being natural, cease being the fire kindled by nature, where nature burns and is incorruptibly consumed. The second is of a dialectical nature. We know now that this is one of the strongest traits of Sard's work. I refer here to the essay entitled La Raison de Sard, as well as to the profound reflections of both Georges Bataille and Pierre Klossowski. When it is asserted that this gentleman libertine did no more than seek easy arguments in positive materialist principles capable of justifying his wicked behavior, when one adds that he is a phenomenon of his age and belongs to his time, one says what is true, even if one is obviously using Sard to discredit materialist atheism and at the same time hastening to reduce to the immorality of an epoch what in Sard is extreme. One says what is true, but only when it is recognized, first, that Sard in no way seeks to justify his conduct in his books, a conduct that always seemed to him quite ordinary, and, secondly, that had he sought to do so, this justification would in any case be senseless, since it would only tend to show him virtually guilty of the enormous crimes he never came close to committing. But it is indeed the case that he seeks a meaning for the thought he does not distinguish, and rightly so, from the force of his imagination. It is true that he asks himself, in the affirmative mode, why am I able to think this, and to what excess of imagination can I go? What is the signification of these transports, this formidable movement that is perhaps unique, but, as such, in no way reserved solely for me and whose principle resides in a hidden reason? It is true that this is his preoccupation, and also that, present in all his work, it is always affirmed there as the work of a greater reason, or a reason either preparing itself, modifying itself, or preparing itself by its own ruin. But why is this dialectical? Would there not be a certain complacency, or imprudence, in advancing this word that is datimed to such a great future? Sard is not Hegel, not by any means. Nonetheless, I see no anachronism in calling dialectical, in the modern sense of this term, the essentially sadistic pretension to found the reasonable sovereignty of man upon a transcendent power of negation, a power that Sard does not fail to recognize in the principle of the most clear and simple positive reason. I refer to the infinite power of negation that expresses, and then by turns and by a circular experience nulls, the notions of man, of God, and of nature, in order, finally, to affirm the integral man, the man unique in his genre, also to the way in which an infinite negation, by coinciding with all the moments of its experiential coincidence that is not a reconciliation but a flashing event, comes to seize itself once again as an affirmation, it, too, infinite. I believe that one cannot read Sard without recognizing that here indeed is the truth of the disordered movements that work themselves out in and by an enormous oeuvre. This truth seeks itself through the movement of writing, the third form that reveals the measure of an immoderate reason. Writing is the madness proper to Sard. It is not to be found in what Sard himself, and without hesitation, called the irregularity of his morals, which he saw in one regard as the simple effect of his constitution and, in another, more remarkably, as the sign of his freedom, a freedom that, setting him apart, liberated him from the prejudices of his society to the point that he could affirm that the day society should no longer oppose them he would fervently give them up. A remarkable declaration. But he very quickly ceased to differentiate between himself and the solitude of his prison. From this buried solitude that horrified him, and doubly so, in itself, and through the sanction it represented, and from this horror turned into attraction, there originated and grew the irrepressible necessity of writing, a terrifying force of speech that would never be calmed. Everything must be said. The first liberty is the liberty to say everything. So he translates, in the form of a demand that for him will henceforth be inseparable from a true republic, the fundamental exigency. But let us note that the whole that is at stake in this freedom to say everything is no longer simply the universality of an encyclopedic knowledge, be it the knowledge of our perverse possibilities, nor is it the totality of an experience wherein meaning is accomplished by the movement of a negation pushed to its term, a circular discourse, closed and achieved, that affirms mastery of the whole. This saying everything, which is heard in his books as the prodigious repetition of an eternal speaking, an eternally clear and eternally empty, goes still further. Here it is no longer the whole of the possible that is offered and expressed. Nor is it, as has been too readily believed, the set of values that a religion, a society, and a morality have prohibited us from asserting. Interdiction certainly plays its role as a limit that must, in this movement of illimitation, be gone beyond. But this is in no way the ultimate limit. And Sard may very well experience pleasure, a simple and healthy pleasure, in the forceful scenes he imagines, in which all the truths of his time are flouted, where he says all that is not to be said and recommends the unspeakable. The blasphemy to be uttered, the evil to be exalted, the criminal passions to be sustained, for him these are the least of the things of which he will not be deprived, but with which it is not a question of being content. Something more violent comes to light in this frenzied writing, a violence that cannot be either exhausted or appeased by the excesses of a superb and ferocious imagination, but that is nonetheless always inferior to the transports of a language that will not tolerate stopping any more than it can conceive of a term. All the more forceful for being simple, this violence is affirmed by a speech without equivocation, without ulterior motive, saying everything without further ado and leaving nothing dissimulated, thus speaking purely of the dishonest obscenity that the majestic emotions of a Chateaubriand will soon impose upon language, and without any law to denounce it. Sard's major impropriety resides in the simply repetitive force of a narration that encounters no interdict. The whole of this limit work recounting the interdict by way of the monotony of its terrifying murmur, because there is no other time than that of the interval of speaking, and the pure arrest that can be reached only by never stopping speaking. For, writing is the madness proper to Sard. Liberation from prison does not free him from this madness that was acquired in prison, or at least came in prison to be what it is, an always clandestine and subterranean force. Liberty rather doubles it by another madness that will make him believe that such a madness can be affirmed in the light of the day and as the reserve or the future of a common possibility. Thus for an instant, the moment when revolution encounters philosophy in chains, 6 these two hiatuses in history, certainly very different, coincide, the one founding an era and opening history, the other being that from which his Tory will always want to close itself off. I will not enter into an examination of Sard's political conduct during the course of those years, when, to the great dismay of the virtuous souls of the Revolution, and to the great satisfaction of those of the counter-revolution, he was an active citizen, spoke and wrote against the king, spoke and wrote in tribute to Marat, appeared at the convention where he moreover took the floor, presided over the Peaks section, that of Robespierre, proposed a cult without gods, supported and had adopted his own ideas regarding sovereignty, gave revolutionary names to the streets of Paris, and was even, not without pleasure, a prosecuting magistrate. One might untiringly discuss whether he acted sincerely or hypocritically, whether his sentiments were in accord with his comportment and outward declarations. I do not believe there is much mystery here. He himself changed opinion. This was true of them all, even Saint Just and Robespierre, who were not the first to demand the fall of the monarchy, simply because the truth of events always outdistanced thought. He was prudent, yet without real prudence, and always something less than unstable, showing an instability that was a fidelity to the swiftness of becoming. Whether prudent or not, nothing would have hindered him from remaining apart or attempting to flee. He could have done so. Even taking into account all the other reasons that may have kept him in Paris, there is hardly any doubt that he took the most lively interest in events, and that an entire part of him recognized itself in what was happening. Which part? That obscure, extravagant part that, without succeeding in making of him a true, a socially plausible writer, condemned him to write endlessly. I think the word coincidence is the most fitting. With satire and in a very high form of paradoxical truth we have the first example, but is there a second? Of the way in which writing, the freedom to write, can coincide with the movement of true freedom, when the latter enters into crisis and gives rise to a vacancy in history. A coincidence that is not an identification. For Sard's motives are not those that had set the forces of revolution into motion, they even contradict them. And yet without them, without the mad excess that the name, the life, and the truth of Sard have represented, the revolution would have been deprived of a part of its reason. 5. To arrive at an idea of Sard's political conceptions, it will, I think, suffice to cite only a few texts. Marked by an invisible irony, the very title of the treatise already referred to, Yet Another Effort, Frenchman, speaks to us clearly enough. It says that living in a republic will not suffice to make a republican, nor will a republic be made by having a constitution, nor, finally, will laws make this constitutive act that is the creative power endure and maintain us in a state of permanent constitution. We must make an effort, and still always an author. This is the invisible irony. Hence the conclusion, barely hinted at, that the revolutionary era is only just beginning. But what kind of effort will it be? Who will require it of us? Sard calls this permanent state of the republic insurrection. In other words, a republic knows no state, only movement. In this it is identical to nature. This perpetual perturbation is necessary, first of all, because the republican government is surrounded by enemy governments that hate it and are jealous of it, the thesis of being closed in. There is no peace for man once he has been roused. Revolutionary vigilance excludes all tranquility, thus the only way to preserve oneself henceforth is never to be conservative, that is to say, never at rest. A situation that Sard judges irreconcilable with ordinary morality, which is no more than inertia and sleep, for the state of a moral man is one of peace and tranquility, while the state of an immoral man is one of a perpetual unrest that pushes him to, and identifies him with, the necessary insurrection in which the republican must always keep the government of which he is a member. This is a first reason, but there is another given to us by way of a very bold reflection. Today all the nations that want to govern themselves as republics are not only threatened by violence from without, but also, because of their past, are themselves already inwardly violent or, according to the terminology of the time, criminal and corrupt. How can they surmount this somber inherited violence if not by a violence that is stronger and also more terrible because it is without tradition and, in a sense, originary? The virtue that all its legislators place at the basis of the Republic would be in keeping with it only if we were able to achieve it without the past outside history and beginning history with it. But he who is already in history is already in crime, and will not escape from it without increasing both the violence and the crime. A thesis we may well recognize here, but calling it Hegelian and being scandalized by it does not suffice to keep it from being true. But will we ever depart from it? And what will the difference be? What will we have gained? First of all, a change in vocabulary. What we used to call crime will be called energy, an insignificant change, yet one of great consequence. The world to come will not be a world of values. Neither good and evil nor virtue and vice will constitute its poles, rather, a relation to the principle to which affirmation and negation answer when they are pushed to their fullest measure and identify with one another. When Sard writes all is good when it is excessive, this excess, which is different from the state of effervescence that passes through what Dolmans calls apathy, designates a state of high tension and clear insensibility that is the sole morality of energetic man. It also designates the kind of sovereignty he can lay claim to in this movement of liberty that, even in self-concentration, causes him to feel himself no longer distinct from the dissolution that is the common trait of the whole. Excess, energy, dissolution, these are the key words of the new epoch. 7.6. Let us reread now, in their entirety, the two passages to which I just alluded. I think we will grasp them better on the basis of this general idea of the whole in which they find their place. The Greek legislators had perfectly appreciated the necessity of corrupting the member citizens in order that, their moral dissolution having an effect upon that dissolution useful to the machine of government, there would result the insurrection that is always indispensable to a political system of perfect happiness, which, like the republican government, must necessarily excite the hatred and envy of all its surrounding neighbors. These wise legislators believed that insurrection was not a moral state, but that it ought to be the permanent state of a republic. Hence it would be no less absurd than dangerous to require that those who are to ensure perpetual immoral perturbation of the governing order themselves be moral beings, for the moral state of man is one of peace and tranquility, whereas the state of immoral man is one of perpetual unrest that pushes him to, and identifies him with, the necessary insurrection in which the republican must always keep the government of which he is a member. And here is the second text, no less striking. A most singular thought comes to mind, but if it is audacious it is also true, and I will mention it. A nation that begins by governing itself as a republic will only be sustained by virtues because, in order to attain the most, one must always start with the least. But an already old and corrupt nation that courageously casts off the yoke of its monarchical government in order to adopt a republican one will only be maintained by many crimes, for it is criminal already, and if it were to wish to pass from crime to virtue, that is to say, from a violent to a tranquil state, it would fall into an inertia whose result would soon be its certain ruin. I grant, in rereading this passage, that here the word crime is entirely necessary and ought to conserve its power both to evoke and to provoke. Crime has the brilliant force, the defiant freedom, and the beauty of an appeal that always causes Sard's speech, as well as his heart, to rise up, as it does to no less a degree the austere language of the Revolution. Is it Sard or Saint Just who wrote nothing resembles virtue like serious crime? And there is this affirmation, more enigmatic than it seems, virtue embraces crime in times of anarchy. And this recommendation, destined to resound severely at the society of the Jacobins, arm virtue with the dexterity of crime against crime where, with a spirit of frankness, it would suffice to substitute violence for dexterity. How could the rectitude of the act here be anything but violent? To find once again what is essential in Sard. Finally, when Saint Just from his very first speech praises energy by saying energy is not force, he says something that Sard's entire work also seeks to say more passionately. The last moral of Justine and Juliet comes to mind. It is not in accordance with the greater or lesser degree of virtue or vice that human beings are happy or unhappy, but according to the energy they display, for happiness is proportionate to the energy of principles. No one who endlessly wavers would ever be capable of experiencing it. Let us again read Saint Just. The solution is in the real insurrection of minds. And Sard, insurrection, ought to be the permanent state of the Republic. What is it that distinguishes? I will not say these two men, who are as foreign and as close as two contemporaries can be, but these two equally absolute sentences. It is clear. For Sard, insurrection ought to be as much an insurrection of morals as an insurrection of ideas. It ought to reach all men and the whole of every man. Still more, it ought to be permanent, all the while being excessive. Subversion should constitute the only permanent feature of our life. It should always be carried to its highest point, that is to say, always closer to its term, since where there is energy as a reserve of there is energy as an expenditure of force, an affirmation that is accomplished only by the greatest negation. I understand that one will wish here to denounce this utopia, and the danger of utopia, which at least has the advantage of being not simply a utopia of evil. But let us leave judgments aside. 7. A third text ought to help us orient our interpretation still further. I borrow it from part 4 of the story of Juliet. The reign of laws is vicious, thus lawful rule is inferior to anarchy, the greatest proof whereof is the government's obligation to plunge the state into anarchy whenever it wishes to reframe a new constitution. To abrogate its former laws it is driven to establish a revolutionary regime in which there are no laws at all. From this regime new laws finally emerge. But this second state is necessarily less pure than the first, since it derives from the earlier one, and since in order to achieve its goal, constitution, it had first to install anarchy. A text apparently very clear, and moreover illuminated by many others in which Sade affirms that there does not exist a single free government. And what is the reason for this? Because man everywhere is, and will be, the victim of laws. Laws are capable of an injustice that always makes them more dangerous than any individual impulse. The dangerous passion of a single man may do me harm, but within the limits determined by my own passion. Against the law, which everywhere constrains me, there is no recourse. The law wants me always to be deprived of myself, always without passion, that is to say mediocre, and before long stupid. Hence these critiques that recur in countless forms. The law is unjust because it holds power and usurps sovereignty, which, in its essence, must never be delegated. Invented to curb the passions of my neighbor, the law will perhaps preserve me from them, but it leaves me without guarantee against its own affirmations, which are the most corrupt and most cruel because they never represent anything free but only a force that is cold and without liberty. Finally, they weaken and render false the just relations of men, whether these be with nature or with the future of knowledge. But for laws and religion there is no imagining the degree of grandeur and glory human knowledge would have attained today, no imagining how these infamous curbs have held back progress. Priests dare inveigh against the passions, lawyers dare to fetter them with laws. It is to strong passions alone that invention and artistic wonders are due. Those individuals who are not moved by strong passions are but mediocre beings. Man becomes stupid as soon as he is no longer impassioned. 9. This series of certainties comes to a close with this impressive affirmation. It is only at the moment when the law is silent that great actions burst forth. But as it is clear that such an affirmation will remain beyond the reach of most, better to conclude with a compromise. If we must have laws, let them be few and mild. If the law must chastise those one persists in calling guilty, let it not claim to improve them. Finally, never let the law encroach upon life itself. On this point compromise is impossible, for how can a people delegate its right to exist, that is, finally, its right to death, if it cannot communicate its right to be sovereign? Whatever veneration J. Rousseau's authority imposes upon me, I cannot forgive you, O great man, for having justified the right to give death. A challenge, in fact, that does not come from Sade, but, once more, from Saint Just. This does not mean that the latter would have taken up as his own the petition for anarchy. Nothing would have horrified him more. The word law, when pronounced by Saint Just, has the same strange resonance and the same purity on his lips, it seems to me, as does the word crime on Sade's. Nonetheless, precisely because the law is always above any particular law and always vilified by precepts, Saint Just, too, demands that there be few of them. Where there are too many, the people are slaves. He asserts that laws that are too lengthy are a public calamity, and refuses whatever might, in the name of the law, make sacred the force of civil repression, of which he says with his sublime inflexibility, will not consent to submit to any law that supposes me intractable and corrupt. And elsewhere, in a concise sentence that expresses almost everything, the citizen first has relations only with his conscience and morality. Should he forget them, he has a relation with the law. Should he scorn the law, he is no longer a citizen. Here begins his relation with power. As a result, the law is but a beginning step in a long process of degradation at the end of which authority, become oppressive, will drown in laws, as happened under the monarchy. It is not evident that the law must be obeyed. Too many laws, too few civil institutions. If we want to found a republic, take from the people as little power as possible. If we want to return man to freedom, make laws only for him, do not crush him under the weight of power. Under the monarchy the law made a crime of the purest of penchants, a declaration in Alexandrine form that Sade would have readily accepted, just as he would have always recognized that tyranny has an interest in the softness of the people. The reason being that tyranny is strong only through a dwindling of energy, for energy, in Sade's view the sole true principle, is alone capable of limiting tyranny. 8. Sade therefore calls the pure time of suspended history marking an epoch a revolutionary regime. It is the time of the between times where, between the old laws and the new, there reigns the silence of the absence of laws, an interval that corresponds precisely to the suspension of speech, eye and eye, when everything ceases, everything is arrested, including the eternal speaking drive, because then there is no more interdiction. Moment of excess, of dissolution, and of energy, a moment during which a Hegel will say this some years later: a being is nothing other than the movement of the infinite, which suppresses itself and is endlessly born in its own disappearance, battle of truth when no one can remain sober. Always pending, this instant of silent frenzy is also the instant at which man, by a cessation wherein he affirms himself, attains his true sovereignty. He is no longer only himself, not only nature, natural man, but that which nature never is, consciousness of the infinite power of destruction, that is, of negation, through which consciousness ceaselessly makes and undoes itself. This is the extreme point of Sartre's thought, a point to which he does not always hold, but toward which he tends and arrives notably in volumes 8 and 9 of La Nouvelle Justine, where, with magnificent cries, Juliet rejects nature no less forcefully than she had the law, morality, and religion. Nature, she says, has no more truth than God himself. You bitch, you deceive me perhaps, as in times past I was deceived by the vile deific chimera to which they said you were subordinate. We depend no more upon you than upon him. Yes, my friend, yes, I abhor nature. Thus for an instant of prodigious suspense for which Sartre reserves the title revolutionary, the laws are silent. Social, moral, and natural laws give way not to the tranquility of some nothingness, for example, to a time before birth, but rather to this power of dissolution that man bears within himself as his future, a power of dissolution that is the joy of flagrant insult and outrage. There is nothing somber, finally, nothing but what is superb and laughing in the approach of this supreme turbulent moment. A need to go beyond that is the heart of reason. This reason is certainly dangerous, terrible, and, properly speaking, terror itself, but nothing ill-fated is to be expected from a tar on condition, however, that one never lack the force necessary to go beyond the furthermost limits. As Saint Just says, with a word that trembles in its brevity, a republican government has as its principal virtue, if not terror. 9. Freed in April of 1790, arrested as suspect in December of 1793, Sartre participated for nearly 4 years in the advent of the Republic, and during 16 months took part in the revolution, not in the first ranks, but nonetheless as a man with a public role who speaks in the name of the people and who exercises impotent duties. This cannot be forgotten. Something of Sartre belongs to the terror, as something of the terror belongs to Sartre. One may recall this famous text that resembles an Ipin illustration. It is said that when Robespierre, when Couthon, Saint Just, and Collet, his ministers, were weary of murders and condemnations, when those hearts of bronze felt some remorse at the sight of the numerous arrests they had to sign and the pen slipped from their fingers, they would go read a few pages of Justine and then return to sign. Written in 1797 by Villers, this text was not written simply to denounce Sartre as an immoral writer, but to compromise him by making him an accomplice of the masters of the revolution. For all its stupidity, this text nonetheless says something fitting, inasmuch as men who were otherwise opposed are here drawn together by what was equally excessive in their free movement and through their common conviction that the experience of liberty always passes by an extreme moment. Whoever does not know this movement knows nothing of freedom. What, then, distinguishes these men, all reputedly infamous? This would at first seem evident. When, for the last time, Saint Just gets up before the tribunal of the Assembly prior to 9 Thermidor and sketches a portrait of revolutionary man composed of unshakable maxims, the revolutionary man is inflexible, judicious, frugal, simple, he is the irreconcilable enemy of every lie, every indulgence, and every affectation, he is a hero of common sense and probity. 10. This moral portrait does not resemble the one that could be drawn of the integral man, except for the inflexibility of their principles, although the great masters of debauchery are also sober from surfeit, cold from an excess of sensibility, austere from too much pleasure, and simple for having stripped away all hypocrisy. When Saint Just, accusing Desmoulins, reproaches him for having said that honor is ridiculous, that glory and posterity are a stupidity, this reproach would also befit Sartre. But to my mind, it would speak in praise of him. For the word glory, found in every discourse of the time and also on the lips of Jean-Paul Marat, is almost never encountered in Sartre's writings. He sees in it but another illusion, just as he sees in posterity a cold imposture. 11. In fact, we ought to put this more precisely by noting that Saint Just's reproach is aimed at the amiable skeptic in Desmoulins, whereas it is Sartre's horror of prejudice, which will later be called the exigency of critical reason, that is, pure negative passion that prohibits him from adhering to these two easily acknowledged values. When, finally, Saint Just denounces the corruption of morality brought about by an atheism of the mind. 12. We find perhaps the firmest difference between these two philosophies, if not between the two men, and here again, we must dare to say it is to Sartre's advantage. We are inundated with unnatural writings that deify intolerant and fanatic atheism. One would believe that a priest had become an atheist, and the atheist a priest. Let us speak no more of this. What we need is energy. What is suggested to us is delirium and weakness. An accusation that is aimed at the already incarcerated suspects, among whom, and precisely at this date, is the Marquis de Sarthe. It is true, and probable, that he was arrested for the relations he had in 1791, or for his opposition to measures he judged too radical. For example, the establishment of a revolutionary army within Paris, a sort of Praetorian Guard, which, according to him, would have risked becoming an expedient for the ambitious who wanted to usurp power. Another time, as president of his section, he refused to take a vote on a horror, an inhumanity, or else simply because, being imprudent and an aristocrat, he constantly drew denunciation. But I am willing to believe that he may also have made himself suspect by his atheist fanaticism. 3 weeks before being arrested, he takes the floor at the convention to support the project of a cult of the virtues that would have been celebrated with hymns and incense on the disaffected altars of Catholicism. And in what terms does he speak? In a scarcely veiled manner, he speaks of himself. The philosophy had for a long while been laughing in secret at the apish antics of Catholicism, but if he dared to raise his voice, it was in the dungeons of the Bastille where ministerial despotism was soon to constrain him to silence. And indeed, how could tyranny not have given its support to superstition? And just before this, we find the following: the reign of philosophy has now finally annihilated the reign of imposture. At last man is becoming enlightened and is destroying with one hand the frivolous toys of an absurd religion, while with the other he erects an altar to the divinity most dear to his heart. Rhea's son replaces Mary in our temples. This project of an unmistakable atheism, not the least allusion was made to a supreme being, received honorable mention, but it did not fail to draw the hostile attention of those who held the reins of government, nearly all deists, who moreover feared that an idolatrous cult, exasperating the general population, which remained Catholic, would serve as a pretext for counter-revolutionary initiatives. It is always by one's strengths that one perishes. This must have been true of Sade. Atheism was his essential conviction, his passion, the measure of his liberty. During his imprisonment in the Bastille, de Sade entreats him to veil his sentiments. He answers that he would rather die 1,000 deaths than feign, even in personal letters, being what he is not. One of his first writings is the farmhouse dialogue between a priest and a dying man, where he gives the strongest expression to what he will at all times and up to the end maintain, the certitude of nothingness. This has never frightened me, and I see in it only a consolation and something very simple. All the rest is the work of pride, this alone is the work of reason. A declaration that must be joined with that of one of his characters: if atheism wants martyrs, let it say so, my blood is wholly ready. And finally, also, with this affirmation, one of Sade's most decisive and one of the keys to the system: the idea of God is the one fault I cannot forgive man. God is the original sin, the lapse that explains why one cannot govern innocently. 10. The scaffold just missed having Sade's head, but this was due solely to error. Had it not missed him, the terror would indeed have offered us a martyr of atheism through yet another misunderstanding, it is true. Freed in October 1794, after an inquiry and after testimony from the Peaks section, which at the time of Robespierre had first attacked him, reproaching him for having said that democratic government was impracticable in France, 13, but now commending his good citizenship and his patriotic principles, Sade begins his last life as a free man. But now what does he do? All he can to ruin the liberty he holds so dear. Not that he conducts himself improperly, having separated in 1790 from the austere René de Sade, who, after having been for a time liberated by him from her virtue, had fallen back into coldness. He lives conjugally with a sweet and tender young woman who will never leave him. His demon is not that of lubricity, it is more dangerous. It is the demon of Socrates, a demon Socrates always resisted and to which Plato would have preferred not to yield, the madness of writing, a movement that is infinite, interminable, unceasing. It was for a long time believed that when Sade was arrested in 1801, it was for having defied Bonaparte in an anonymous pamphlet. Gilbert Lely has dealt with this too allegorical tradition as it deserved. 14 Prisoner at Vincennes and in the Bastille under royal tyranny, detained in Saint-Lazare and Picpus under the rule of liberty, taken to Saint-Hypelaghe, to Bicêtre, and to Charenton under the heel of despotism that was soon to be crowned. All of this is true, and yet it should be noted, and I find it remarkable, that it was not a political adversary, but solely the author of Justine who was condemned to be confined for life by the high morality of the first consul, that is to say, by society as a whole. For this is surely Sade's truth. A truth all the more dangerous for being clear, lucidly proposed, simply expressed and in the most legible form precisely on the last page of The Prosperities of Vice. However much mankind may tremble, philosophy must say everything. Say everything. The line alone would have sufficed to render him suspect, the project to condemn him, and its realization to imprison him. And it is not Bonaparte alone who is responsible. We always live under a first consul. Sade is always pursued, and always by reason of the same exigency. The exigency to say everything. One must say everything. Freedom is the freedom to say everything, a limitless movement that is the temptation of reason, its secret vow, its madness. X. The speech of analysis. When we consider Freud, we have no doubt that with him we have a late reincarnation, perhaps the last, of the venerable Socrates. What faith in reason! What confidence in the liberating power of language! What virtues accorded to the most simple relation! One man speaks and another listens. And thus are healed not only minds, but bodies. This is admirable, it surpasses reason. To avoid every crude and magical interpretation of this marvelous phenomenon, Freud had to strive relentlessly for its elucidation as something all the more necessary since his method, originating very close to magnetism, hypnosis, and suggestion, came from a very mixed background. Even if these relations were reduced to the relations of language that exist between patient and doctor, would they not remain essentially magical? Magic does not always require ceremony, a laying on of hands or the use of relics. There is already magic when one individual acts in an imposing manner with regard to another, and if between one who is simply sick and his doctor there are relations of authority that always allow the latter to take advantage of his importance, the situation lends itself all the more to such abuse when the patient considers himself or herself, or is considered to be, unreasonable. The onlooker in any psychiatric clinic whatsoever is struck by this imposition of violence. Moreover, he adds to it by being its spectator. Speech is not free, gestures deceive. Everything that is said, everything that is done, whether by the patient or the doctor, is ruse, fiction, or illusion and deception. We are fully in the realm of magic. And when Freud, with great unease, discovered the phenomenon of transference, bringing him again before relations equivalent to the fascination proper to hypnosis, he might well have sought the proof that what occurs between the two persons who are brought together involves either obscure forces or the relations of influence that have always been attributed to the magic of the Parsons. Yet he admirably abides by his sense that the doctor plays not an enchanted role, but one more hidden or perhaps none at all, and because of this very positive, that of a presence-absence over and against which some ancient drama, some profoundly forgotten event, real or imaginary, comes again to take form and exposition, truth and actuality. The doctor, therefore, would be the not as himself but in the place of another. By his presence alone he plays the role of another, is other, and is the other, I or before becoming another, or true. Freud at this point, and perhaps before he knows he is doing so, attempts to substitute dialectics for magic, but also for dialectics the movement of another speech. Yet if he knew this, it quickly fell by the wayside. We might regret it, but we might also consider it a matter of luck. For rather than using an established philosophical vocabulary and precise notions that had already been elaborated, Freud was led to an extraordinary effort of discovery and to the invention of a language that in an evocative and persuasive manner permitted him to retrace the movement of human experience, its knots, and the moments at which a conflict, insoluble yet demanding resolution, each time the same conflict, but each time at a higher stage, carries further along the individual who either learns in this movement, is altered or broken. What is striking is the way in which Freud is animated by a kind of passion for the original which he also first experiences in reverse form as a repulsion with regard to the origin. 2 He thus invites each of us to look back behind ourselves in order to find the source of every alteration, a primary event that is individual and proper to each history, a scene constituting something important and overwhelming, but also such that the one who experiences it can neither master nor determine it, and with which he has essential relations of insufficiency. On the one hand, it is a matter of going back again to a beginning. This beginning will be a fact that is singular, lived as unique, and, in this sense, ineffable and untranslatable. But this fact at the same time is not one, it is rather the center of a fixed and unstable set of oppositional and identificatory relations. It is not a beginning inasmuch as each scene is always ready to open onto a prior scene, and each conflict is not only itself but the beginning again of an older conflict it revives and at whose level it tends to resituate itself. Every time, this experience has been one of a fundamental insufficiency, each of us experiences the self as being insufficient. It is as though we had access to the various forms of existence only as deprived of ourselves, and deprived of everything. To be born is, after having had everything, suddenly to lack everything, and first of all being, inasmuch as the infant exists neither as an organized, self-contained body or as a world. For the infant, everything is exterior, and he himself is scarcely anything but this exterior, the outside, a radical exteriority without unity, a dispersion without anything dispersing. This absence, which is the absence of nothing, is at first the infant's sole presence. And each time he believes he has conquered a certain relation of equilibrium with the environment, each time he once again finds a bit of immediate life, he is to be deprived of it anew, weaned, for example. It is always around lack, and through the exigency of this lack, that a presentiment of the infant's history, of what he will be, is formed. But this lack is the unconscious, the negation that is not simply a wanting, but a relation to what is wanting, a desire. A desire whose essence is eternally to be desire, a desire for what is impossible to attain, and even to desire. We know that it is man's luck to be born prematurely and that he owes his force to his weakness, a force that is the force of weakness, in other words, thought. As Pascal no doubt wished to say, man first had to become a reed in order to become capable of thought. But this original lack from which everything has come to him, this wanting that is experienced as a fault, the interdicts that preserve this lack and keep us from filling it so we can never have or be, being always separated from what is close to us and always destined to the foreigner, these vicissitudes, fortunate difficulties and frightful episodes with which the history of our culture is filled, are first of all the expression of our own experience. Strange experience, as purely as we believe we think, it is always possible to hear resumed in this pure thought the accidents of the thinker's originary history and to hear this thought, to understand it, on the basis of the obscure accidents of its origin. At least we have this certainty about ourselves, this knowledge of what is for us most particular and most intimate. And if we no longer have pure thought, in its place we haven't know the thorn that is still in the flesh, having gone back toward these primary moments where something of us has remained fixed and where we have unduly lagged behind. Here, then, is where everything would have begun. Yes, if it would be a matter of moments that were truly first. But the force of analysis lies in the way it dissolves everything that seems first into an indefinite anteriority. Every complex always dissimulates another. And as for the primordial conflict, we have only lived it as though having always already lived it as other and as though lived by another, consequently never ever living it but reliving it again, unable to live it. It is precisely this lag in time, this inextricable distance, this redoubling and indefinite uncoupling that each time constitutes the substance of the episode, its unfortunate fatality as well as its formative force, rendering it ungraspable as fact and fascinating as remembrance. And did it ever truly take place? It does not matter, for what counts is that, through the pressing interrogation of the psychoanalyst's silence, we should little by little become able to speak of it, give an account of it, make of this narrative a language that remembers and make this language the animated truth of the ungraspable event to ungraspable because it is always missed, a lack in relation to itself. A liberating speech wherein the event becomes incarnate precisely as lacquer and thus realizes itself. The analytical situation, as Freud discovered it, is an extraordinary situation that seems borrowed from the enchanted world of books. There is this putting into relation, as we say, of the couch and the armchair, this naked conversation where, in a space that is separate, cut off from the world, two persons, each invisible to the other, are little by little called upon to merge with the power of speaking and the power of hearing, and to have no relation other than the neutral intimacy of the two faces of discourse. For the one, there is the freedom to say anything at all, for the other, that of listening without attending, as though without knowing it and as though he were not there. And there is this freedom that becomes the crudest of constraints, an absence of relation, which, in its very absence, becomes the most obscure, the most closed and most open of relations. There is the one who, in some sense giving expression to what is unceasing, ought not to cease speaking, saying not only that which cannot be said, but little by little speaking as though on the basis of the impossibility of speech, an impossibility that is always already in the words as much as on their hither side, an emptiness and a blank that is neither a secret nor something passed over in silence but rather something always already said, silenced by and in the very words that say it are, and thus everything is always said and nothing said. And there is the one who seems the most negligent and absent of auditors, someone without a face, scarcely someone, a kind of anyone at all who makes a counterweight to the anything might be said of the discourse and who, like a hollow in space, a silent emptiness, is, none the less, the real reason for speaking, incessantly disturbing the equilibrium, making the tension of the exchanges vary, responding by not responding and insensibly transforming the monologue without issue into a dialogue where each of them has spoken. One may be astonished either without real astonishment at discovering the scandal that Jacques Lacan provoked in certain psychoanalytical quarters when he identified an identity of difference, the research, the knowledge, and the technique of psychoanalysis with the essential relations of language. For it seems evident that Freud's principal merit lies in having enriched human culture with a surprising form of dialogue, a dialogue in which, perhaps a something would come to light that would enlighten us about ourselves when we speak by way of the other. 3 A dialogue that is nonetheless strange and strangely ambiguous due to the situation without truth of the two interlocutors. Each one deceives the other and is deceived with regard to the other. One is always ready to believe that the truth of his or her case is already present, formed and formulated in the other who listens and simply demonstrates his ill will in not revealing it. For the other, who knows nothing, is always ready to believe that he knows something because he has at his disposal a vocabulary and an allegedly scientific framework with which the truth has but to fall into line. He therefore listens from a position of strength, no longer as pure ear or as a pure capacity to hear, but as a knowledge informed from the outset that judges the patient, sizes him up, knowingly hears and cleverly deciphers in this immediate language another language of complexes, hidden motivations, and forgotten memories. The analyst's aim is to enter into communication with this other language so that, through a system of locks and barriers, this speech still mute in the one who is speaking may, from level to level, rise up to the decisive point of manifest language. But as nothing prohibits the patient from having read the works of Freud, he may from the outset be no more innocent than the learned man of the armchair. And even if the one speaking does not use Freud to resist Freud, it will not be easy to arrive at the more profound dissimulation that is summoned to appear between these two persons in such an encounter. The requirement that the psychoanalyst be psychoanalyzed is traditionally an exigency to which he is always prepared to submit, but he less willingly submits what he knows and the form in which he knows it. How can he psychoanalyze himself with his knowledge, and precisely on the basis of this knowledge itself? If, however, psychoanalysis has become an objective science like the others, a science that pretends to determine the interior reality of the subject, to maneuver him with the help of tested techniques and reconcile him with himself by making him an accomplice of satisfying formulas, this has come about not only from the natural weight of things, from the need for certainty and the desire to immobilize the truth so as to have it comfortably at hand, or a need, finally, to have more than a second-class science. It comes about also because in the doctor, and in response to the errant speech he brings forth, there is a profound anxiety that he tries to make up for by appealing to a ready-made knowledge, by a belief in the explanatory value of certain myths, and also by the illusion that, beyond language, one can truly enter into relation with the intimate life of the subject, with his true history, and with a whole pedantic and futile jumble of bric-a-brac that can be scrambled or sorted out at one's pleasure in order not to find oneself exposed in an unknown relation of inequality with this empty speech, empty even when full, that simply asks to be heard. We know, moreover, that in many cases psychoanalysis has above all become an auxiliary discipline, and that many of those who claim kinship with it do not hesitate to employ the customary procedures of medical observation. Perhaps this is inevitable. But how can one fail to see that the relation proposed by Freud is then destroyed in its very essence? How can one hope to reconcile a psychoanalysis that always puts one into question, questioning the very place one occupies as an observer or thinker, knowing or speaking, and a psychoanalysis that suddenly takes itself to be the naively absolute affirmation of a scientifically certain knowledge that would explain an objectively determined reality? Jacques Lacan's effort is precisely to try to bring us back to the essence of psychoanalytic dialogue, which he understands as a form of dialectical relation that nonetheless challenges, disjoints, the dialectic itself. He employs formulas such as this: the subject begins analysis by speaking of himself without speaking to you as you, or by speaking to you without speaking of himself. When he is able to speak to you of himself, the analysis will be over. He shows that what is essential in analysis is the relation with the other, or trui, within the forms that language's development make possible. He frees psychoanalysis from all that makes it an objective knowledge or a kind of magical act. He denounces the prejudice that leads the analyst to seek beyond words a reality with which he would strive to come into contact. Nothing could be more misleading for the analyst than to seek to guide himself by some so-called contact experienced with the reality of the subject. Psychoanalysis remains a dialectical relation in which the non-action of the analyst guides the subject's discourse toward the realization of his truth. It is not a phantasmatic relation where two abysses brush against each other. There is no need to know whether the subject has remembered anything whatever from the past. He has simply recounted the event, made it pass into verb, or more precisely into the epos by which he brings back into present time the origins of his person. In psychoanalytic analysis it is not a matter of reality, but of truth. This effort to purify, which is only beginning, is assuredly an important undertaking, and not only for psychoanalysis. 5. The originality of psychoanalytic dialogue, its problems, its risks, and perhaps, in the end, its impossibility appear in this way only the more clearly. Such a liberation of speech by speech itself represents a moving wager made in favor of reason understood as language, and in favor of language understood as a power to collect and gather in the midst of dispersion. The one who speaks and who consents to speaking beside another will little by little find the paths that turn his speech into a response to his speech. This response does not come from an outside. It is neither an oracular speech nor the word of a god, neither the response of the father to the child nor of the one who knows to the one who wants not to know but to obey, a petrified and petrifying speech one wishes to carry like a stone in place of the self. Even coming from without, the response must come from within, come back to the one who hears it as the movement of his own discovery, permitting him to recognize himself and know himself recognized by this strange, vague, and profound other, or trui, who is the psychoanalyst, and in whom all the interlocutors of the patient's past life who have not heard him become at once particularized and universalized. The twofold characteristic of this dialogue is that it remains a solitary speech destined to find its paths and its measure on its own, and yet, expressing itself alone, it can come about only as a veritable relation with a veritable other, or trui, a relation in which the interlocutor or the other, Lotran, no longer weighs down on the word spoken by the subject, who is then separated from his self as from the center, but rather hears it, in hearing responds to it and, through this response, makes the subject responsible for it, making him truly speaking, and making it so that he will truly and in truth have spoken. The word truth that arises here, and that Jacques Lacan uses in preference to the word reality, is, of course, the most easy to belie, it being always out of place, misunderstood by the knowledge that disposes of it in order to know. It would, perhaps, be better to renounce it if it did not pose the problem of time, and first of all that of the duration of the treatment, for we must not forget that the subject is not always a dilettante in search of himself, but may be someone deeply wounded whom it would be fitting to cure. When, then, is the cure over? One can say, when both the patient and the analyst are satisfied. A response that can leave one reflecting. Inasmuch as it cannot be a matter of the kind of satisfaction depending upon mood or humor but rather of the contentment that is wisdom, this amounts to saying that one must wait for the end of the story and the supreme contentment that is the equivalent of death, as Socrates already suggested. This is not a criticism. One of the impressive aspects of analysis is that it may be tied to the necessity, following Freud's own formulation, of being always both finite and infinite. When it begins without end. The person who submits to analysis enters into a movement whose term is unforeseeable and into a reasoning whose conclusion brings with it, as though it were a new capacity/pouvoir, the impossibility of concluding. For, to say this quickly, what begins to speak here is what is unceasing and interminable, the eternal going over and over again, whose exigency the patient has encountered but has arrested in fixed forms henceforth inscribed in his body, his conduct, and his language. How can the interminable be brought to term? How will speech be able to complete itself precisely as infinite, and find precisely its end and signification in always recommencing its movement without end? And doubtless, we are told that it is a matter, to begin with, of a limited message that will have to be expressed, deciphered, when the proper time comes. But this makes the task all the more difficult since against the ground of the interminable, which must be preserved, affirmed, and accomplished all at the same time, a particular speech must take form and become a limit that will be right only if it falls at the right moment. In fact, the moment of the response is no less important than the direction it takes. A true response that intervenes too early or too late will not have the power to respond, it merely closes the question without rendering it transparent, or becomes the indefinitely surviving question's phantom. Another appearance of the eternal re-beginning wherein what appears, in dissimulating itself, is the fact that there is neither beginning nor end. A movement that is not dialectical, that threatens every dialectic, and that also speaks in language itself a speech that is neither true nor false, neither sensible nor senseless but always both the one and the other, the most profound speech, but speech that speaks as a depth without depth. Perhaps it is the dangerous duty of the psychoanalyst to seek to suppress this speech, suppressing that which in fact opposes all supposedly normal conduct and expression but also suppressing himself, thereby meeting up again with death, his truth. 611. Everyday speech. The everyday, what is most difficult to discover? In a first approximation, the everyday is what we are first of all and most often, at work, at leisure, awake, asleep, in the street, in private existence. The everyday, then, is ourselves, ordinarily. At this first stage, let us consider the everyday as without a truth proper to it. Our move will then be to seek to make it participate in the diverse figures of the true, in the great historical transformations, and in the becoming of what occurs either below, economic and technical change, or above, philosophy, poetry, politics. Accordingly, it will be a question of opening the everyday onto history, even of reducing its privileged sector, private life. This is what happens in moments of effervescency, those we call revolution, or when existence is public through and through. Commenting upon the law regarding suspects during the French Revolution, Hegel showed that each time the universal is affirmed in its brutal abstract exigency, every particular will and every thought apart falls under suspicion. It is no longer enough to act well. Every individual carries within himself or herself a set of reflections and intentions, that is to say reticences, that commits each one to an oblique existence. Being suspect is more serious than being guilty, hence the seeking of confession. The guilty party relates to the law to the extent that he manifestly does everything he must in order to be judged, that is, in order to be suppressed, return to the void of the empty point that his self conceals. The suspect is this fleeting presence that does not allow recognition, and through the part always held back that he figures forth, he tends not only to interfere with the work of the state, but also to place it under accusation. From such a perspective each governed is suspect, yet each suspect accuses the one who governs and prepares him to be at fault, since he who governs must one day recognize that he does not represent the whole, but a still particular will that only usurps the appearance of the universal. Hence the everyday must be thought as the suspect, and the oblique, that always escapes the clear decision of the law, even when the law seeks by way of suspicion to track down every indeterminate manner of being, everyday indifference. The suspect, anyone and everyone, guilty of not being able to be guilty, but critique, in the sense that Henri Lefebvre, by bringing forth the critique of everyday life, has used this principle of reflection. One at another stage, is no longer content with wanting to change day-to-day life by opening it onto history and political life, it seeks rather to prepare a radical transformation of Altlichkeit. A remarkable change in point of view. The everyday is no longer the average, statistically established existence of a given society at a given moment. It is a category, a utopia and an idea, without which one would not know how to get at either the hidden present or the discoverable future of manifest beings. Man, the individual of today, of our modern societies, is at once engulfed within and deprived of the everyday. And a third definition, the everyday is also the ambiguity of these two movements, the one and the other hardly graspable. From here, we can better understand the various directions by which the study of the everyday might orient itself, bearing now upon sociology, now upon ontology, at another moment upon psychoanalysis, politics, linguistics, or literature. To approach such a movement one must contradict oneself. The everyday is platitude, what lags and falls behind, the residual life with which we fill our trash cans and cemeteries, scrap and refuse, but this banality is also what is most important if it brings us back to existence in its very spontaneity, and as it is live at the moment when, lived, it escapes every speculative formulation, perhaps all coherence and all regularity. We can evoke here the poetry of Chekhov or even Kafka, and affirm the depth of the superficial, the tragedy of nullity. The two sides always meet, the everyday with its tedious, painful, and sordid side, the amorphous, the stagnant, and the inexhaustible, irrecusable, constantly unfinished everyday that always escapes forms or structures, particularly those of political society, bureaucracy, the wheels of government, parties. And that there may be a certain relation of identity between these two opposites is shown by the slight displacement of emphasis that permits passage from one to the other, as when the spontaneous, the informal that which escapes former becomes the amorphous, and when, perhaps, the stagnant merges with the current of life, which is also the very movement of society. Whatever its other aspects, the everyday has this essential trait: it allows no hold. It escapes. It belongs to insignificance, the insignificant being what is without truth, without reality, and without secret, but also perhaps the site of all possible signification. The everyday escapes. In this consists its strangeness, the familiar showing itself, but already dispersing, in the guise of the astonishing. It is the unperceived, first in the sense that we have always looked past it, nor can we introduce it into a whole or review it, that is to say, enclose it within a panoramic vision, for, by another trait, the everyday is what we never see for a first time but can only see again, having always already seen it by an illusion that is constitutive of the everyday. Hence the exigency apparently laughable, apparently inconsequential, but necessaria that leads us to seek of the everyday an always more immediate knowledge. Henri Lefebvre speaks of the great pleonasm. We want to be abreast of everything that takes place at the very instant that it passes and comes to pass. Not only are the images of events and the words that transmit them instantaneously inscribed on our screens and in our ears, but, finally, there is no event other than this movement of universal transmission, the reign of an enormous tautology. The disadvantages of a life so publicly and immediately displayed can now be observed. The means of communication, language, culture, imaginative output, in never being taken as more than means, are wearing out and losing their mediating potential. We believe we know things immediately, without images and without words. In reality we are dealing with no more than an insistent prolixity that says and shows nothing. How many people turn on the radio and leave the room, satisfied with this distant and sufficient noise? Is this absurd? Not in the least. What is essential is not that one particular person should speak and another hear, but that, with no one in particular speaking and no one in particular listening, there should nonetheless be speech, and a kind of undefined promise to communicate guaranteed by the incessant coming and going of solitary words. One can say that in this attempt to recapture it at its own level, the everyday loses any power to reach us, no longer what is lived, it is rather what can be seen or shows itself, spectacle and description, without any active relation whatsoever. The whole world is offered to us, but by way of a gaze. We are no longer burdened by events as soon as we behold their image with an interested, then simply curious, then empty but fascinated look. Why take part in a street demonstration if at the same moment, secure and at rest, we are at the demonstration, manifestation, itself thanks to a television set? Here offering itself wholly to our view, produced reproduced, we are allowed to believe that it is taking place only so we might be its superior witness. Substituted for practice is the pseudo-acquaintance of an irresponsible gaze, substituted for the movement of the concept to a task and a worker is the diversion of a superficial, uncaring, and satisfied contemplation. Well protected within the four walls of his familial existence, man allows the world to come to him without peril, certain of being in no way changed by what he sees and hears. Depoliticization is tied to this movement. And the man of government who fears the street because the man in the street is always on the verge of becoming political mana is delighted to be no more than an entrepreneur of spectacle, skilled at putting the citizen inners to sleep while keeping awake, in the half-light of a half-sleep, only the tireless voyeur of images. Despite massive development of the means of communication, the everyday escapes. This is its definition. If we seek it through knowledge we cannot help but miss it, for it belongs to a region where there is still nothing to know, just as it is prior to all relation inasmuch as it has always already been said even while remaining unformulated, that is to say, not yet information. The everyday is not the implicit, of which phenomenology has made broad use. To be sure, it is always already there, but that it should be that does not guarantee its actualization. On the contrary, it remains always unactualized in its very realization, which no event, however important or however insignificant, is ever able to produce. Nothing happens, this is the everyday. But what is the meaning of this stationary movement? At what level is this nothing happens situated? For whom does nothing happen if, for me, something is necessarily always happening? In other words, what corresponds to the who of the everyday? And why in this nothing happens is there at the same time the affirmation that something essential would be allowed to go on? What questions these are! We must at least try to hold on to them. Pascal offers a first approach, which is taken up again by the young Lukács and by certain philosophies of ambiguity. The everyday is life in its equivocal dissimulation. Life is an anarchy of light and shadow. Nothing is ever completely realized and nothing proceeds to its ultimate possibilities. Everything, without discretion, interpenetrates in an impure mix, everything is destroyed and broken, nothing flowers into real life. It can only be described through negation. This is Pascalian diversion, the movement of restlessly turning this way and that, the perpetual alibi of an ambiguous existence that uses contradictions to escape problems and remain undecided in a disquiet quietude. Such is quotidian Confucian. It seems to take up all of life, it is without limit and strikes all other life with unreality. But here there arises a sudden clarity. Something lights up, appears as a flash on the paths of banality. It is chance, the great instant, the miracle. And this miracle penetrates life in an unforeseeable manner, without relation to the rest, transforming the whole into a clear and simple account. 3. By its flash, the miracle separates the indistinct moments of day-to-day life, it suspends nuance, interrupts uncertainties, and reveals to us the tragic truth, that absolute and absolutely divided truth has two parts solicitous from each side and without pause, each of them requiring everything of us and at every instant. Nothing can be said against this movement of thought, except that it misses the everyday. For the ordinary of each day is not such by contrast with some extraordinary, it is not the null moment that would await the splendid moment so that the latter would give it a meaning, do away with it, or suspend it. What is proper to the everyday is that it designates for us a region or a level of speech where the determinations true and false, like the opposition of yes and no, do not happily the everyday being always before what affirms it and yet incessantly reconstituting itself beyond all that negates it. An unserious seriousness from which nothing can divert us, even when it is lived in the mode of diversion. As we discover through the experience of boredom when indeed boredom seems to be the sudden, the insensible apprehension of the quotidian into which we slide in the levelling out of a steady slack time, feeling ourselves forever sucked in, yet feeling at the same time that we have already lost it and are henceforth incapable of deciding whether there is a lack of the everyday or too much of it, thus held by boredom in boredom, which develops, says Friedrich Schlegel, just as carbon dioxide accumulates in a closed space where too many people find themselves together. Boredom is the everyday become manifest, consequently, the everyday after it has lost its essential constitutive trait of being unperceived. Thus the everyday always sends us back to that inapparent and nonetheless unconcealed part of existence that is insignificant because it remains always to the hither side of what signifies it, silent, but with a silence that has already dissipated as soon as we keep still in order to hear it, and that we hear better in idle chatter, in the unspeaking speech that is the soft human murmuring in us and around us. The everyday is the movement by which man, as though without knowing it, holds himself back in human anonymity. In the everyday we have no name, little personal reality, scarcely a figure, just as we have no social determination to sustain or enclose us. To be sure, I work daily, but in the everyday I am not a worker belonging to the class of those who work. The everyday of work tends to draw me apart from that membership in the collectivity of work that founds its truth, it breaks down structures and undoes forms, even while endlessly reforming itself back behind the form whose ruin it has insensibly brought about. The everyday is human. The earth, the sea, the forest, light, night, these do not represent everydayness, which belongs first of all to the dense presence of the great urban centers. We need these admirable deserts that are the world's cities for the experience of the everyday to begin to overtake us. The everyday is not at home in our dwelling places, it is not in offices or churches any more than in libraries or museums. If it is anywhere, it is in the street. Here again, one of the beautiful moments of Lefebvre's books comes to mind. The street, he notes, has the paradoxical character of having more importance than the places it connects, more living reality than the things it reflects. The street renders public. The street tears from obscurity what is hidden and publishes what happens elsewhere. In secret, it deforms it, but inserts it into the social text. And yet what is published in the street is not really divulged, it is said, but this it is said is borne by no word ever really pronounced, just as rumors are reported without anyone transmitting them and because the one who transmits them accepts being no one. Hence there results a perilous irresponsibility. The everyday where one lives as though outside the true and the false is a level of life where what reigns is a refusal to be different, a still undetermined stirring, without responsibility and without authority, without direction and without decision, a storehouse of anarchy in that it discourages all beginning and dismisses every end. It's the everyday. And the man in the street is fundamentally irresponsible, while having always seen everything he is witness to nothing. He knows all, but is unable to answer for it not through cowardice, but because he takes it all lightly and because he is not really there. Who is the when the man in the street is there? At most a who? An interrogative that settles upon no one. Always the same, always equally indifferent and curious, busy and unoccupied, unstable and immobile. And these opposing but juxtaposed traits do not seek reconciliation, nor, on the other hand, do they counter one another, all the while still not merging. It is this very vicissitude that escapes all dialectical recovery. To which we must add that the irresponsibility of rumor where everything is said, everything heard, incessantly and interminably, without anything being affirmed and without there being response to anything rapidly grows weighty when it gives rise to public opinion. But only to the extent that what is propagated, and with what ease, becomes the movement of propaganda, that is to say, when in the passage from street to newspaper, from the everyday in perpetual becoming to the daily transcribed, I do not say inscribed, it becomes informed, stabilized, valorized. This translation modifies everything. The everyday is without event. In the newspaper this absence of event becomes the drama of the news item. In the everyday everything is everyday, in the newspaper everything is strange, sublime, abominable. The street is not ostentatious. Passers-by pass the unknown, visible invisible, representing only the anonymous beauty of faces and the anonymous truth of those essentially destined to pass, without a truth proper to them and without distinctive traits. When we meet someone on the street it comes always by surprise and as though by mistake. For we do not recognize ourselves there. In order to go forth to meet another one must first tear oneself away from an existence without identity, but in the newspaper everything is announced, everything is denounced, everything has become image. For how then does the non-ostentatiousness of the street, once published, become a constantly present ostentation? This is not fortuitous. One can certainly invoke a dialectical reversal. One can say that newspapers, incapable of seizing the insignificance of the everyday, are able to render its value apprehensible only by declaring it sensational, incapable of following the process of the everyday insofar as it is inapparent. The newspaper seizes upon it in the dramatic form of proceedings. Incapable of getting at what does not belong to the historical, but is always on the point of bursting into history, newspapers keep to the anecdotal and hold us with stories, historias. Having thus replaced the nothing happens of the everyday with the emptiness of the news item, the newspaper presents us with histories. Something is happening on the level of what it claims is the day-to-day, and which is no more than anecdote. The newspaper is not history in the guise of the everyday, and in the compromise it offers us it doubtless betrays historical reality less than it misses the unqualifiable everyday of the present without particularity that it contrives in vain to qualify, that is, to affirm and transcribe. The everyday escapes. Why does it escape? Because it is without a subject. When I live the everyday, it is any man, anyone at all who does so, and this anyone, properly speaking, is neither me nor, properly, the other. He is neither the one nor the other, and, in their interchangeable presence, their annulled irreciprocity, both the one and the other, yet without there being an I or an alter ego able to give rise to a dialectical recognition. At the same time, the everyday does not belong to the objective realm. To live it as what might be lived through a series of separate technical acts, represented by the vacuum cleaner, the washing machine, the refrigerator, the radio, the car, is to substitute a number of compartmentalized actions for this indefinite presence, this connected movement, which is not, however, a whole, by which we are continually, though in the mode of discontinuity, in relation with the indeterminate set of human possibilities. Of course the everyday, since it cannot be assumed by a true subject, even putting in question the notion of subject, tends unendingly to weigh down into things. Any man presents himself as the common man for whom all is appraised in terms of common sense. The everyday is then the medium in which, as Lefebvre notes, alienations, fetishisms, and reifications produce their effects. He who, working, has no other life than everyday life is also he for whom the everyday is most heavy, but as soon as he complains of this, complains of the burden of the everyday in existence, one immediately responds, the everyday is the same for everyone, and adds, As did Beckner's Danton, there is scarcely any hope that this will ever change. There must be no doubt about the dangerous essence of the everyday, nor about the uneasiness that seizes us each time that, by an unforeseeable leap, we stand back from it and, facing it, discover that precisely nothing faces us. What? Is this my everyday life? Not only must we not doubt it, we must not dread it, we should rather seek to recapture the secret destructive capacity and play in it. The corrosive force of human anonymity, the infinite wearing away. The hero, while still a man of courage, is he who fears the everyday, fears it not because he is afraid of living in it with too much ease, but because he dreads meeting in it what is most fearful, a power of dissolution. The everyday challenges heroic values, but this is because, even more, it impugns all values and the very idea of value, ruining always anew the unjustifiable difference between authenticity and inauthenticity. Day-to-day indifference is situated on a level at which the question of value is not posed. There is, the everyday, without subject, without object, and while there is, the everyday, he does not have to be of account. If value nonetheless claims to step in, then he, or it, is worth nothing and nothing is worth anything through contact with him. To experience everydayness is to undergo the radical nihilism that is something like its essence and by which, in the void that animates it, everydayness does not cease to hold the principle of its own critique. Conclusion in the form of a dialogue. Is not the everyday, then, a utopia, the myth of an existence bereft of myth? We no more have access to the everyday than we touch this moment of history that could represent, historically, the end of history. That can, in fact, be said, but it opens on to another meaning. The everyday is the inaccessible to which we have always already had access. The everyday is inaccessible, but only insofar as every mode of acceding is foreign to it. To live in the way of the quotidian is to hold oneself at a level of life that excludes the possibility of a beginning, the very possibility of access. Everyday experience radically questions the exigency of the initial. The idea of creation is inadmissible when it is a matter of accounting for existence as it is born by the everyday. To put this another way, everyday existence never had to be created. This is exactly what the expression "there is the everyday, il y a du quotidien" means. Even if the affirmation of a creating God were to impose itself, the there is, il y a, what there is already when there is not yet being, what there is still when there is nothing, would remain irreducible to the principle of creation. The there is the human everyday. The everyday is our portion of eternity, the eternality of which Laforgue speaks. The Lord's Prayer, in this way, would be secretly impious. Give us our daily bread. Give us to live according to the daily existence that leaves no place for a relation between creator and creature. Everyday man is the most atheist of men. He is such that no God whatsoever could stand in relation to him. And thus one understands how the man in the street escapes all authority, be it political, moral, or religious. For in the everyday we are neither born nor do we die. Hence the weight and the enigmatic force of everyday truth. In whose space, however, there is neither true nor false. 12. Atheism and Writing Humanism and the Cry. 1. How can we regard this double title with anything but mistrust? What does it convey? How far does it claim to go? And why a text that will be a kind of response to a still absent question? What is questioning in this absence of question? A surplus of question. The here lies on the tomb. It, too, is the epigraphic truth. As though, with the exception of these few words cast back, all the language within had been consumed, used up, rendered unemployable, the debris of a shipwreck. And we well know that in the immense and vain destruction that is culture, what most often remains of a book is its title, and only a few among an infinite number, nonetheless far too many. But let us not believe that one can read in a title the question it poses. And let us not believe that it would suffice to render the absent question present through commentary in order that it might be restored to us in the questioning it would assign to us. I will take as example the work entitled The Order of Things, an archaeology of the human sciences. Let us assume that, struck and perhaps irritated by the complacent interest that is brought to the word man via the detour of the so-called human sciences, as well as by everyday and even political chatter, Michel Foucault asked himself, really, why are we still speaking of man? And what is this man? Let us assume that in writing a book so learned and well thought out he sought to lend form, force, and power to affirmations such as this, which I cite from memory. Man, as the archaeology of our thought demonstrates, is a recent invention, or this. It is reassuring and profoundly calming to think that man is no more than a recent invention, a simple fold in our knowledge, and that he will disappear as soon as he has found a new form. Yes, let us assume that this sentence was given to us so it might momentarily withdraw us from ourselves and remind us of our proper, ephemeral name. Yet the fact remains that it is only proposed in the guise of a comforting remark and as an indirect consequence of the knowledge with which we are in other respects satisfied and in which we take pride. And it is also true that it is the commentators, refusing to be comforted or taking fright on the contrary and deeply unhappy, asking is this the end of humanism? who are alone responsible for this question they themselves made emerge by provisionally arresting the book at it, thereby obliging us to ask from this basis in turn, why this scandalized murmur? Why this sensitivity of a paranoiac character which indeed seems to be the essence of the human self and immediately leads some particular individual to feel he is being targeted, provoked, assailed, and wounded each time it is a question of man? The end of humanism? As though ever since Feuerbach, who gave it its most energetic form, humanism had not been constantly knocked about and rejected by all important research. Why then this uneasiness, this indignant rumor? 1. Humanism, a theological myth. We shall have to go back to Nietzsche. All gods are dead, now we want the overman to live. The death of God leaves a place for man, then man's death a place for the overman. Thus far from going beyond this word, Nietzsche retains it, giving it additional value. Going beyond finds its point of gravity in what is gone beyond. Even when he proposes to the future the earth and the eternal return as enigma, it is still man as future, a future that always returns, that he sets out to decipher and to bear through a frightful concern. Perhaps it is only when he inquires into the play of the world that he orients us toward an entirely different question, the very one held in the interrupted movement of fragmentary writing. 1. The theme of the death of God explains this mythical jump from which the idea of the human benefits under the form that humanism procures for it. Feuerbach says, man is truth. The absolute being, the God of man, is the very being of man. Religious man has taken his own nature as object. Feuerbach therefore shows that man has thought himself, realized and alienated himself in God's name, and that it suffices to negate the subject of Christian predicates to reconcile man with his truth. God disappeared or disappearing, it is as a finite and earthly being, but also as a being who has a relation to the absolute, having the power to found, and to found oneself, to create and to create oneself, that we direct ourselves to the self that is already the but simply separated from ourselves by egoism. All the Promethean powers we attribute or allow to be attributed to ourselves by this double trait finitude. The absolute belong elementarily to theology. Be he God's rival, his replacement, or his heir, creator of himself or in the process of becoming toward the point omega, man is but the pseudonym of a God who dies in order to be reborn in his creature. Humanism is a theological myth. Hence its attraction and usefulness. God is in turn called up in human form so he may work at constructing the world, compensation for the long while man lived in working for the other world, but also its weighty simplicity. To meddle with man is to meddle with God. God is there as sign and as future each time the same categories that have served in thinking the divine logos, be they profaned, are turned over to the understanding of man at the same time as they are entrusted to history. 2. The finite, a vanishing object. God is dead. This means that sovereignty, in the words of Georges Bataille, passes to death. The sovereign is no longer a king, he is hidden in our great cities, he surrounds himself with silence whence it follows that God still preserves, and even in death, the meaning of sovereignty, thus preserving from death the sovereignty that declares itself in it. Only now it falls to man to die. The right to death that he claims as a power is most ambiguous. On the one hand and notwithstanding the necessary ingratitude of Marxist commentators with regard to Hegel, whose heirs we all are, it is clear that if man did not end, if he were not in relation to his end and, through this relation, in relation with the negative, man would know nothing, not knowing the power to negate that founds the possibility of knowledge. Man knows because he dies, and the most ordinary speech, like the most positive, speaks only because in it death speaks, negating what is, and in this negation paving the way for the work of the concept. Yet man has always died and has always known that he will die. Why had we to wait for the modern epoch in order that man's knowledge of the end should give rise to an ambiguous positivity capable of taking man as the object of its research? Let us for a moment admit the commonplaces, however worn they may be. That the end is no longer appropriated by a beyond. That the possibility of living ideally, one's sights set on an earthly or a non-earthly ideal, no longer has sufficient authority to serve as an alibi for the certainty that man will end. But also that our mistrust with regard to ideology, the inherited set of representations by which we rule our conduct, nearly independently of the more real relations upon which they depend, leads us to go beyond the certainty of our end, always overlaid by clouded sentiments, and to seize this certainty as that which merely delimits the diverse regions of the finite. The finite, namely, what is known or is to be known as finite, and receiving from this straight a finite being the possibility of being knowledge. That is to say, once more, the finite, inasmuch as it is finite, always gives itself as a vanishing object. The finitude that founds the new sciences, let us again note, is an essentially theological notion. 3. Absent from the human sciences, death offers possibility, all the while withdrawing it. This indicates the status of the figure that the disciplines we call the human sciences cause to rise up in the field of knowledge by determining more and more exactly its contours. This figure is scarcely designated before it vanishes. Indeed, of what is it a question in these sciences? Is it a question of man? Not at all. This would presuppose that there is a human reality determinable as such, and capable of becoming the object of a global scientific knowledge. Where is man when we encounter a man? We have renounced asking questions of this kind, just as the idea of elaborating a philosophy of man long ago disappeared from the great philosophical schemas of assuming it ever had a place in them at all, except, as it happens, with Feuerbach. 3. This absence is perhaps significant. Kant, most assuredly, does ask the question, what is man? But the response he gives does not appear in the anthropology of his later years. It is rather affirmed in the necessity that spans his entire work, to wit, that a knowledge can be founded only if man is given to this knowledge as its principle, but on condition that one forever renounce finding through a direct knowledge the answer to the question, what is man? If such a question is never a question for knowledge in the global sense, there are regions or, as one says, fields that are delineated on the basis of a certain form of human activity. Without a doubt. And again these regions are, stricto sensu, never given as immediately real, they exist on the basis of the knowledge it is possible to have of them. Which also means that what we encounter in these regions are not, in themselves, objective realities or, even less, facts one could already call scientific. The human sciences do not have as their object a particular region of being that is empirically observable and produced by men speaking or acting over the course of the ages. What man does in a particular and well-determined zone of his activity only concerns knowledge and in a sense only exists when what is done can be regarded as being a system, of forms and laws, that precedes and goes beyond the empirical acts that are delineated or inscribed in this zone. This reversal is the principal feature of the new sciences. Foucault significantly calls it the redoubling of the empirical into the transcendental. Redoubling repetition is the important word here. One could even say it is the possibility of redoubling that constitutes transcendence itself by opening the fact to the principle. But how is the repetition that opens this very possibility itself possible? How can the empirical redouble itself and, in so doing, become possibility? To say this differently, how does re-beginning of the non-origin of all that begins found a beginning? Would it not first of all ruin it? And is there not here in the very success of the new sciences a defeat that precedes this success like their shadow? But let us leave these questions and observe that it is not simply a matter of the ambiguous situation in which the human sciences would find themselves by being applied to a man who is at the same time the object of a knowledge and the subject who knows. For here the a priori is not the a priori of a subject, that is, of a transcendental subjectivity. It is rather the constituted field of knowledge itself, which, forming the a priori, holds in it the subject who has knowledge, a field formally constituted and therefore always to be constituted, for otherwise there is the risk of a formidable dogmatism. So that, in a rigorous sense, there is a science only on the basis of a theory of the constitution of science, which itself can only be arrived at through an investigation devoted to knowing whether a scientific discourse is possible. But what is a scientific discourse if not a discourse that requires writing, and requires of writing a form able to guarantee it its own specificity? Finally, what is called transcendence, certainly a misplaced word, is given in and through writing, and through writing's aptitude, a necessarily unstable one, to depart from ideology. Man is absent from the human sciences. This does not mean that he is elided or suppressed. On the contrary, it is his only way of being present in them in a way that makes that which affirms him neither an object some sort of natural reality nor a subjectivity, nor, yet again, a pure moral or ideological exigency, in a way, therefore, that is not empirical, anthropomorphic, or anthropological. But this absence is not pure in determination, it is also always and each time, I see according to the zones envisaged. Determined, that is to say, determining. The formal operations by which the multiplicity of presence remains always in advance both held onto and absent, the sieve of human activity, characterize the space in which the human events that give rise to knowledge are produced. These operations are always more or less dissimulated by the results that serve to support them and by which they become alienated in becoming things, that is to say, empirical realities. This shifting ambiguity of a transcendence or an a priori, that does not wish to declare itself, and of a positivity, that does not fail to disavow itself, constitutes the originality of the new human sciences in which man seeks himself as absent. 4. Always light, meaning let us here, at least in a word, quickly note that without the phenomenology of Husserl it is very unlikely that knowledge would have been so directly able to grasp the space that is proper to it, and that defines the idea of a sui generis relation. On the one hand, how can this be forgotten? Phenomenology contributed to the task of removing man, the psychical, from the status of natural causality, then to removing consciousness itself from its naive characterization as a site of conscious states. Intentionality empties consciousness of consciousness, and makes of this emptiness a relation that is always distinct from and superior to the terms in relation, thus ready as well to define that which does not have the trait of being conscious. Intentionality, conceived perhaps in order to guarantee judgment, can very well rediscover itself under the name of desire, desiring intention, as a type of process, therefore, that is strictly non-thought and non-conscious. These and other misconceptions that transform phenomenology undoubtedly misrepresent it, but what can be done? They are henceforth at work, and they are important. On the other hand, by showing there is a rigorous correlation between the determinations of the object and the steps of the consciousness that intends them or takes up their evidency, phenomenology made thought familiar with the idea of a relation that is empirical and transcendental. Or, to state this more clearly, it is intentionality that maintains the empirical and the transcendental within a powerfully structured relation, an alliance that is essentially modern, that is to say, explosive. As a result, the empirical is never in and of itself the empirical, no experience can claim of itself to be in itself knowledge or truth. And also as a result of this, the transcendental will find itself nowhere localized, neither in a consciousness that is always already outside itself, nor in the so-called natural reality of things, which must always be suspended or reduced. Rather, it will reside in the emergence of a network of relations that neither unite nor identify but maintain what is in relation at a distance, and make of this distance, recaptured as a form of alterity, a new power of determination. Phenomenology maintains, though it is true here the primacy of the subject, there is an origin. This origin is light, a light that is always more original from the basis of luminous primacy that makes shine in all meaning the summons of a first light of meaning, as Emmanuel Levinas says it so magnificently. Phenomenology thus accomplishes the singular destiny of all Western thought, by whose account it is in terms of light that being, knowledge, gaze or intuition, and the logos must be considered. The visible, the evident, elucidation, ideality, the superior light, clarity, of logic or, through simple reversal, the invisible, the indistinct, the illogical or silent segmentation, these are the variations of appearance, of primary phenomena. And language will receive from these its character. The act of speech remains one of expression, it is a matter of expressing the meaning that always precedes, then of preserving it as much as possible in its luminous ideality. Or if, in fact, scientific truth must be said in order to constitute itself by freeing itself from the psychological singularity of the one who is supposed to have brought it to light, if, therefore, language has a certain constitutive power, one must immediately add that it is the speaking subject itself that holds this power. Speech would not therefore take the place of the subject in this act that is constitutive. Phenomenologically speaking, this would be scandalous as the subject speaks, and one cannot even say as a subject, since subjectivity itself is mute, inaccessible to the address of a language capable of rigorously expressing it. Language, the expression of a meaning that precedes it, that it serves and safeguards, meaning, the ideality of light, a primary light that originates in the subject with which a beginning occurs, finally, experience, an experience that is rather difficult to determine, at times empirical, at times transcendent, and yet neither the one nor the other, source of signification. Now commonplaces, these are the affirmations that phenomenology transmits to all reflection, even if oriented differently. It would seem that knowledge in its effort to assert itself in the sciences we call human retains much more from phenomenology than it would wish to assume knowledge. First, the putting into question of its own positivity, its dread of positivism, and the necessity that it be internally at issue with itself, a dispute it maintains by the tracking down of ideologies. Science is in a state of crisis. This crisis does not threaten it, but science has an essentially critical function. Another sign, the role played by the a priori, which founds the possibility of scientific experience, however, and this is a decisive modification of the transcendental field, is without subject, it manifests itself in forms, laws, and systems that phenomenology would not have recognized as having the value of authentic norms. Finally, what directs inquiry remains the exigency or the seeking of a meaning. What does this mean? Why is the meaning? Or, what is more curious, how is meaning made? These questions are always dangerously on the horizon. And the importance of linguistics called a model science contributes to this danger, which structuralist methods are far from eliminating in any case. 5. How is atheism possible? Man, bearer of meaning, reduced to the idea of the meaning that is light. Already Homer chose to give man the very name of light, knowledge, gaze. Language, medium wherein meaning remains ideally proposed to the immediate reading of a look. These are the traits that, within atheism, perpetuate what is essential to the divine logos. At this level atheism remains pure pretension. One may call oneself an atheist, one may say one is thinking man, but it is always God as light and as unity that one continues to recognize. One of the problems would be, therefore, what are the conditions of a true atheism? This amounts perhaps to excluding any response in the first person. I can very well tell myself, and believe with a strong conviction in so doing, that every form of affirmation in which the name or the idea of God would arise is foreign to me, yet I am never atheist. The ego, in its autonomy, secures or constitutes itself by way of the unmitigated theological project. The self as a center who says I am says its relation to an I am of height always is. 4 But if the affirmation I am an atheist is no more than a biographical decision, this means as well that this decision is not a necessary one. Nietzsche already recognized in the death of God something very different from a personal eventuality. Saying that the death of God is a historical event will in no way suffice, however, if, in doing away with God, history itself ends by laying claim to the privileges of a transcendent relation. Atheism is therefore not simply a moment or a thought of history, any more than it could be the simple project of a personal consciousness. I do not know whether atheism is possible, but I assume that insofar as we suspect, and with good reason, that we are in no way done with the theological, it would be of great interest to seek whence this possibility of atheism that always eludes us might come to us, and from whom. Let us note that the contrary is also true. The churches continue to fear that under the thought of transcendence a foreign affirmation is introduced, either a decisive heresy that makes an atheist of the very one who thinks he believes in God. And, in the church's view, it is always closest to the thought of God that danger threatens. One admits science, one admits consideration of man, and, with some reservation, one even admits humanism and converses with materialist communism. Yet why then do we suspect ourselves, and with good reason, of being drawn into a movement whereby to speak of God would be to say something quite different, and already to deliver speech over to that which will never let itself be heard on the basis of the unity of the unique question? 5 A double suspicion that might well be suspected of being only one. On two levels, let us admit that where there is man with his divine attributus, a consciousness in the first person, the transparency of light, a speech that sees and says meaning, a speaking gaze that reads it, the theological has already been preserved, and without any relation of authentic transcendence, such as monotheistic faith requires, ever having had to designate itself explicitly. The theological will therefore be maintained, that is to say, also suspended. The ambiguity will sustain its indecision as long as the presence of man excludes us, because it includes it all presence that is radically other, or if, by this inclusion, it attests to an absence henceforth present in an immediate form and, as a consequence, immediately suppressed. Just as with the famous argument opposed even to say Deus, according to which all atheism, every negation of God, that is to say, affirmation of the absence of God, is still always a discourse that speaks of and to God in God's absence, it being even the sole discourse capable of keeping divine transcendence pure. For this argument itself turns about and obliges the affirmation of God to efface and forget itself, even to the point of breaking every relation with being, as with language. Otherwise one risks transforming the name of God into a concept, then into a word in our vocabulary, or, still less, into an operator, in the mathematical sense of this term. Then let us say, at first glance, that atheism falls short to the extent that this same failure attends every possibility of affirming the presence of what would be above any present, as it does the possibility of affirming the unique that would still be other. So that, seeking the true atheists among the believers, always necessarily idolatrous, and the true believers among those who are radically atheist, we will, perhaps, exchanging the one for the other, happily come to lose the two figures they perpetuate. 6. Order and order. For a long time knowledge seemed to be an answer. To know in the scientific mode, to know rigorously through a univocal language excluding all difference. Pascal already challenged the libertine atheists by calling upon them to say things perfectly clearly. But a language having a single voice that says the same and represents it identically would have the feature of being unlike language. Classical language, Foucault states in the clearest formula, does not exist, but functions. It represents thought in identical fashion, and in it, which is not, thought represents itself according to identity, equality, and simultaneity. Such is the magnificent decision of classical language. The response to Pascal's challenge comes in the project of a universal tongue, the Mathesis Universalis, a discourse in which order is to dispose itself in the simultaneity of space, that is, the hierarchized equality of all that is representable. It comes in the analytical vocation of this functional language that does not speak but classifies, organizes, and makes order. Rhetoric are the product and refined expression of the humanities, since the Greco-Roman agia contributes both to giving a definition of humanism that is seemly, and, under cover of this seemliness, to diverting thought from any secret that would outstrip it or from any truth that is not of the order of judgment. In this sense, rhetoric, the garden of flowers, is also the delicate blossom of atheism. It presupposes a profane language that says the order of knowledge, and in which knowledge is always equal to the order in which it represents itself. The discourse of method is a discourse on the order of discourse. An ideal that has never disappeared, but will reverse itself, and, in truth, several times. The project of a universal discourse that organizes in order to put everything in order will dangerously extend itself to what requires order, but does not let itself be called to order, an order whereby all truths, as soon as they are named and thereby put in place, become equalized, albeit hierarchically. The encyclopedia, by means of its multiple references, introduces within a system of names what escapes every name and thus reduces God to being merely a word in a dictionary, a word appearing in an alphabetical classification that offers it neither at the beginning nor at the end, an effect of language that cannot be without consequences. But this inventory, and the difficulties that render it infinite, will not simply reduce to an order that, by a significant pleonasm, one could call ordinary what cannot submit to it. It will run up against forces of life, work, time that will disrupt it and render it problematic. By a concomitant movement and as the order of a possible science, however, this order that tended to distance itself from the theological will become order, and will gather unto itself the domination of a capital letter by alluding to a sort of transcendence whose vocation is to reproduce and to confirm a particular social and spiritual structure. Moreover, it is clear that the classical order, so dangerous for religion when it authorizes the organization of a profane knowledge, is only tolerated because it speaks in favor of an order that is supreme, an order, therefore, always having two faces, the disorder of the passions, of the unorganized and the inarticulate, being neither in the sky nor on earth, cannot by right center the social space. These are closeted or reduced, just as one shuts up madness and represses the illogical, the essential evil. Thus is announced the double movement that will profane the divine by altering transcendence and alienate the profane by endowing it with divine attributes. Transcendence is brought down, the empirical rises up, the modern era is ushered in. 7. The ultimate reservation, the one it remains nonetheless true that the sovereignty of order, represented by a wholly ordered language, risks, on the one hand a representation vanishing, a being no more than an order of language, and also rendering language sovereign, on the other hand a representation becoming more dense, it risks affirming itself in this obscure thickness that, escaping expression, will cease being representable and will give primacy to silent interiority. This can, very crudely, be schematized as follows. Let us start with the idea that the power to speak, the right to language, belongs first to the sovereign, celestial and terrestrial. The verb is always from on high, and this because speech is only first, and in the first person, on the basis of eminence. In other words, because all ordinary speech preserves in itself the memory of a more original anteriority, because I can speak in this anteriority before speech, that is, think. As though this supreme, transcendent and absolutely originary self, speaking always before me and above me, a royal and solar self, Zeus, master of words, were leaving me this latitude, giving me time to think before speaking, and thereby opening me to a non-speaking thought, a pure consciousness that, as such, in me, is foundational. It results that the divine guarantee, so necessary to Descartes' triumph over the Melangini and deceitful obscurity will, beyond Descartes, permit this obscurity situated at the level of a thought anterior to expression to attribute to itself the very power of origin. For it is understood that if thought, speech, and art coexist in God in a substantial unity, man must first, and in sequence, think, speak, and act, an anteriority that immediately becomes primacy. Thought subordinates speech, thinking is the great dignity. But what is thought before language? Either a luminous evidency before the formulation that obscures it, or the still unordered depth, an obscurity still deprived of the order that will alone determine and inform it by rendering it possible. By a prodigious decision, Kant's transcendent egology will join these two traits. The a priori forms of knowledge, destined to found science in determining the objectivity of phenomena, are nothing other than language reduced to the order of judgment in which this word rule, the concept, designates itself. And, at the same time, if it is certain that we know only what we ourselves as a subject in general have established, this subject, this I think that is unique and common to all, and from which comes all light, remains in itself what is most obscure and most mysterious. And the debate will go on. At times it is obscurity, no longer only that of romantic anteriority, but the obscurity of the new forces are the forces that are life, and desire, need, and work. The dynamic of time, or historia that will stop the advance of the intelligible order, which is always more or less well represented by a language that is also, and par excellence, order, truth, and beauty. And now it is the obscure that threatens in its non-recognition the sovereignty of an integral light. The ambiguity no longer testifies for Pascal, but for the libertine, and knowledge, by becoming knowledge of life, of work and of time, will provide itself with explanatory schemas that no longer answer to what is given but to the obscurity represented by the dynamism of a causality always more or less borrowed from a philosophy of will. At other times, it will be the theological that lays claim to depth, subjectivity, and unrepresentability in order to shield transcendence from the progress of enlightenment and to return to it the dimension of the inaccessibly but never, and this is decisive, going so far as to offer itself silently to the other, to what would be excluded not only from the same, but from the one. For God can very well be the other and the wholly other, but he remains ever and always the unity of the unique. This ultimate reservation of the impossibility of freeing the other from the anear marks the point at which atheist discourse, that of the learned, humanist logos, and theological discourse rejoin and confirm one another by furtively changing places. As a result, the obscurity claimed or taken over by the two discourses remains an obscurity that is measured, and always tributary to a more original light or clarity, just as all speech attributes to itself the silence that makes it speak. 8. Writing. Let us now attempt to ask of discourse what would happen to it if it were possible for it to break free of the domination exercised by the theological, be it in the humanized form of atheism. It may well come down to asking whether to write is not, from the start and before anything else, to interrupt what has not ceased to reach us as light, to ask as well if writing is not, always from the start and before all else, to hold oneself, by way of this interruption, in relation with a neutral, or in a neutral relation, without reference to the same, without reference to the one, outside everything visible and everything invisible. I will not, however, return directly to these two theses, which have been taken up in other texts and, moreover, fraught with writing, are as though always set up against the writing in which they come together in dispersing. Let us say calmer things. 2. 9. From writing to voice let us say calmer things, and again take up this historical progression at its most classical moment. Language now represents. It does not exist, but functions. It functions less to say than to order. And in this language that essentially writes and that writes in order not to exist, speech as murmuring orality, as a personal self, as inspiration and life here disappears. Certainly, orators, those of the pulpit and the salon's conversationalists, keep up the oral tradition, but precisely in referring it back to He from whom it comes, the Most High. As though God were reserving the voice for himself, and spoke only in the word's highest places just as the sovereign is by right the only one to speak. The art of conversation existing only to multiply the echoes of his speech, which gives rise to intrigue and to infinite rehearsal. Thus, only vocal speech relates to the sovereign logos. Writing, that is to say literature, escapes this obscure dictation, turns away from the detestable self, spurns temporal change, and doubtless represents, but what? Representing by way of an order of its own, it tends to represent only this very ordering and the perfection of the disposition it enjoins. In this sense, the classical age would be the first stage of structuralism. Now everything is visibly form and rhetoric completes its self-constitution, preparing its keys for the decoders of the future. Furthermore, impersonality, a noble impersonality intended to eliminate all base particularity, all unseemly proximity, the unidentifiably affirms itself as the mark of both writing and rationality. Yet the stable or impersonal order produced by a language that does not exist fails to carry through the operational task reserved for it. To put into an order and to classify is not to put into relation by way of measuring operations whose function would be to identify by equalizing, and by this equalization make successive transformations possible. This is why, let us add immediately, structuralism lacks the instruments essential to it, and even those rendering its operations possible. Descartes invents analytical geometry. This means he renounces constructing figures, renounces making the figure visible as a solution to the problem. Rather, he seeks its equation, that is to say, he writes it, even if the plotting of the figure remains unfigurable. Descartes thus directly proposes to writing a decisive change by reducing what is still natural in it, and by making it escape its ideal of visibility. But writing, far from recognizing itself in this proposition whose aridity frightens it, and that would also fix writing as the sole measure of the same by removing the other, that is to say, all transcendence, even mathematical transcendence, which, in fact, Descartes refuses to consider, will, under the pressure of other exigencies, compromise itself and make a pact with the speech that in speaking gives voice to the origin. In this way, however, writing will also hasten its fate. Michel Foucault reminds us that in the 18th century, with the approach of Romanticism, language quite literally takes its distance from the letter to seek itself in the sonorous, grim, pop. One could say that literature, in horror of the order it has served, separates from itself. What is written makes appeal to what will never be written because it is foreign to any possibility of being represented. Speech without word, the Aeolian speech that was already heard at Dordona, not obscurely pronounced by the Sibyl but forever announced in the ramifying murmur of the tree, and that Socrates rejected no less than he did writing. 10. The voice, not speech. One has to wonder why, at an epoch when literature tends to take power in a declarative manner through the romantic exigency, it is the voice that is none the less privileged and the privilege of voice that imposes itself upon the poetic ideal. The voice, but not speech. The voice that is not simply the organ of subjective interiority but, on the contrary, the reverberation of a space opening onto the outside. Certainly, the voice is a natural mediation, and through this relation with nature it denounces the artificial order of socialized language. It is also responsible for the faith in inspiration that re-establishes the divine logos in its position of eminence, making the poet no longer one who writes verse according to the order of the beautiful, but one who hears and is himself consumed in this hearing of an immediate communication. This privileging of the voice nonetheless brings to literature a vague experience to which it awakens as though at the threshold of strangeness. The voice sets free from speech, it announces a possibility prior to all saying, and even to any possibility of saying. The voice frees not only from representation, but also, in advance, from meaning, without, however, succeeding in doing more than committing itself to the ideal madness of delirium. The voice that speaks without a word, silently in the silence of a cry tends to be, no matter how anterior, the voice of no one. What speaks when the voice speaks? It situates itself nowhere, neither in nature nor in culture, but manifests itself in a space of redoubling, of echo and resonance where it is not someone, but rather this unknown space, its discordant accord, its vibration that speaks without speaking. Hölderlin, in his Madness Declaiming at the Window, gives this voice an organ. Finally, the voice has the characteristic of speaking in a way that does not last. Fleeting and destined to the forgetting in which it finds its end, without either trace or future, what it prefers thereby breaks with the book's perpetuity, its closure, its proud stability, its pretension to enclose and to transmit the true by making into its possessor the very one who will not have found it. A speech that has vanished when it has scarcely been said, always already destined to the silence it bears and from which it comes. A speech in becoming that does not keep to the present but commits itself and the literature it animates to its essence, which is disappearance. The voice is also perhaps always, at least apparently, outside or to the side of the rules, as it is beyond mastery, always to be won back, always once again mute. This experience of vocality, an imaginary experience since with very few exceptions the romantics write, unless they put romanticism in their life, which is also their death, will modify literature's relation to itself and put it to the test. What it imposes, and dangerously, because there is a delving into the depths that will be difficult to surmount, is the idea of origin. The impersonality of the voice is a silent appeal to a presence-absence to the hither side of every subject and even every form, anterior to beginning. It indicates itself only as anteriority, always in retreat in relation to what is anterior. It imposes as well the idea of the symbol, and we know what prestige it will have. The symbol restores the power of meaning, it being the very transcendence of and the surpassing of meaning, that which both frees the text from all determined meaning since, properly speaking, it means nothing, and frees the text of its force as text since the reader feels entitled to set the letter of the text aside in order to find its spirit. Hence the ravages wrought by a symbolic reading, the worst way to read a literary text. But the result of this experience, paradoxically, will also be that literature, as writing of the sole medium of vocality, will be invested by writing with a power of insubordination that is first exercised with regard to all order, as with regard to the visible ordering by which literature manifests itself. Writing ceases to be a mirror. It will constitute itself, strangely, as an absolute of writing and of voice. A mute written orchestration, Mallam will say, time and space united, a successive simultaneity, an energy and a work wherein energy gathers, energer and ergon, a trace in wherein writing breaks always in advance with what is written. Born of this pressure, beyond the book, is the project of the work, in its very realization always yet to come, a work without content since always going beyond what it seems to contain and affirming nothing but its own outside, that is to say, affirming itself not as a full presence but, in relation to its absence, the absence of, a, work, worklessness. 11. Lacunary interlacing, cloud of intermittencies, thus there will come strange jolts, paradoxical mutations, flights that are returns. Hence the voice, always ready to merge with a promise of speech, will tend to support writing's habit of engaging in an irreversible, successive movement that proceeds in the same direction or sense, namely, meaning, if it is true that one does not speak by moving backward. But at the same time, situated in the origin's retreat, the voice does not let itself be drawn forth following the simple and homogeneous line required by a progressive writing, it gathers the work in the original space that would be proper to it. Yet through the experience that writing undergoes in the work itself, both against the voice and nonetheless in AC chord with it, writing holds the work to the disposition of being a surface or a distant evenness, in rolling and unrolling without ceasing to be superficial, turning back upon itself without ceasing to be slack, and in this twisting movement that conceals it, only manifesting the turning about of a space without depth, always entirely outside. What more will we learn in other stages from this spatial movement that is in relation with the becoming of writing that neither transcribes nor inscribes, but designates its own exteriority and the fraction of an outside that expels itself? That this naked distance should not in any way be considered as a homogeneous expanse, continuous and limited to offering a framework for the simultaneity of a global reading, that it is not a homogeneous time, a line that progresses or a homogeneous space, a picture presented to the immediate apprehension of a gaze that seizes a whole. One could call it multi-dimensional, if one wanted to entertain metaphors flattering to science, in order to indicate that this network, A lacunary interlacing 7a is neither figurable nor unfigurable, in the manner of a spiritual reality, remaining just as foreign to equality as to inequality, and thus rather more comparable to a point that is non-punctual, a cloud of intermittencies where the curve of the universe only curves back because it is in advance always already broken. Thus one comes to conceive of writing as an interruptive becoming, the moffing interval that perhaps designates itself on the basis of interdiction, but by opening the latter to discover in it not the law, but the speaking between, tentadia, interdiction or the vacancy of discontinuity. 12. The break, writing outside language. Let us stop right away. For we sense that, leaving possibility, we have in a sense left ourselves. If this movement of writing emerged from the affirmation of the work, that of Malum, let us say, in order to assign it a name but without forgetting that Malum is also a future that is entirely other at a work where the vocal exigency and the written exigency gather in the isolation of the absolute it does so only to break with both exigencies, not to allow their reconciliation by way of a complicitous opposition, but to break, via this rupture, with what authorized their unification, discourse itself, or, let us say it with still less restraint, language itself. This is the decisive break not yet accomplished, and in a certain sense impossible to accomplish, but always decided. Let us then affirm it, beyond any proof. Writing begins only when language, turned back upon itself, designates itself, seizes itself, and disappears. Writing conceives of itself on the basis neither of vocal nor of visible manifestation, these being merely opposed through a complicitous opposition that is roused where appearing, ir pariter, reigns as meaning, and light as presence, the pure visibility that is also pure audibility. And this is why Heidegger, in his faithful belonging to the ontological logos, can still affirm that thought is a seizing by hearing that seizes by way of the gaze. Let us on the contrary assume you at least as a postulate, and as an exigency that is difficult to accept, but so pressing that it will always go further than its own postulation that writing has ever and always, nonetheless never now, broken with language, whether it be a discourse that is spoken or written. Let us admit what this rupture entails, a rupture with language understood as that which represents, and with language understood as that which receives and gives meaning, therefore also with this composite of the signifying signified that today has replaced, in the distinctions of linguistics, already outmoded, it is true, the old division of form and the formulated, a duality always ready to become unified and such that the first term receives its primacy only by immediately restoring it to the second term into which it necessarily changes. Valery thus characterizes literature by way of its form, saying it is form that makes meaning or signifies, but this signified that is proper to form also makes form that which has no other task than that of expressing this new meaning. The seashell may well be empty, it receives from this emptiness the presence that informs it. A rupture then with the sign? At least with all that would reduce writing to conceiving of itself, as Foucault puts it, on the basis of a theory of signification. Writing is not speaking. This brings us back to the other exclusion, speaking is not seeing, and thus leads to rejecting everything a hearing or visionaire that would define the act that is at stake in writing as the immediate seizing of a presence, be it of an inferiority or an exteriority. The break required by writing is a break with thought when thought gives itself as an immediate proximity, it is also a break with all empirical experience of the world. In this sense, writing also entails a rupture with all present consciousness, it being always already engaged in the experience of the non-manifest or the unknown, understood as neutral. 8. But let us understand then why this advent of writing could take place only after the end of discourse, which Hegel represented, at least as a metaphor, in absolute knowledge, and then after the accomplishment of man freed from his alienations, which Marx represented, at least as a practical possibility, while at the same time preparing the theory of this practice, that is, through the founding of a communist society, which is the just aim of all humanism. 9. And we will understand why, today, speaking and writing, we must always speak several times and at the same time, speaking according to the logic of discourse, and therefore under the sway of a nostalgia for the theological logos, speaking also to make possible a speaking communication that can only be achieved on the basis of a communism of the relations of exchange, thus of production but also not speaking, writing, by way of a rupture with every language spoken and written, and therefore announcing the ideal of the beautiful work as well as the riches of transmitted culture and the validity of a sure knowledge of the true. Writing then but not writing, for no trace, no proof of this writing that is always exterior to what is written is visibly inscribed in books only perhaps here and there upon walls or on the night, just as at the beginning of man it is the useless notch or the chance groove marked in stone that, unbeknownst to him, caused him to encounter the illegitimate writing of the future, a non-theological future that is not yet ours. 13. The cry, the murmur. But we finally understand why we are bound to pass by the mediation of a humanist speech or writing, if only to rub it out and efface it, theological insofar as it is still only atheist. Ideology is our element, that which causes us to breathe and, at the limit, asphyxiates us. Writing, except in the hyperbolic writing we have tried to discern, is never yet free from ideology because there is still no writing without language. To believe oneself sheltered from ideology, even if it is a matter of writing in accordance with the demands of the knowledge that is proper to the sciences called human, is to give oneself over, without the possibility of choosing, to the worst ideological excesses. Therefore we will choose our ideology. This is the only choice that might lead us to non-ideological writing, a writing outside language and outside theology. Let us shamelessly call this choice humanist. A humanism of what kind? Neither a philosophy nor an anthropology, for to tell nobly of the human in man, to think the humanity in man, is quickly to arrive at an untenable discourse and, how to deny this? More repugnant than all the nihilist vulgarities. What, then, is this humanism? How can it be defined so as not to engage it in the logos of a definition? Through what will most distance it from a language? The cry, that is to say, the murmur, cry of need or of protest, cry without words and without silence, an ignoble cry or, if need be, the written cry, graffiti on the walls. It may be that, as one likes to declare, man is passing. He is. He has even always already passed away, inasmuch as he has always been adapted to and appropriated by his own disappearance. But in passing, he cries out, in the street, in the desert, he cries out in dying, he does not cry out, he is the murmur of this cry. So humanism is not to be repudiated, on condition that we recognize it there where it adopts its least deceptive mode, never in the zones of authority, power, or the law, not in those of order, of culture or heroic magnificence, any more than in the lyricism of good company, but rather such as it was born even to the point of the spasm of a cry. Among others by he who, refusing to speak of himself as a man, evoked only the mental animal, and yet of whom one can nonetheless say that he was a humanist par excellence, a being without humanity and nearly without language. For in fact, I realized I'd had enough of words, even enough of howling, and what was needed were bombs, and I had none either in my hands or my pockets. And the same person, by the same movement, was such that he always lived only to affirm a high measure of equity without secrets, which is also the weight without hope that breaks up in the humanist cry. 13. On a change of epoch. The exigency of return. Will you allow as a certainty that we are at a turning point? If it is a certainty, it is not a turning. The fact of our belonging to this moment at which a change of epoch, if there is one, is being accomplished also takes hold of the certain knowledge that would want to determine it, making both certainty and uncertainty inappropriate. Never are we less able to get around ourselves than at such a moment, and the discrete force of the turning point lies first in this. Can we be so sure? I mean, were this the case, that would not be certain either. You have in mind Nietzsche's words, the greatest events and thoughts are comprehended last, the generations that are contemporaneous with them do not experience such events, so they live right past them. Nietzsche also says, in a phrase frequent citation has come to exhaust, thoughts that come on dove's feet guide the world, it is the stillest words that bring on the storm. But note that Nietzsche does not say the storm will be silent. For Nietzsche the storm is speech, the speech of thought. When the French Revolution occurs, everyone knows it except Louis XVI. Today, when it is manifestly a matter of a change much more important, a one by which all the previous overturnings that have occurred in the time of history come together to provoke a break in historia, everyone has a presentiment of it, even if each of us cannot affirm that we know it. This is a knowledge that is not within the scope of any particular individual. Yet you yourself affirm it. Because I am no more than an episodic voice, a speech without contour. And of course I affirm more than I know. But what I mean to say is not without signs, it goes about in the streets, and this steady, anonymous current runs strong, we must try to hear it. And it says we have arrived at the time of a break that separates times. It says this, perhaps, in the manner of the ancient oracle, when Pythia spoke in a language of violence and of the elements that the poet-interpreter are transcribing, describing was to elevate to the calmer and clearer language of men. An obscure language. Not obscure, but open to that which is not yet truly divulged, though nonetheless known to all. A language into which passes precisely the indecision that is the fate of the turning, an individual turning point and a turning of the world. An uncertain, indecisive fate that therefore remains always unaccomplished. Uncertain today for a very different reason, because this accomplishment is of a kind such that it escapes our historical measures. Recall Herodotus, who is known as the father of history. One enters his books as into a country upon which day is about to dawn. Before this there was something else, it was mythical night. This night was not obscurity. It was dream and knowledge, between men and event relations other than those of historical knowledge and its separating force. Herodotus stands on the crest that separates night from day, not two times, but two kinds of clarity. After him there falls upon men and things the clear light of historical knowledge. You speak like a book. Because I am citing 1.1 and I will cite again the question it formulates. Would this light that begins with Herodotus and becomes steady with Thucydides not also of its time? And if in reading Herodotus we have the sense of a turning, have we not, in reading our years, the certainty of a change even more considerable, a change such that the events that offer themselves to us would no longer be bound together in the manner we are accustomed to calling history, but in another with which we are not yet familiar? Is it the end of history that you claim to announce you at this moment when history becomes universal and speaks imperiously in the consciousness of everyone? I am not proclaiming it, nor does it proclaim itself directly. What is proclaimed, in fact, is apparently the contrary, the all-powerfulness of historical science that penetrates down to the most profound layers, those that have never before been historical. This discovery is itself a sign. We discover that there was a time without history, a time for which the terminology proper to historical times is unsuited terms and notions with which we are familiar: freedom, choice, person, consciousness, truth, originality, and, in a general sense, the state as the affirmation of a political structure. Just as the originary eras were characterized by the importance of elementary or telluric forces, so today the event we are encountering bears an elementary character, that of the impersonal powers, puissances, represented by the intervention of mass phenomena, by the supremacy of machine-like play of these forces, and by the seizure of the constitutive forces of matter. These three factors are named by a single term: modern technology. For the latter includes collective organization on a planetary scale for the purpose of establishing calculated planning, mechanization and automation, and, finally, atomic energy, a key term. What up to now only the stars could do, man does. Man has become a sun. The astral era that is beginning no longer belongs to the bounds of history. Are you in agreement with this presumption? Is a fitting word. And how can one not agree with something necessarily so vague that to oppose it would be the sign of a thought just as confused? I recognize that to hear talk of the end of history is always pleasurable. I can see that the domination of values and of the historical sciences could go hand in hand with the exhaustion of the forces making history, if these words have a meaning. I grant that when walking in the street, one breathes in thoughts such as these. But one breathes them in, one does not think them. As soon as they are formulated they lose their storybook charm. I have heard it said that we are in the process of crossing the time barrier. This kind of metaphor abounds in the work of Teilhard Chardin, who does not fail to add, with the naivete proper to him, "It is as a scholar that I speak, I have not left the terrain of scientific observation." Is it a metaphor? It suggests to us something important and troubling, that we are at the end of one discourse and, passing to another, we continue out of convenience to express ourselves in an old, unsuitable language. That is the greatest danger. It is even the only one. The street is therefore much wiser than the painstaking thinkers who wait until they have new categories with which to think what is happening. I would remind you that theologians have sometimes spoken of the smell of the end of time, a sort of sui generis experience that, amid real historical phenomena, would allow one to discern the breakthrough, being heading for its end. And no doubt the smell of atomic explosion. Nietzsche, another theologian, already asked us, do we smell nothing as yet of divine decomposition? And Heraclitus said before anyone else, if all things turned to smoke then we would discern things with our nostrils. But he did not make the nose into a theological organ. Note that I have nothing against the smell of the end of time. It is even possible that the kind of mixture of vague science, confused vision, and dubious theology one finds in the writings of Teilhard may also have value as a symptom, and perhaps a prognostic. One sees this kind of literature develop in periods of transition. What is distressing is that this sincere and courageous man is unaware of the horrible mix with which he must content himself, while speaking in the name of science. He speaks as an author of science fiction. Now here is a title with which, in his place, I would not be displeased. Something in these authors speaks that I do not always find in the greatest books. And don't forget that Kant himself wrote a treatise on the end of all things. It is precisely in strong, forcefully systemized thinking that undertakes to think everything, and history as a whole, that a possibility such as the end of his story can have meaning. So it is with Hegel and Marx. In the case of Hegel, it is the development of absolute knowledge, the final achievement of a coherent discourse. In the case of Marx, the advent of the classless society in whose final state there will no longer be any power, puissance, of a properly political form. Here, at least, we have a dividing line, a criterion by which to judge things. We more or less know of what we speak. I have nothing as coherent to offer you, it is true, and this lack of a rigorous system is not necessarily an advantage. But must we take advantage of this to diminish Teilhard by designating him as a poor man's Hegel or a vestry Marx, as do, I think, certain pious men? Criticism has little hold on me. What is weak does not need us to grow weaker, but we ought to preserve and reinforce what is strong. What counts in the case of Teilhard is that he was a competent prehistorian, and it is as a prehistorian intimate with the ancient earth, one who has weighed ancient crania and delved into the profound layers, that he learned to form an idea of man's future. One might say that this beginning prior to the beginning, this language prior to speech that the images of an originary time speak, everything we now see and have never been able to see, give a certain clairvoyance with which to discern the invisible future, suggesting relations with the spirit of the earth and an understanding that is not disconcerted or frightened by the great metamorphoses that are being accomplished today. Your very language is becoming obscure, a sign, in fact, of clairvoyance. But what relation is there between the ancient knowledge of the earth that Romanticism so generously ascribed to early times and modern technology, which is thought to direct against nature an inordinately destructive power of attack and negation? Can one say anything serious in taking such attack? Nothing. Moreover, I am simply speaking in the name of Lunge's book, which meets up with Teilhard in a striking way. It is perhaps the same romanticism, the same magical sense, to wit, that the earth, finally unified and open to its depths, will become animate and, merging with the humanity gathered on it, become a living star capable of a new brilliance. Teilhard speaks of a noose. Lunge says that our planet has acquired a new skin, an aura woven of images, of thoughts, melodies, signals, and messages. This, he says, is a higher degree of spiritualization of the earth. It passes above nations and their languages, above word and sign, war and peace. The stone axe extended the arm. Technology is the projection of mind. To be sure, technology first of all glorifies matter, but the materialism affirmed here by Lunge is neither empty nor superficial, as his mediocre adversaries contend, it is depth itself. And in undertaking the most profound penetration of matter, in no longer simply using matter but arriving at a manipulation of the processes that command the genesis of matter, intelligence has embarked upon an extreme adventure of unforeseeable consequences of which it has an intimation each time Mother Earth begins to tremble and each time man is able to take this shaking in hand and capture it. This shaking and this grasp put the entire traditional structure into question. Along with the ancient rites, ancient customs, and freedom, they precipitate the decline of the paternal gods and develop every anonymous force a movement to which correspond an insatiable hunger for energy, a Promethean ardor of means and methods, volcanism, fire and radiance, the emergence of unwonted forces, and a stirring of the serpent of the earth, but also the withdrawal of the heroic forces in favor of the titanic ones, as is natural when the technician takes precedence over the useless warrior. You have no objections? No, none. That's not a good sign. Does this alliance of romanticism and technology, or this romantic interpretation of technocracy, seem to you to play on the weak parts of the imagination? But even taken this way, it is not without meaning. The philosophy of nature, whose significance Hegel did not fail to recognize, tapped here 150 years ago one of its sources. That it should merge anew today, spanning history, shows that it represents an enduring presentiment and knowledge. Reduced to their simplest terms, what do these views signify? That, hidden in what is called modern technology, there is a force that will dominate and determine all of man's relations with what is. We dispose of this force at the same time as it disposes of us, but we are ignorant of its meaning, we do not fully understand it. Ginger draws out and makes this mysterious dimension of technology shine with the help of the old images of magic romanticism, as Teilhard also does with his manner of speaking of a science that is but a foreknowledge. Far from being frightened by this mystery, both of them rejoice in it and put their trust in it. Both have faith in the future, and they love the future, a future not only of years but of superior states. That is good. I wonder whether, on the contrary, your authors don't have a kind of horror of the future since they refuse to entertain the incompletion that it necessarily holds in it. One could say they do everything to turn away from the simple truth of our death, the fact that it is always premature and before term. Hence their haste to affirm that an epoch has ended, a time is over. There is surely something barbaric in this end of history that your authors, announce. Yes, barbaric, I would agree. It is a foreign truth. It flatters curiosity, but runs against it as well. Let's consider this for a moment. Naturally, if historical values pass and come to an end, this signifies their dominion in this end that only begins. We do not think absolutely the idea of the end, we think it only in relation to the idea of beginning. The end revokes the beginning. But what was the beginning of history? The end of mythical heroic times. The end of Homer and Heracles, nonetheless an end that has never ended but prolonged itself in history. This trait is easily brought forth. Historical man is bound up with the myths of heroic times insofar as he sometimes affirms himself by combating them, at other times by identifying with them. In originary time, the time of prehistory, there are no heroes, man is without a name, without a visage. He belongs to living nature and lives in the pleasure and pain of the earth. The mythical hero already has a name and a genealogy. He no longer takes pleasure in nature, he wants to conquer it. He struggles, he annihilates. With him are born the virile gods, and he himself seeks to complete himself in becoming a half-god. Historical man preserves myth and preserves himself from it. Certainly. His principal task is to conserve his dignity or his humanity against the mythical powers. But within history the moral of heroic myths does not cease to act as a model, that of the great personality, appearing in wartime, in the sacrifice of the hero for the fatherland, and in state governance where the great man as father, as guide, and as providential man belongs, even during history itself, to the world of heroes and gods. The decline of the heroic myth that characterizes our time is therefore another sign of this end of history whose dawning clarity you do not wish to accept, seeing in it only delight. The hero disappears from universal consciousness, just as the name disappears, so the personality. What new cult did the Great War engender? Only one, that of the unknown soldier. And the unknown soldier is the glorification of the anti-hero, he is the unperceived, the obscure, ghostly stranger who abides in the memory of a people by virtue of being forgotten. This memorial of non-remembrance, this apotheosis of namelessness is an invitation to recognize that the time of the hero and of heroic literature is past. I don't miss it. You prefer the myth of the end of time, the fear of worldwide catastrophe that shakes men's imaginings day and night. It is not a preference that I wish to indicate. But the possibility to which you allude is naturally a sign of the greatest magnitude. When, for the first time in the history of the world, one has at hand the material power to put an end to this history and this world, one has already departed historical space. The change of epoch has occurred. This can be simply expressed, henceforth the world is a barracks that can burn. You seem to rejoice in this. But are you sure it's the first time? Perhaps you've forgotten the Bible. Biblical man constantly lives from the perspective you describe as new, warned by Yahweh that if men persevere in their practices they will be annihilated and creation abolished. History is born under this threat, the very threat of historical time. Then the fire came from above. Today it comes from here below. I could easily respond that when God promises to destroy humanity, should it continue to behave badly, he turns the decision over to humanity. Everything always finally depends upon man, whether there be God or whether there be the atom. Be the God or the atom, the point is precisely that everything does not depend on man. In God's time this was very nearly clear, also offensive, I grant it. Today the danger comes from the illusion in which we live of being the masters of what is carrying itself out under the englobing name of modern technology. I do not rejoice in this power to end that is conferred on us in a still scarcely intelligible manner. I have no liking for the bomb. I simply note that it is but a sign, a crude sign, of the extreme peril that necessarily marks the passage from one time to another, and perhaps from history to a transhistorical epoch. I allude here to a thinker with whom you are familiar. He often says that each time, denouncing the danger of the bomb, we hasten to invite knowledgeable men to put nuclear energy to peaceful use, we do no more than procure for ourselves an alibi and bury our heads in the sand. The bomb gives visible notice of the invisible threat that all modern technology directs against the ways of man. The American chemist Stanley, a Nobel Prize winner, as you can well imagine, made this statement: the moment draws near when life will be no longer in God's hands but in those of the chemist who will modify, form, or destroy every living substance at will. We read such statements every day, statements made by responsible men, and we read them along with other news items in the papers with negligence or with amusement, and without seeing that through the force of modern technology the way is being paved for an attack that makes the explosion of the bomb signify little in comparison. In fact, the end of everything isn't much. And what do you conclude from this? That we must preach a crusade against the world of technology, condemn it as an opus diabolicum and prepare huge fires upon which to burn learned men? Must we begin by destroying the contemporary world out of fear that it may not take this task upon itself? Were we able, I would not wish to. Fortunately, we belong to this world, we will not escape it. And in its lack of measure, which frightens us, we are frightened because not only the threats but also the hopes it holds in store for us are beyond measure. We must simply be clear-sighted, or try to be. The danger does not really lie in the bomb. It is not in the unwanted development of energy and technology's domination, it is first of all in our refusal to see the change of epoch and to consider the sense of this turning. The threat will grow as long as we have not determined it as a risk. I would even say that the danger is perhaps solely provoked by our old language, a language that obliges us to speak in the style of history and the discourse of representation where the word war continues to be in use, and along with it the old mythical images, the pretensions of prestige, frontier customs and the habits of a politics of heroics, whereas we sense that the very idea of war, as well as the traditional idea of peace, have fallen into ruin. Hence there results a new state of affairs without war or peace, an unsettled strangeness, an errant and in some sense secret, vast space that has little by little overgrown our countries and where men act mysteriously, in ignorance of the change they themselves are in the midst of accomplishing. When I listen to your ambitious nocturnal evocations, I wonder if the real danger does not also lie in suggesting in a vague sort of way that we no longer run the risk of war, on the pretext that such a word belongs to an anachronistic vocabulary. It may well be anachronistic. We will die necessarily, and in any case in an anachronistic manner, whether we belong to history or to this beyond of history whose existence you have argued for. But, in reality, you do not believe in the risk of absolute catastrophe. Father Teilhard de Chardin, with the logic of his lyrical optimism, already stated that the danger of a nuclear explosion capable of blowing up the world seemed to him negligible. Negligible. It is true, he took comfort in invoking, in his terminology, a planetary instinct of conservation. He, too, probably ashamed of the old ecclesiastical language that would have obliged him to speak of providence. Perhaps you yourself, along with Lunger and the Romantics, have faith in some technocratic providence or some unknown harmony into whose sphere you think that man, crossing history, cannot fail to fall? I shall answer simply, I love the future that you do not love. I love the future more than you love being ignorant of it. Ignorance of the future, the end of history, the law of return. To speak of the end of history is simply to pose the question of the place of such words, henceforth without content, since, as soon as history comes to a close, speech loses the direction and meaning that alone gives speech the possibility of becoming historically realized. History is over. Who can say this when the end of history still belongs to discourse, moreover to the very discourse that this end alone makes possible? The end determines the coherence of the discourse, or rather it is the coherence of discourse that allows us to set down as an acceptable term the end of history. The fact remains that the end of history belongs also to eschatological language. Christ is only possible because he bears the end of time. The death of God, in the Christi sense, in the Hegelian sense, and in the Nietzschean sense, is always a passage to the limit, the transgression that marks the imperceptible divergence by which knowledge, becoming absolute, would reverse itself into a non-knowledge, in an immobile movement such that the no, losing its negative character, is simply that which allows a dash, tyret, to be inscribed, the mark, in no way oriented, that still permits knowledge to be named while setting it aside. Nonetheless, transgression, the end of history, and the death of God are not equivalent terms. But each indicates the moment at which the logos comes to an end, not in negating itself but in affirming itself and always again anew, without novelty, through the obligation their madness of repetition. Whoever asks what is transgression? Asks nothing and can only indefinitely repeat in this form or, more obliquely, in another, what is transgression? Am ready to say it, thus to repeat it and, even more surreptitiously, in repeating it, make of the question a response if repetition and transgression echo one another. Then repetition would be transgression? On condition that transgression in this very way is able to repeat itself. But is able only to free repetition, thus making it impossible. Repetition is transgression insofar as transgression displaces transgressive repetition, rendering it impossible. The end of history. It is not history that comes to an end with history, but certain principles, questions, and formulations that will from now on be prohibited through a decision without justification, and as though with the obstinacy of a game. Let us therefore suppose that we renounce the question of origin, then all that makes of time the power of continuity and mobility, that which surreptitiously makes thought advance in that it also sets speech into motion. Let us suppose we give ourselves, with the obstinacy of a game, the right to a language in which the categories that up until now have seemed to support it would lose their power to be valid: unity, identity, the primacy of the same, and the exigency of the self-subjector categories postulated by their lack, and from the basis of their absence as the promise of their advent in time and through the work of time. Let us suppose that, supposing the end of history, we were to suppose all these categories not abolished, certainly, but realized, comprehended and included, affirmed in the coherence of a discourse from now on absolute. The book now closed again, all questions answered and all answers organized in the whole of a sufficient or founding speech. Now, writing, there would no longer be any reason or place for writing, except to endure the worklessness of this now, the mark of an interruption or a break the where discourse falters, in order, perhaps, to receive the affirmation of the eternal return. Affirmation of the eternal return. Through this affirmation, and through the difficulty it proposes, the limit experience finds itself at grips with what always steals it away from thought. Let us first recall briefly in what ways such an affirmation, one that shakes everything, was received. First thesis: the affirmation of the eternal return testifies to the shattering of a mind already ill, not because the affirmation would be mad, but because of the vertigo of thought that seizes Nietzsche when it declares itself to him. Out of a modesty of thought, better to disregard it. This is the conclusion of the first commentators, and later of many others. Even Bertram, despite his idolatry, speaks of the monomania of the eternal return, the pseudo-Dionysian mystery of the solitary one. Second thesis: be it as a paradox, the affirmation belongs to what in Nietzsche is most important, either inasmuch as nihilism recognizes itself and confirms itself in it, or, on the contrary, overcomes itself by accomplishing itself therein. Thus Lower then tends to show that Nietzsche's true thought constitutes a system: first, the death of God, then in the middle, its consequence, nihilism; finally, the eternal return, which is the consequence of nihilism and its overturning. Third thesis: the eternal return and the will to power must be thought together. In the series of lectures given in Freiburg from 1936 to 1939, Heidegger meditates on Nietzsche's fundamental position, which he delimits by two propositions: the trait of being as a whole, will to power, being, the eternal return of the same. Heidegger says further, the will to power is the ultimate fact, the eternal return is the thought of thoughts. But in arguing that Nietzsche still belongs to metaphysics, and even completes it by bringing it to its end, Heidegger also introduces the thought of the eternal return back into metaphysics. Eternity is thought as instant, and the instant is thought as the instancy of presence. Fourth thesis: I would not want to conclude anything from conversations bearing on the Sils-Moria experience, but which left no trace. It nonetheless seems that Georges Bataille did not feel drawn to such an affirmation. He gave it little emphasis, despite the courteous assent he accorded to the research of certain of his interlocutors. What was important and, to say it more precisely, beyond importance, was not the affirmation itself, which in any case Nietzsche was mistaken in presenting as a doctrine, but the vision at Surlai, a preeminently sublime vision by which a sovereignly atheist thought, and by its very atheism, opened onto the most gripping of mystical experiences. In its discursive formulation, the thesis is no more than its laborious translation and debris, as after a great fire, the charred would have thought. Nietzsche's obstinacy in imposing, and even in scientifically giving proof of, an affirmation escaping all knowledge only testifies, poorly, to what for him had been the untransmissible experience in which, in an instant of empty sovereignty, the whole of being and of thought was attained. Fifth thesis: nevertheless, how can one not ask of this affirmation whether there might not be some relation between it and the fact that it gave rise to a highly mystical experience? What relation? What possibility of relation? The question was unfolded in all its rigor, its breadth, and its authority by Pierre Klossowski. It is not only Nietzsche who is done a new justice with this questioning. Through it, there is determined a change so radical that we are incapable of mastering it, even of undergoing it. Affirmation of the eternal return. This is a thought of the highest coherence insofar as coherence itself is thought in it as that which institutes it, and such that nothing other than this coherence can ever be thought, nonetheless also such that this coherence could not but exclude the coherent thought that thinks it, thus always outside the thought that it affirms and in which it is affirmed, the experience of thought as coming from outside and in this way indicating the point of disjunction, of non-coherence, at which the affirmation of this thought, ever affirming it, already unseats it. Such is the signa from now on inscribed at night on our walls, to which Pierre Klossowski gave such a dazzling quality. Circulus Vitius Asteus. 2 is Nietzsche, with his affirmation of the eternal return, simply struggling with one of those pseudo-thoughts, analogous to those of a dream, under whose attraction, through the evidency that radiates from it, one cannot resist falling as soon as one falls into it. Further, is not the affirmation of the eternal return not only one of those pseudo-thoughts, impossible to think and impossible not to think, but also its explanation, its truth, in the sense that, as a semblance of thought, it denounces in all thought its simulacrum, which alone would make it true. At this point, the difficulty Nietzsche does not master is perhaps the very one that exalts him. To think, to affirm the eternal return, to affirm such an affirmation in making the instant at which it affirms itself the great moment wherein time turns, so is either to overturn this affirmation by recognizing in the fact that it declares itself, at the same time as it strikes forgetting, the possibility of breaking with the affirmation radically, or else it is to acknowledge the insignificance of this declaration, since, having already occurred and having to occur an infinity of times, it does not cease to occur and, henceforth, is struck with insignificance, as it strikes with nullity the one who proclaims it as sovereignly decisive. But Nietzsche does not shirk from this consequence. A consequence entailing multiple paths. The Sils-Moria revelation is not that of Nietzsche, not that of a unique individuality arriving at a unique truth, at a unique sight, at an instant of singularity and decision. It is affirmation itself, an affirmation that does no more than affirm, that affirms affirmation and, in the latter, maintains together repetition and difference, forgetting and waiting, eternity and the future. The revelation of Sils-Moria not only frees Nietzsche from his limited singularity by repeating him indefinitely, it not only frees the revelation from itself, since it reveals nothing that does not reveal itself without end, but the revelation at the same time commits Nietzsche to that singularity without which what would come would not already be a return, just as it condemns the revelation's insignificance to the ridiculous exaltation of its decisive importance. But let us question this revelation again. What is new, for Nietzsche, at Sils-Moria? Well before this hour the thesis had been mentioned both by the Greeks and, in this same century, by Goethe, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche, according to the testimony of Rode and Overbeck. But it was a thesis, a proposition of thought, not yet related to itself by the aleatory necessity of its declaration. At Sils-Moria, the affirmation wherein everything is affirmed disperses as it takes place, the very place of its affirmation. the thought that bears it, the existence that causes it to exist, the unity of the instance of its occurrence, and the still indispensable coherence of its formulation. But at the same time, which time? While it disperses in affirming itself, ceaselessly differing from itself through the repetition that disavows it, it gathers itself in this difference that can only differ and, in reproducing itself as difference, eternally return, and, in returning, differentiate itself through repetition, in this way distinguishing anew, as unique, Sils Maria, the instant, the thought, the lucidity of an individual perhaps named Nietzsche, but as such already deprived of a name, of memory, and of reason. So why the return, and why the same? If it is the same, why must it be thought as Wiederkunft, a turning that repeats itself, a repetition that produces itself through its own detour? And why, if it returns, is it the same? Is it the same because it returns, and through the force of return, or is it the same in any case, therefore without return, therefore a single time and forever the same, thus impossible to recognize as the same since the same must be several times an infinity of times the same in order to identify itself as the same? But if it is the same through its return, is it not the return alone that would give rise to the same? And thus it would necessarily happen that the same has differed through an infinity of rounds and times, only returning to the same by the law of return. Is it therefore not the case that nothing in this same comes back to the same, except the return itself, turn, detour, overturning, and is it not the case that the affirmation of return leads to affirming together but without constituting a wholly the difference and the repetition, thus the non-identity of the same? But does affirming the return mean to come around, to circulate, to make of the circle an accomplished sovereignty? Clearly not. If only because the eternity of the return and the infinite of the returner does not permit assigning to the figure a center, even less an infinity of centers, just as the infinite of the repetition cannot be totalized in order to produce the unity of a figure strictly delimited and whose construction would escape the law it figures forth. If the eternal return can affirm itself, it affirms neither the returner's circle, nor the primacy of the one, nor the whole, and not even by way of the necessity that through the eternal return everything returns, for the circle and the circle of all circles do not give it a figure any more than the whole can encompass the eternal return, or coincide with it. Even if everything returns, it is not the whole that returns, but rather, it returns, the return returns, as neutral. The end of history. We should listen carefully to what this limit concept allows to be said, a critical operation, the decision to put totality itself out of play, not by denouncing it but by affirming it, and by considering it as accomplished. The end of history, the total affirmation that cannot be negated since negation is already included in it, just as, on the basis of the discourse that contains its own silence, no silence of this discourse can be attested to, hoped for, or dreaded. Saying it differently, what exceeds the whole, what, forever, exceeding the whole, can say itself differently? We know by hypothesis that this speech or this non-speech still belongs to the whole. I certainly, by hypothesis. But, by hypothesis, it marks itself off from it. Yes, by hypothesis. We therefore have something that is of the whole, that totalizes itself therein, and, as such, marks itself off from it. Is this not what the eternal return says, neither hypothetically nor categorically? The eternal return is for Nietzsche a mad thought. It is the thought of madness, and he dreads it to the point of fright at the idea that he shall have to bear it, to the point also that, in order not to be alone in bearing up under it, he must free himself from it by seeking to express it. A dangerous thought if, in revealing it, he does not succeed in communicating it, in which case he is mad. More dangerous still if he makes it public, for it is the universe that must recognize itself in this madness. But what does this madness of the universe mean if not, first, that this madness could not be universal? On the contrary, it is removed from all general possibility, even if Nietzsche comes to write that such a thought will little by little be thought by everyone. An allegory, the thought of the eternal return, a madness of the universe that Nietzsche, in assuming it as a madness that would be proper to him, that is, in madly deciding to give an account of it, except saving the universe from. He thus takes on the role of Christ, but by going further than the Messiah in accepting what Christ could not the ignominious though still tragic and finally glorious death on the cross, but rather a senile death, watched over by the devoted and abusive saintly women, mother and sister, and even the atrocious exaltation, his resurrection, by he who in the 20th century represented horror itself. The crucified against Dionysus, Nietzsche crucifies himself on his madness in order that the jubilant dissolution, beyond sense and nonsense, the excess without goal and without rules that finds its sign in Dionysus, may remain just, a pure generosity to which is suited only a thought that sacrifices itself in it while resisting it in order to remain a thought. Everything is played out in the manner in which the thought of the eternal return is communicated. A troubled and troubling game. One could say that Nietzsche undertakes to speak in 5 ways: 1. Through Zarathustra. 2. impersonally, in having recourse to a practice of language that imitates that of knowledge. 3. Personally, in confiding to friends in the mode of a mute murmuring, Lou, Overbeck. 4. In entrusting this thought to the future by imagining a secret conjuration. 5. In proposing it, apart from all science, all metaphysics, and all historical practice, as the simulacrum of an ethical speech, beyond good and evil. Would I will it in such a way that I should will it infinitely? Why does no communication seem able to respond or to correspond to the exigency of the return? Because all communication already belongs to the exigency and, inasmuch as communication does belong to it, could only break in on it if, in producing itself, communication claims to help it realize itself. The question constantly poses itself to Nietzsche, why this revelation that isolates him from what is revealed? Why such a revelation of the revelation of detail and such that it turns away from every identity and, by way of this exception, makes either the revelation derisory or he who reveals it mad, because divine? The circle is in any case vicious, being so first inasmuch as it condemns Nietzsche to this exaltation beyond the circle signified by the name of God, circulus vitius asteus. The vice, the fault in the circle, lies in the fact that the knowledge that repeats it breaks it, and in this rupture establishes a faulty God. Whoever does not believe in the cyclical process of the whole must believe in an arbitrary God. Nietzsche is there in order to maintain together detour and return, and if he speaks of the eternal return of the same it is perhaps so as not to have to speak of the perpetual detour of difference in relation to which there is never anyone to make remembrance of it, or to make it the center of a circular affirmation. To the paralyzing sense of general disintegration and incompleteness I oppose the eternal return. A formulation that prompts this reading: maintain the law of the return if you are not capable of entering by way of it into what always turns you away from it, turning you away from yourself as it turns you away from maintaining yourself in it, that is to say, the perpetual neutrality of detour. But the law of return is without exception, it cannot be gotten beyond, everything repeats itself, everything returns. The limit of thought. To think or to affirm this law is also to speak at the limit, there where the speech that affirms speech as that which transgresses every limit, setting down every mark, that is, all writing, on the basis of a line of demarcation that must be gone beyond inasmuch as it is impossible to exceed. Saying it differently, to write in the return, is always already to affirm detour, just as it is to affirm by repetition difference without beginning or end. Through Zarathustra Nietzsche maintains a zone of silence, everything is said of all there is to say, but with all the precautions and resources of hesitation and deferral that the one writing knows, with a disquieting lucidity, unnecessary, if he wants to communicate that which cannot be communicated directly, and if he wants, further, under the accusation of unreason that he foresees, to preserve for himself the alibi of ridiculousness. If, however, between the thought of the eternal return and its affirmation, Nietzsche interposes intermediaries always ready to allow themselves to be challenged, the animals, Zarathustra himself, and the indirect character of a discourse that says what it says only by taking it back, if there is this silent density, it is not due simply to ruse, prudence, or fear, but is also because the only meaning of news such as this is the exigency to differ and to defer that bears it, and that it bears, as though it could be said only by deferring its saying. The deferral therefore does not mark the waiting for an opportune moment that would be historically right, it marks the untimeliness of every moment since the return is already detour or better, since we can only affirm the return as detour, making affirmation what turns away from affirming, and making of the detour what hollows out the affirmation and, in this hollowing out, makes it return from the extreme of itself back to the extreme of itself, not in order to coincide with it, but rather to render it again more affirmative at a mobile point of extreme non-coincidence. When Nietzsche, ill and drawn by the attraction of a formidable speech that devastates him, confides in Lou or Overbeck, this can be treated as an anecdote, and it is one, however moving it may be. A man in bed who is delirious betrays himself lugubriously without realizing that he is compromising his thought in delirium. That he does not realize it is in fact probable, and unimportant. But the relation of the delirium to the thought of the eternal return that the delirium communicates is more important, and perhaps not anecdotal. Nietzsche can only speak, in that direct-indirect manner, in the mode of a mute murmuring, by forgetting in forgetting himself, and in this memory that is a forgetting in which he disappears to the point of giving way to the sinister murmuring voice that Overbeck, out of the modesty of friendship, will refuse to remember up to and including the final catastrophe. Overbeck, quite literally, did not hear this voice, so it remained without a hearing. The delirium most assuredly does not constitute that deliberate, or non-deliberate, simulation with which later, at the moment of manifest madness, Nietzsche's reason was credited. The delirium is the form of absence in which Nietzsche's identity destroys itself for that Nietzsche who, formulating the everything returns, thus opens the circle, marks its point of singularity, point at which the non-circularity of the circle would be defined, by means of which closure and rupture coincide. God, that is to say Nietzsche, that is to say the communication that imperfectly, viciously closes the circle into a non-circle by the hiatus constituted by this communication or revelation. The fragment, do I speak like someone under the sway of revelation? In that case, have only scorn for me and do not listen. Would you be like those who still have need of gods? Does your reason not feel disgust in allowing itself to be nourished in such a gratuitous, mediocre fashion? 3. Let us understand, then, better than Overbeck, better than Lou, and better also than ourselves, readers of Nietzsche, that what we call the exigency of return was not revealed at Silsmaria and could not have been communicated in an experience that would have occurred at a particular moment or for the gain of an individual. Not only because it is not a matter of a religious truth, fallen from above and received through grace in order to be spread abroad by faith, but because this thought cannot but escape every mode of knowledge, active or passive. This is its characterizing trait. No passivity whatsoever, no activity whatsoever would be able to receive or grasp it. Then would it be forever outside revelation and outside knowledge? And of what am I speaking when I speak of it? Exactly, it is related to speech if it changes all relations of speech and writing, placing them under the decision of repetitive difference. Each time Nietzsche, to retain this name for him that is just as much our own, that is, the name of no one, has recourse to a particular formulation, lyrical, metaphysical, existential, or practical, it is not in order to privilege the one he momentarily chooses, but to challenge all the others. If he happens to express himself in a mode that appears to be scientific, is it not simply to say, I am not speaking like someone who is under the sway of revelation? And if he speaks of this to Overbeck like a lightning-struck prophet, is it not also to warn him, be attentive, remain vigilant, for what is at stake here imperils all reason and modifies the possibilities of indifference, objectivity, unity of every exercise of thought? It is true, I speak as an unreasonable man, but it is because unreason here is less the lapse of thought than the excessive lack that the exigency of another reason or of the other as reason calls for and desires. Through the return we do not only desire that which turns us away from every desired, but here there is desire without anyone desiring and by way of a detour from all desire, as from all that is desirable. If the thought of the eternal return of all things does not subjugate you, this is in no way a failing on your part, just as there would be no merit if all the same you were subjugated by it. This means, the infinite of the repetition determines innocence, and for all the more reason, therefore, the thought or the non-thought of repetitive possibility is still innocence. This means then, you are innocent, all the more so as, through this innocence, there is nothing in you that is you, you are therefore not even innocent. That is why you are hereby responsible for what is most weighty, the irresponsibility that comes to you from that which, turning you away from yourself, always, never, makes you come back. That is why, also, to the question of what sort of discourse would befit the enigma of the return the response, if there must be one, is, an ethical discourse, beyond good and evil. Will to live this instant of life in such a way that you can accept having already desired it and having always to desire it again without beginning or end, even if it be as you yourself, without identity and without reality, the extreme of insignificance. Will. Hove my ignorance of the future. Now we return to this phrase, responding to it quite differently, for the desire it proposes to us must be set in relation with the thought of the eternal return, and called up at this moment when something like the end of history is pronounced. This ignorance does not free us from knowledge, but holds it still in reserve when everything is already known. Ignorance, uncertainty. And in another, posthumous, fragment from the gay science, Hove the uncertainty of the future, applied by Nietzsche to Nietzsche, this signifies, do not be impatient to the point of anticipating by a too resolute seeking what is in store for you. Do not simplify. But there is this uncertainty, the ignorance born by the hazardous trait of the future, the chance that implies either infinite detour through the return or the re-beginning again through the absence of end. Let us gamble on the future, let us affirm the indeterminate relation with the future as though this indeterminacy, by the affirmation that confirms it, were to render the thought of the return active. For there is the future, the one within the ring that offers itself to repetition as a temporal instance, and there is the future itself of everything returns other to come now carried to the greatest power of lack, that to which, in its uncertain non-coming, we who are not in it, being henceforth deprived of ourselves, as of all present possibility, say, welcome to the future that does not come, that neither begins nor ends and whose uncertainty breaks history. But how do we think this rupture? Through forgetting. Forgetting frees the future from time itself. Forgetting is this lack that is lacking to desire, not only so as to permit desire, but in such a way that desire is lacking and forgotten in desire. Forgetting is the manner in which the chaos of nature opens, the chaos of everything, which, Nietzsche says, does not contradict the thought of the circular course. But what else does he say? Excluding the return, there is nothing identical. There is nothing identical except for the fact that everything returns. Everything returns does not belong to the temporality of time. It must be thought outside time, outside being, and as the outside itself. This is why it can be named eternal or ever. I love my ignorance of the future. This desire to be ignorant by which ignorance becomes desire is the waiting welcomed by forgetting, is the forgetting traversed by waiting. Annulus aeternities, the desire of the everything returns that alone makes desire return, without beginning or end. The affirmation of the return, an affirmation that is itself without return, excluded from every site of affirmation. Where would this affirmation that is without return be situated? There is no memento, no instance for the affirmation of all affirmation, any more than for he who would affirm it, since its presence means a lack whose lack no mark could indicate without thereby annulling itself. It therefore never affirms itself. This never is the sole fault in such a thought, it is also its verification, the sign of its absolute seriousness, and precisely what prevents it, whatever the speech that may bear it, from being taken seriously of the limit experience. But of this as well, Nietzsche warns us, so as to have done with it. Thus you prepare yourself for the time when you must speak. And then perhaps you will be ashamed to speak. The absence of the book, the neutral, the fragmentary I. The final work. If Rimbaud brings his relations with literature to a close in drafting A Season and the farewell with which it ends, this does not mean that in the month of August 1873, on a particular day and at a particular hour, he rose from his desk and retired. A decision of a moral order can, strictly speaking, be arrived at in an instant, such is its abstract force. But the end of literature once again involves all of literature, since it must find in itself its necessity and its measure. Let us suppose as it is possible, and I think probably that Rimbaud continued to write poetry after having buried his imagination and his memories. What would this continued activity, this survival mean? First, that his break was not simply a duty as he may momentarily have thought, but responded to a more obscure, more profound, and, in any case, less determined exigency. Secondly, that for one who wishes to bury his memory and his gifts, it is still literature that offers itself as ground and as forgetting. I think that by his studies, his challenges, and his exactitude, Guillain de Lacoste has done us a great service, precisely in deterring us from giving this end a simplicity pleasing to our imagination, but only befitting a moral decision. We were tempted to forget that it takes time to disappear, and that the poet who renounces being one is still faithful to the poetic exigency, if only as a traitor. An exigency that passes by way of literature and must lead back to it. In any case, despite the fact that Rimbaud wrote not only the Illuminations but also the thousands of lines one may from time to time find in Harrer, A Season indeed remains the final work, even if it was not written last and even if it needed the maturity of the other prose pieces to open out in a truer and more tried fashion upon silence. We have no decisive proof whether in London a year after the break, or later, Rimbaud still carried on as a poet. On two occasions, however, he assumed the role of a man of letters, a first time, if here we credit Guillain de Lacoste's Material Observations, by transcribing a clean copy of his poems while in the company of Germain Nouveau, then in 1875, in Stuttgart, in having Verlaine deliver some prose poems to Nouveau to have them printed. We know, then, that through 1875 he kept up certain literary concerns. Even if he is not writing, he takes an interest in what he has written, going back over the paths he has traced. He keeps them open as a possibility of communication with his friends. Already with The Season, which he took care to have published, we sense that he was not directing against his work a will that is simply aggressive and destructive. What he let become words have also to become printed words, after which he is apparently no longer concerned with the part of himself that has ceased to belong to him. The relations between the Illuminations and A Season in Hell are clearly difficult to ascertain, not for anecdotal or stupidly mythical reasons, but because these two works, let us refer to them in this way since they are ordinary volumes in our libraries, are not written by the same hand, nor at the same level of experience. The Season, on the one hand, says everything. It is in this sense that it is written quite at the end, with only one exception. From this final perspective, the poet of the Illuminations, and the undertaking he assumed in writing them, find their place and are necessarily affirmed in the past. Most of the traits he uses that to define and denounce his endeavor, I recall them in rough outline: the supernatural powers, the ambition of reaching the whole and, first of all, the whole of man, the power to live a plurality of lives, the unveiling of the mysteries, study, the approach and description of every possible landscape, the force of rhythm, the use of hallucination and poison, as well as the entire history of his mind. All this experience he describes as vain allude precisely to the plans that work in the prose fragments, allude to them as something that has already taken place, and that he takes to be over. Whence, it seems to me, the assurance with which commentators have affirmed the anteriority of the Illuminations, not necessarily out of a love for the myth, but because it seems difficult to situate after The Season the composition of a work this latter examines and casts back into the past. I think this truth must be taken into account. Even if written afterward, the prose poems belong to a time that is anterior, the time particular to art that the one who writes would have done with, no more words a prophetic being, seeking by every means a future and seeking it on the basis of the end already come. The farewell, in other words, takes as accomplished, and over, the possibilities that are those of art in general, those the illuminations have set, on will set to work. The question we find posed is roughly this one: in this instant at which poetry comes to an end and literature is finished, each of these being not simply an aesthetic activity, but representing the decision to extend man's powers to the extreme limit by liberating him first of all from the divisions of morality and returning him to a relation of mastery with the primary forces. So in this instant when he must dismiss poetry as a future that is the release and unfolding of every human possibility through poetry, what will be left to him? What issue might there be? The season is the search for a response that, as we know, is of an astonishing and enigmatic firmness. Now this last book does not say that its author will no longer write, from its first preamble, probably written last, it says the contrary with a phrase that qualifies in advance the future literary accomplishments to which he foresees committing himself, perhaps also because they are already in progress, and while awaiting the few small belated cowardices, you who love in a writer the absence of descriptive or instructive faculties, I tear out for you these few hideous pages from my notebook of a damned soul. I think these disparaging words characterize in what state of mind a man who is situated at the end of poetic time, the end, also, of the illusions of poetic magic, considers his next and last work. He sees in it a lack of rigor, he judges it anachronistic. But conversely, if the few small cowardices he still must finish in order to have done with poetry are belated, it is because the affirmation of the end is anticipatory and prematurely announces a new hour, the grueling hour that will truly mark for him history's turning, the season itself being this speech of the turning where, in a vertiginous manner, time turns. Have we thus definitively shed light on the relations between the illuminations and the farewell? No. For if it is true that the prose poems are in advance included in the final settling of accounts, be it as an oeuvre still outstanding, it is no less true that even as they respond to the idea of a condemned art, condemned as lie and as stupidity, they belong to a different region from which a new force, a sovereign affirmation, comes to you, say even and perhaps especially as it expresses the necessity of failure. We are here before a mysterious movement we cannot approach by relating it to biographical incidents, which, moreover, we do not even know. Guillain de Lacoste says that in 1874, with Germain Nouveau, Rimbaud found stability and health, a health still associated with drugs if, as Yves Bonnefoy understands it, the assassin so does indeed belong to his second stay in London. This time the experience is successful, whereas in the preceding years it was but stupor, madness, hell. One but why such a change? By whatever name we call it, it constitutes the inexplicable. In studying the poems entitled Youth, Lives, War, Genie, Sale, and in relation to Morning of Drunkenness, an apotheosis of drugs, Yves Bonnefoy wonders whether the change may not have come from the newly discovered relation between poison and music. The latter being one of the keys to the illuminations insofar as there is affirmed there a kind of symphonic fulfillment of man's nature, a rhythmic, coherent, danced unleashing of the virtualities of his essence. In these passages, says Bonnefoy, everything is organized around two essential notions, that of a new undertaking, an invention, and of a harmony that a calculation would seek to master. This is an analysis that perhaps rightly characterizes the endeavor, but in what way would it be new? In Vagabonds, a prose piece that, whatever its date of composition, evokes the time when Rimbaud lived with Verlaine, we find clear allusions to the same research. On the one hand, to the undertaking, the pitiful brother reproaches him for not seizing it fervently enough; on the other hand to music, to creating through music the phantoms of a future nocturnal luxury, such as various poems of the illuminations in the flash of an instant render visible, was creating, beyond a country haunted with bands of rare music, the ghosts of future nocturnal luxury. Rimbaud ironically qualifies this exercise as a vaguely hygienic distraction, hence Bonnefoy's conclusion that the moment of triumph celebrated by Morning of Drunkenness has not yet come. But one can just as well say that at this late moment of lucidity and sobriety from which it is judged the triumph is already past. It is toward this conclusion that other commentators incline, in particular a most recent one in whose view the kind of progressivist optimism evident in poems such as Genie, To a Reason, and Motion sends us back to a much earlier period, when social illuminism allowed a humanity in movement to glimpse for an instant a future of reason and love. An optimism that will hardly be timely at the moment of his spiritual and moral crisis of 1873. I shall refrain, however, from adopting such a conclusion. It seems to me that in listening to these poems there can be no doubt that what Genie says, what War says, what To a Reason, Departure, and even Sale say, has a fullness of affirmation, a decisive assurance, also a measure and an authority that depend upon no analogy and are consonant with no known period of Rimbaud's life. A certainty that one might express by saying simply, the illuminations belong to a time that is other, whether this time be anterior to, posterior to, or contemporaneous with the season. Or, to put this more clearly, these two works each time gather the whole of his experience from beginning to end around a different center, and this repetition, because it is accomplished in forms and at levels that are incomparable, makes of each an exclusive space, an affirmation that pushes the other back into the past. When we read the pages written from April to August 1873, we cannot doubt that we are reading what he wrote last, and we must believe him since he takes the precaution of telling us. The illuminations, in a sense, appear supernumerary, of a time already rejected, drafted here and there in the interstices of days, and much too literary, in the sense of a certain preciousness in the words, to find their place in a life from now on without literature, unless it be out of cowardice. But should we arrive at this other word and draw ourselves up to the height to which it invites us, we then reach a day so dominant, so far-reaching, and so impersonal that it is the whole of an entire existence still unknown that it seems to illuminate, as if the whole of life and experience were written from one end to the other anew, covering over, effacing, and annulling every other possible version. One book overlays another book, one life another a palimpsest where what is below and what above change according to the measure taken, each in turn constituting what is still the unique original. This obligation to read Rimbaud at times from the final perspective of the season and at other times from the ultimate perspective of the illuminations necessarily belongs to the truth that is proper to him, all the while making the ambiguous outcome of poetry perceptible to us if indeed poetry must each time include its failure. But this failure is one time the abrupt ending of the farewell, its decisive contestation excluding it from the truth it signifies, and another time the solemn and serene dismissal of genie, which one must know how to send away, eta spirit, genie, or genius being there only in the movement, the clarity, the detour of its disappearance. How could we, from without and by means of erudite discoveries, useful, of course, choose one of these two endings over and against the other? How, from within, can we even approach what the necessity of this contradiction signifies? Through analysis, certainly, we can always move a few steps ahead and thus better orient ourselves toward the center of these two works. The center, the navel, the point of secret pain that, far from allowing this figure to become circumscribed according to a relation determined from the outset, harries it with haste and without pause. What would the center be? If it is not within the commentator's scope to decide the matter by authority or knowledge, we can attempt an approach in interrogative form, asking, what in each case is the relation between the center and the present self of Rimbaud? And we sense that it is not the same self, for the one saying I at times says it, as in the season, with a personal urgency, which, even through the metamorphoses sketched out in Bad Blood, preserves a violent relation to presence, while at other times it is said impersonally, from out of a distance or an irrevocable forgetting, even when in youth or vagabonds the speaker decidedly refers to himself. In these two works where everything comes to an end, where does the affirmation of a future that obstinately holds itself in reserve come from? And is it the same future? We sense that if the word each time speaks by anticipation, a word from a present in which a future is said, what comes is not of the same coming, at times granted in a waiting that is in the end awakened, and in fact is the vigil. That vigilance of promise where, the silence won, Rimbaud destines himself victoriously to the seizable truth, while at other times it is granted in the fulfillment of everything possible to man, that immense possibility where it is no longer important that Rimbaud be present. It is as though, in other words, the future of the season offered itself as personally accessible to he who renounces impersonality and the magic sweep of poetic speech, but also as though the illuminations designated that infinite future where no particular or individual can have a place, and that even only allows itself to be said by one who has already desisted in this speech. In both cases there is renunciation, but in a season the renunciation of poetic speech seems to promise a personal future of truth, while the renunciation of the illuminations is a renunciation of a very individual salvation in favor of the already impersonal speech that holds in it the possibility of all that comes. Finally this last question, which again takes up the other two, it is manifest that in both these works rapidity is the word's essential trait, its power to attain and the chance of speaking truly. 3 So why is the movement of these two writings such that they will not submit to the same measure? For in a season precipitation is a vital necessity. The fact that the writer feels the need to respond at the same time to opposing summons, also the transport that alone permits him to confront the contrary exigencies of his life as a whole, make this the most critical text that a literature can offer us. But if in the illuminations the promptitude of the thought that displaces itself is less visible, it is not because its movement is less rapid, nor the sweep won by this movement less vast. On the contrary, the space that is occupied includes in its future the entire space of humankind, only coiled back up within the strictest limits. The poet's hand closes upon what it has seized, each fragment, then each word, compresses the distance covered in every time, in every manner, and everywhere into a unique sight, all the humanly possible, which is not only the possible of active knowledge and reflective thought but, as Yves Bonnefoy so happily puts it, also a glorious possible, draws back through the contraction of form, the formula, into the unity of a central sight, a sight of concentration that is less the center than its immobile chattering. In however scattered a fashion circumstances have restored them to us, however foreign they remain to the structures of an ordered composition, and however unstable they may be, the illuminations have as their movement the most direct and most decisive attraction toward a possible center, a lightning flash that in illuminating draws back to its originary site. The season, on the other hand, a simultaneous affirmation of all the contradictory positions held to in an ordeal undergone with the most acute contrariety, is the experience of a thought driven and expulsed from its center, a center it discovers to be the impossible and to which it draws impossibly near, precisely in the divergence that pushes it away, dispersed, toward the outside. But what do the words possible, impossible convey? It is less Rimbaud's secret than our own, I mean our task and our aim. It is, of course, easy to say that these names are the two ways of naming the known two modes of exceeding or relating to what is other. And it is again easy to suggest that turning toward, turning away from, these two movements that can be neither separated nor reconciled, already designate by their meaning the future of possibility and impossible presence. Movements that the direction of these two poetic works would help us begin to recognize. Yves Bonnefoy says more than this, however, and in ending I would like to restate his reflections, for they are of the greatest value. Rimbaud, naming fire, affirms or promises immediate participation in the flame of what is. Lived as a golden spark of this light, nature. But elsewhere, live, and to the fire leave obscure misfortune. Yves Bonnefoy comments, there is, then, the fire of being or of the search for being, but what is obscure pain? What is this affliction obscurely associable with fire, and from which whoever wishes to live must distract himself? It may be that poetry, engaging us wholly in the quest for unity, in a relation as absolute as possible with the very presence of being, does nothing other than separate us from other beings. Thus, having wanted to find reality again in its depth, in its substance, the poet loses it all the more as harmony and communion. Rimbaud expressed this fundamental contrariety in diverse ways and at different levels, in accordance with the movements that were proper to his life and his research, the contradiction within him of a force and a lack. The force is his uncontrollable energy, the power of invention, the affirmation of everything possible, and untiring hope, drunkenness, the vision in its happiness. The lack, after the stolen heart, is infinite dispossession, destitution, ennui, separation, affliction, sleep. But, once again, and from out of this essential default, poetry in Rimbaud sees itself charged with the duty of transforming lack into a resource, the impossibility of speaking that is affliction into a new future of speech, and the privation of love into the exigency of a love to be reinvented. To take up another of Yves Bonnefoy's expressions, it is as though the degradation of being to something inert and produced, objects, stratified society, stupora, moralizing religion, had to be born and assumed by the poet, brought into relation with that which is always of the future in poetic presence. But the contradiction remains, a contradiction between the personal search for salvation, in the sense of a truth to be possessed in one soul and in one body, the search proper to communication, and the impersonal experience in which the neutral hides. That is to say, the contradiction between the need for communication that must affirm itself from the basis of affliction and through the ardent patience of the man who suffers, and the need for communication that is affirmed on the basis of fire and through the knowing, impatient, ecstatic and glorious seizing of the man who conquers. But here, I believe, we must evoke Hölderlin, for whom, as for Rimbaud, the words and the word light represented happiness and obscure misfortune. What Hölderlin says of the immediate A, which is the impossible A, ought to help us enter into the obscurity of this day that is nonetheless the common day, common to everyone and to every instant, for all communication comes from fire, but fire is the incommunicable. Calling to memory this knowledge that is for us necessarily still very abstract, let us listen to the simple words, come now fire. We wish to see the day. 2. Cruel poetic reason, the rapacious need for flight. We are not yet able to attend as well as we should to the destiny of Antonin Artaud. Neither what he was, nor what happened to him in the domains of writing, of thought, and of existency, and none of this, even if we knew it better, could provide us with signs that would be sufficiently clear. There are, however, some partial truths we should establish for the moment: that he had the gift of an extreme lucidity that tormented him, that he was constantly concerned with poetry and thought, and not with his person in the manner of the Romantics, that he exposed himself to an exigency of disruption that put into question the givens of ephemeral culture, and in particular those of the contemporary world. We shall forego, in order to gain access to him, the conventional image of the lightning-struck genius. We shall not forget the space of suffering, of contraction, and of cries in which he remained, but we will never see him bring a complacent gaze to bear solely upon himself. If he examined the enigma that he represented with suspicion, it is because this enigmatic existence constantly required him to struggle with the new conditions and relations exacted by the spirit of poetry with which he was obliged to dwell without relying upon traditional social or religious forms. That he did not succumb, that he found himself among us a stranger, but with a strangeness that was pure and preserved, and with an authority his language did not betray, This alone is what astonishes us and ought to help us discern in him the force of poetic reason. This reason was never confused, but of a necessity so transient and of a firmness so rigorous that he had to fashion for it the word cruelty. It is this cruel poetic reason, following the paths of a particular kind of suffering, that first made him extremely hard on his own thought, then, at a later stage, dangerously induced him to seek in the communication of art and the sacred a new consciousness of the sacred and a new form of art. It is somewhat arbitrary to interpret his experience and his life as though they were apportioned into distinct tasks and periods. This division is nonetheless useful because, even if arbitrarily, it helps us understand the different and complex meaning of the critical events to which he was destined. The first period is represented by the correspondence with Jacques Riviere, umbilical limbo, nerve scales, and death, and nearly all the texts collected in the first volume of his complete works in French. These texts constitute the richest and most subtle meditation on the essence of thought. They constitute the most burning approach to this singular lack that is thought when it realizes itself as the center of literary creation. With a force of image and a refinement of abstraction, Artaud here tells us more and tells us more precisely about the relations between thought and poetry than do most thinkers and, in general, the most painstaking creators. 20 years after writing them, he himself will bring this judgment to bear upon umbilical limbo and nerve scales. At the moment, they seemed to me full of cracks, fissures, platitudes, and as though they were stuffed with spontaneous abortions, with abandonments and abdications of every kind, moving always off to the side of what I wanted to say that was essential and enormous, and which I said I would never say. But after a lapse of 20 years they appear stupefying to me, not a success in relation to me, but in relation to the inexpressible. The experience of poetic thought as a lack and as a suffering is overwhelming. It engages whoever undergoes it in the violence of combat. Artaud, mysteriously, was the site of this combat, a combat between thought as lack and the impossibility of bearing this lack, between thought as nothingness and the plenitude of upsurgence that hides in thought, between thought as separation and life as inseparable from thought. In 1946 Artaud says again of this combat, "And I never wrote but to say that I had never done anything, could never do anything, and that in doing something I was doing nothing. My entire work was built and could only be built on this nothingness, on this carnage, this fray of extinguished fires, of crystals and slaughter. One does nothing, one says nothing, but one suffers, one despairs and fights. Yes, I think that in reality one fights. So will one appreciate, judge, or justify this combat? No. Will it be given a name? Not either to name the battle is, perhaps, to kill the nothingness. But above all to stop life. One will never stop life. One neither literary art as he finds it, despite his admiration for surrealism, nor life as it manifests itself in the world in which he lives, even that of the churches, seem to him able to approach what is at stake in this combat. During a period of transition when he participates with more ease in the movements of his era, he is led to seek the conditions for a true art, a new language, and, more radically, a renewed culture. The importance of these preoccupations for Artaud cannot be overstated. Certainly he is not a professor, an aesthetician, or a man of serene thought. He is never on sure ground. He says what he says not through his life itself, this would be too simple, but through the shock of that which calls him outside ordinary life. Thus delivered over to an inordinate experience, he measures himself against it with a mind that is steady, difficult, and fiery, but ever seeking light in the flame. Artaud left us a major document that is nothing other than a treatise on poetics. I grant that in it he speaks of the theatre, but what is in question is the exigency of poetry, an exigency that can only be answered through a refusal of the limitations of genre and the affirmation of a more original language whose source is taken at an even more buried and remote point in thought. The themes and discoveries of his reflections, to my mind, hold true for every creative act. 1. That poetry is a poetry in space in so far as it is language that aims at encompassing and using expanse, that is, space, and by using it, making it speak. Thus it is not simply a matter of the real space that the stage presents to us, but of a space that is other, closer to signs and more expressive, more abstract and more concrete, the very space prior to all language that poetry attracts, makes appear and releases through words that dissimulate it, the intellectual space, the play of the physical and the silence, moulded by thoughts, which exists between the members of a written sentence are traced, in the theatre, in the scenic air between the members, the air, and the perspectives of a certain number of cries, colours, and movements. 2. That poetry springs from the need, or speech rather than from speech already formed. 3. That the highest possible idea of theatre is one that reconciles itself philosophically with becoming. 4. That art does not tell of reality, but of its shadow, or that it is the darkening and deepening through which something other announces itself to us without revealing itself. For theatre, as for culture, the problem remains one of naming and directing the shadows. 5. That true theatre, true art, incites to a sort of virtual revolt that can only be of value if it remains virtue at, the experience of art as the accomplishment of that which cannot be accomplished, the realization of what is nonetheless always other than the real. The idea of poetry understood as space, a space not of words but of the relations of words that are always preceding them and nonetheless given by theme is their moving suspension. The appearance of their disappearance, the idea of this space as a pure becoming, the idea of image and of shadow, of the double and of an absence more real than presence apostrophe, that is, the experience of being that is image before it is object, and the experience of a not that is gripped by the violent difference that is prior to all representation and all knowledge, the idea, finally, of art as revolter but the most grave revolt, although apparently not real. These are some of the themes we owe to Artaud, themes he developed with a clear rigor that is the rigor of poetic consciousness. This rigor is proper to Artaud. It is the violence that never allowed him to think without danger. He immediately recognized that if, on the level of artistic realization, it signifies implacable purity, a culmination at whatever price, and if, on another level, it requires the pursuit of intense movement, a passionate, convulsive life and also a moral rigor, a determined and resolute consciousness on a level that he calls cosmic or metaphysical, this rigor is marked by the unbridling of pure forces, the shock of what is without limit and without form. The initial viscous of that which, while it remains inviolable and safe, never leaves us untouched, a dismembering violence that from out of the open depths makes an ignoble body, at once closed and fissured, and from out of the fragmentary and absolute morcellation by bursts, tearings, organic and anorgic explosions, the prior dissociation or decomposition that is released in the fury of the flesh heaper of writing. Whence this sentence devoid of morality, all writing is a spilling of guts at about the same time as he is writing the texts destined to find a place in the theatre and its stubble. Artaud writes Heliogabal, where the research he will not cease to sustain up to the end of his life begins to find expression. It is that of the sacred spirit. The sacred, not the sky separated from the earth, but the violent communication that does not disjoin force and God, that does not nail the sky in the sky and the earth to the earth, that remains in contact with the whole and with the crushing multiplicity of things, their shattering contradictions, their aspect of flaming discord and their unity. In all the texts that are to follow, as in his whole bearing, we will recognize the same endeavor and course, the decision to take over from non-Christian civilizations the essential form of the sacred, the advent of the divine through the god liaisons of the earth, who play in the four ringing corners of the atmosphere and at the four magnetized knots of the sky, the spasmodic manifestation of being. Much more than by his blasphemy and invectives, this understanding of the sacred, a stormy identification with the whole, marks the irreducible divergence from Christian religion and idealism. I think this trait must be remembered if we wish to understand why his conversion in 1937 was the most dramatic of alienations. He is a Christian, if this is the meaning of his conversion, but he is unable to think in Christian terms. The speech and the poetry in him unendingly affirm what renders his faith absurd and his life impossible. Evoking Nietzsche here cannot fully clarify matters. Nonetheless, we see Nietzsche collapse at the point where Dionysus, the pagan revelation of the divine, collides in him against the affirmation of the crucified. Hölderlin, also, says the unique that is the Christian God, and says the sacred that is the convulsion that engulfs the unique. There are many differences between these three destinies. But even if we ought not let ourselves become fascinated by what is common to them, we glimpse in the event by which they are struck the violent collision of two irreconcilable forms of the sacred, a contradiction that is its very essence, and the impossible division between the gods of the return and the god of the decline. For an existence belonging historically to a monotheistic civilization, what does such an appeal to the gods signify? Nothing that can be reconciled with the historic sojourn they have in common. And why the gods? Why are they gods? The response is perhaps suggested by Hölderlin: the gods are gods in order to be not only unique, but alone in their plurality. We are not ready to place in their true light the last 10 years of Artaud's life. What is staggering is that, delivered over to the spirit that is flame, Artaud never frees himself from the faithfulness to light that is spirit. Nor does he betray the one for the other. He was, nonetheless, perhaps the closest witness to the spirit of flame ever to appear since Boch, and here again, by way of, or even beyond, the enigmatic way it is recalled by Hölderlin, Rimbaud, and Heraclitus, wicked fire that tries is perfect projection and symbol of the irritated will rebelling unique image of rebellion. Fire separates, and separates from itself, it disjoins and burns itself. What it burns is itself punishing itself. When he speaks of life, it is of fire that he speaks. When he names the void, it is the burning of the void, the ardor of raw space, the incandescence of the desert that he names. Evil is what burns, forces, excoriates. If in the intimacy of his thought and the violence of his speech he always felt the attack of something wicked, he recognized in this evil not sin, but cruelty, and the very essence of the spirit that the true heart of the suffering poet is destined to shelter. It is indeed true that Artaud's suffering is of the mind and by the mind. It is true that his thought was pain, and his pain the infinite of thought. But this violence he suffers with a strange innocent torment. like the revolt affirmed by his speech, far from representing a particular and personal impulse, indicates the insurrection that comes from the depths of being, as though being were not simply being, but already in its depths the spasm of being and the rapacious need for flight that constantly swept the life and the poetry of Antonin Artaud. René Char and the thought of the neutral. I shall start by noting what might seem to be no more than a detail. Certain important words in René Char's language are grammatically neuter, or border on a neutral. The foreseeable, but not yet formulated, the absolute inextinguishable, the impossible living, pleasures moaning, chilling, trancer, bordering, the great unformulated distant, the unhoped for living, the ascent to intelligible, the half-open, the impersonal infinite, the obscure leaving. These reminders are meant not to prove anything, but simply to orient our attention. A technical analysis, moreover, would show the different and nearly each time different functions of these various expressions. But this is not what is important. The neuter is not merely a question of vocabulary. As, for example, when René Char writes the passing, and even when he does not, we often sense it inhabiting what he writes, furrowed passing, an intransitive passing. Were we content to translate this by the man passing or he who passes, I think we would alter the neuter designation this word would bring to language, as when René Char names the star of the destined or the rumors of the hostile. But what is the neuter, the neutral? Let me also cite, from the argument of poem Pulverize, a question each of us may recall: how can we live without the unknown before us? The word unknown, whether or not expressed, is also constantly present in the language of these poems. True, it is rarely alone, equilibrating unknown, the unknown that hollows out yet unknown all the same. Let us now ask, why this exigency of a relation with the unknown? An answer will link the two questions. From a verbal point of view, the unknown is neuter. The discretion of the French language, which does not possess a neuter gender, is awkward but finally not without its virtue, for what belongs to the neuter is not a third gender opposed to the other two and constituting for reason a determined class of existence or beings. The neuter is that which cannot be assigned to any genre whatsoever, the non-general, the non-generic, as well as the non-particular. It refuses to belong to the category of subject as much as it does to that of object. And this does not simply mean that it is still undetermined and as though hesitating between the two, but rather that the neuter supposes another relation depending neither on objective conditions nor on subjective dispositions. Let us pursue this a bit further. The unknown is always thought in the neuter. Thought of the neuter or the neutral is a threat and a scandal for thought. We recall, however, assisted by Clemence Ramnou's book, that a primary trait of one of the first languages of Western thought, that of Heraclitus, is to speak in the neuter singular, the one thing wise, the not to be expected, the not to be found, the not to be approached. The common what we must immediately remember is that Heraclitus's words, the wise thing, the common thing, or this the wise youth, the one, this the common, are not concepts in the sense of either Aristotelian or Hegelian logic, nor are they ideas in the Platonic sense or, to be precise, in any sense at all. Through this neuter nomination, which French translations cannot directly render, something is given to us to say for which our modes of abstracting and generalizing are incapable of advancing any sign. So we find ourselves again before the question of knowing what is being proposed to us when the unknown takes this neuter turn, that is, when we sense that an experience of the neutral is implied in every relation with the unknown. But let me open yet another parenthesis. By simplification that is clearly abusive, one can recognize in the entire history of philosophy an effort either to acclimatize or to domesticate the neuter by substituting for it the law of the impersonal and the reign of the universal, or an effort to challenge it by affirming the ethical primacy of the self-subject, the mystical aspiration to the singular unique. The neutral is thus constantly expelled from our languages and our truths. This is a repression that Freud in his turn brought to light in an exemplary manner by interpreting the neuter in terms of drive and instinct, and then finally in a perspective that is perhaps still anthropological, one before Jung came along to recuperate it under the name of archetype, retrieving it on behalf of a respectable spirituality. Heideggerian philosophy can be understood as a response to this examination of the neuter and as an attempt to approach it in a non-conceptual manner, but this must also be understood as a new retreat before that which thought seems only able to entertain by sublimating it. It is the same thing when Sartre condemns what he calls the practico-inert, speaking of it as theologians speak of evil and seeing therein, rightly, as it happens, not a moment of the dialectic, but a moment of experience capable of undoing all dialectics, for it is again the neuter that thought approaches, this time by belittling it, that is, precisely in refusing to think it as neutral. How can we live without the unknown before us? In the evidency of this question affirmation there is something that summons us, a difficulty that, holding us in its sight, nonetheless steals away in a nearly reassuring form. It has to be sought. The unknown is neutral, a neuter. The unknown is neither object nor subject. This means that to think the unknown is in no way to propose it as the not yet known, the object of a knowledge still to come, any more than it would be to go beyond it as the absolutely unknowable, a subject of pure transcendence, refusing itself to all manner of knowledge and expression. On the contrary, let us, perhaps arbitrarily, propose that in research where poetry and thought affirm themselves in the space that is proper to them, separate, inseparable three are the unknown is at stake, on condition, however, that it be explicitly stated that this research relates to the unknown as unknown. A phrase all the same disconcerting, since it proposes to relate the unknown inasmuch as it is unknown. In other words, we are supposing a relation in which the unknown would be affirmed, made manifest, even exhibited, disclosed and under what aspect? Precisely in that which keeps it unknown. In this relation, then, the unknown would be disclosed in that which leaves it under cover. Is this a contradiction? In effect. In order to bear the weight of this contradiction, let us try to formulate it differently. Research poetry, thought relates to the unknown as unknown. This relation discloses the unknown, but by an uncovering that leaves it under cover. Through this relation there is a presence of the unknown. In this presence the unknown is rendered present, but always as unknown. This relation must leave intact untouched what it conveys and not unveil what it discloses. This relation will not consist in an unveiling. The unknown will not be revealed, but indicated. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, we should make it clear that if this relation with the unknown sets itself apart from objective knowledge, it does so no less from a knowledge that would arise out of intuition or a mystical fusion. The unknown as neutral supposes a relation that is foreign to every exigency of identity, of unity, even of presence. Let us return to our reflections, and let us even hasten them. We have spoken of relating to the unknown without unveiling it through a relation of non-presence that would not be an uncovering. In very precise terms, this means that the unknown in the neutral, does not belong to light, but rather to a region foreign to the disclosure that is accomplished in and through light. The unknown does not fall before a gaze, yet it is not hidden from it, neither visible nor invisible, or, more precisely, turning itself away from every visible and every invisible. These propositions risk having no meaning unless they achieve their end, which is to put into question the postulate under whose sway all Western thought stands. Let me again recall this postulate: knowledge of the visible and visible is knowledge itself. Light and the absence of light are to furnish all the metaphors for the means by which thought goes out toward that which it proposes to think. We can set our sights, still an image borrowed from optical experience, only on what comes to us in the presence of an illumination. Finally, inasmuch as all sight encompasses a view of the whole, inasmuch as the experience of sight is an experience of panoramic continuity, we must always submit not only comprehension and knowledge but also every form of relation to a perspective of the whole. But if the unknown as unknown is neither visible nor invisible, what relation with the unknown are one we have supposed to be in play in poetry itself? A relation non-mystical and non-intuitive might still indicate itself. Yes, what relation? The least exceptional, the relation that poetry has the task of carrying, poetry, which is to say, also, the most simple speech, if speaking is in fact the relation through which the unknown designates itself in a relation other than the one accomplished in illumination. Then it would be in speech in the interval that is speech that the unknown, without ceasing to be unknown, would indicate itself to us such as it is, separate, foreign. Yes, speech, but nonetheless only insofar as it responds to the space that is proper to it. How can we live without the unknown before us? The unknown excludes all perspective, it does not remain within the circle of sight, it cannot belong to a whole. In this sense, it also excludes the dimension of a going out ahead / the unknown of the future with which we can have a prospective relation is not the unknown that speaks to us as unknown. On the contrary, it cannot but hold in check and ruin every hope of a future. Then ought we say that to offer oneself to the experience of the unknown is to put oneself radically to the test of the negative or of a radical absence? And no, we cannot say this. With the thought of the neutral the unknown escapes every negation as it does every position. Neither adding to nor withdrawing anything from what affirms it, it is neither negative nor positive. The unknown does not find its determination in the fact that it either is or is not, but only in the fact that relation with the unknown is a relation that is not opened by light or closed by light's absence. A neutral relation. Which means that to think or to speak in the neutral, is to think or to speak apart from every visible and every invisible, that is, in terms that do not answer to possibility. How can we live without the unknown before us? The pressing form of this questioning, then, comes from the following: 1. To live is necessarily to live ahead of oneself. 2. To live authentically, poetically, is to have a relation with the unknown as such, and thus to put at the center of one's life this the unknown that does not allow one to live ahead of oneself and, moreover, withdraws every center from life. Assuredly, the unknown of which René Char speaks is not the simple unknown of the future. The latter is always already given to us and is but a not yet known. Every individual life has this future, even in a world become entirely commonplace. The unknown to which poetry alerts us is much more unforeseeable than the future can be, even the future unforetold for, Like death, it escapes every hold. Except the hold that is speech. Except speech, but insofar as speech is not a hold, affords no purchase. Here is the essential. To speak the unknown, to receive it through speech while leaving it unknown, is precisely not to take hold of it, not to comprehend it, it is rather to refuse to identify it even by sight. That objective hold that sees is, albeit at a distance. To live with the unknown before one, which also means, to live before the unknown, and before oneself as unknown, is to enter into the responsibility of a speech that speaks without exercising any form of power, even the power that accrues to us when we look, since, in looking, we keep whatever and whomever stands before us within our horizon and within our circle of sight, thus within the dimension of the visible and visible. Here let us recall René Char's now long-standing affirmation, which will bring forth everything we have just tried to say: a being of which one is ignorant is a being that is infinitely capable, in intervening, of changing our anguish and our burden into arterial dawn. The unknown as unknown is this infinite, and the speech that speaks it is a speech of the infinite. It is in this sense, then, that we are permitted to say, to speak is to bind oneself, without ties, to the unknown. I speaking, writing. I will close these initial reflections here. They do not pretend to offer a commentary on René Char. They rather point to a path previously neglected so as to attempt approach to one part of his work. A part that is perhaps growing. What was written at the margin is no longer simply marginal. Hence here, at least so it seems to me, the lack of recognition and the kind of violence with which, at this hour of nightfall, certain critics seek to guard against this work in seeking to immobilize it, assign it limits, and reduce it to their tranquil measure. I am going to speak, and I know what saying is, but what is the hostile echo that interrupts me? Parentheses, the neuter, the neutral. What are we to understand by this word? Perhaps there is nothing in it to be understood. So we should first exclude the forms by which, traditionally, we are most tempted to approach it: the objectivity of some knowledge, the homogeneity of a milieu, the interchangeability of elements, or fundamental indifference, where the absence of ground and the absence of difference go hand in hand. In that case, where would such a word apply? Let us continue to exclude and erase. Neutral this comes to language through language. However, the neuter, or neutral, is not simply a grammatical gender or as a gender and a category, it orients us toward something else. The aliquid that bears its mark. To give a first example, let us say that the one who does not enter into what he says is neutral, just as speech can be held to be neutral when it pronounces without taking into account either itself or the one who pronounces it, as though, in speaking, it did not speak but allowed that which cannot be said to speak in what there is to say. A neutral, then, remarkably, would send us back to the transparency whose ambiguous and non-innocent status would be marked in this manner. There would be an opacity of transparency, or something even more opaque than opacity, since that which reduces this opacity does not reduce the depth of transparence, which, as an absence, carries it and makes it be. Precisely, its being, the being of transparence. This is just what I would not say, saying rather, the neutral of what we call being, which already places being in parentheses and in some sense precedes it, having always already neutralized it less by annihilating operation than by an operation that is inoperative. Let us then also say that if transparency has the neutral as its trait, the neutral does not belong to it, it is not a neutral of transparency. Let us remember that what is neutral is given in a position of quasi-absence, as an effect of non-effectu analogous, perhaps, to the supposed position that each radical of a word, or a series of words, holds in a same family of tongues or across differing inflections, a fictive radical, in a sense, the meaning that comes to be glimpsed without ever either presenting itself or disappearing, thus impassive and as though imprescriptible, nonetheless deprived of and free of any proper meaning, since it only conveys meaning through the modalities that alone give it value, reality, a sense. Thus the meaning of meaning would be neuter, neutral? Let us for the moment assume this, neutral if, already, both affirmation and negation leave it intact in its position of meaning. Or better, let us say that meaning is not posed, neither positive nor negative, yet affirming itself as though outside every affirmation and every negation. This would be the force and the inanity of the ontological argument: God, whether he is or he is not, remains God, God, sovereignty of the neutral, in relation to being always in excess, empty of meaning, and through this emptiness absolutely separate from all meaning and non-meaning, again neutral, if meaning operates or acts through a movement of retreat that is in some sense without end, through an exigency to become suspended and by an ironic outbidding of the sic Spock. It is not simply the natural position or even that of existence that is to be suspended so that meaning, in its pure disaffected light, might appear. Meaning itself can only bear meaning by placing itself in brackets, in parentheses or quotation marks, and this through an infinite reduction, thus finally remaining outside meaning like a phantom that dissipates by day and that nonetheless is never lacking, since to be lacking is its sign. A meaning would therefore only exist by way of the neutral. But insofar as the neutral would remain foreign to meaning, by which I mean, first, neutral as far as meaning is concerned, not indifferent, but haunting the possibility of meaning and nonsense by the invisible margin of a difference. From which one might conclude that phenomenology had already moved obliquely toward the natural. As has all that we call literature, if one of its characteristics is to pursue indefinitely the epoch, the rigorous task of suspending, and suspending even itself, without it being possible, however, to ascribe this movement to negativity. A neutral would be the literary act that belongs neither to affirmation nor to negation, and, at a first stage, frees meaning as a phantom, a haunting, a simulacrum of meaning, as though literature were spectral by nature, not because it would be haunted by itself, but because it bears the preliminary of all meaning, which is its obsession. Or, more simply, because it would itself be reduced to engaging in nothing other than simulating a reduction of the reduction, whether or not this be phenomenological, and thus, far from annulling this reduction, even should it appear to do so, it would rather, following the interminable, increase it by all that disperses it and hollows it out. The neutral would thus be related to that which in the language of writing gives value to certain words, not by bringing them forward but by placing them in quotation marks or parentheses, through the singularity of an effacement that is all the more efficacious for the fact that it does not signal itself a subtraction subtracted and dissimulated without, however, resulting in duplication. The italics the surrealists used as a sign of authority and decision would, with relation to the neutral, be outstandingly misplaced, although placing in parentheses, between dashes, or under the two visible St. Andrew's cross has perhaps no other effect and is only more hypocritical. Let us therefore say that it is not through the operation of placing between parentheses that the neutral would come about, but rather that this operation nonetheless corresponds to one of the neutral's sleights of hand, its irony. Neutral, a word apparently closed but fissured, a qualifier without quality, raised, according to one of the customs of our time, to the rank of a substantive with neither substance nor subsistence, a term in which the interminable, without situating itself, would gather, bearing a problem without response. The neutral has the closure of an aliquid to which no question corresponds. For can the neutral be interrogated? Can one write, the neutral? What is the neutral? What can be said of the neutral? Certainly one can. But the neutral is not broached by this questioning that leaves it and does not leave it intact, that traverses it through and through, or, more probably, lets itself be neutralized, pacified, or pacified by it. The neutral's passivity, the passive that is beyond, and always beyond, any passive voice, the passion proper to it enveloping its proper action, an action of inaction, an effect of non-effect. When an act qualifiable as passive seems to lack direct relation to a subject who would accomplish it, we believe we can already speak of the neutral, the neter, it, car, speaks, it, a, desires, one, on, dies. Certainly, the drive of the enigma that Freud, in naming the unconscious, does not cease to designate but cannot fasten down and by using as a kind of reference point capable of delimiting it, a word that is in some sense mute and whose strangeness the French car, at once crude and refined, marks even better, as though there arose from the vulgar street the murmur of an unmasterable affirmation in the manner of a cry from the lowest depths, so is first understood by way of the neuter, and in any case makes it so that one limits oneself to understanding the neutral as the pressure of this very enigma. But one of the traits of the neutral, which slips away as much from affirmation as from negation, and perhaps through this turn maintains the car in the problematic position that keeps it from being either subject or object, is to harbor, yet without presenting it, the thrust of a question or questioning, not in the form of a response, but as a withdrawal with regard to whatever in this response would come to respond. The neutral questions, but it does so not in the usual manner by interrogating, while seeming to hold none of the attention that is directed toward it, and while letting itself be traversed by every interrogative force while neutralizing it, it pushes always further the limits within which this force might still exercise itself, when the very sign of questioning fades and no longer leaves affirmation either the right or the power to respond. The neutral, that which carries difference even to the point of indifference. More precisely, that which does not lead indifference to its definitive equalization. The neutral is always separated from the neutral by the neutral, and, far from allowing itself to be explained by the identical, it remains an unidentifiable surplus. The neutral, surface and depth, casting its lot with depth when the surface seems to rule, and with the surface when depth seeks to dominate, that is, become a dominating will, thus rendering it superficial all the while pushing it under. The neutral is always elsewhere than where one would situate it, not simply always on the hither side and always beyond the neutral, not simply devoid of a proper meaning and even of any form of positivity and negativity, but also preventing either presence or absence from proposing it with certainty to any experience whatsoever, even that of thought. And yet every encounter where the other suddenly looms up and obliges thought to leave itself, just as it obliges the self to come up against the lapse that constitutes it and from which it protects itself, is already marked, already fringed by the neutral. R.V. The fragment word. that Ren-HR, with a more vigilant relation than any other writer to the night leisurely recircled of the neutral, should be the one who, liberating discourse from discourse, but always according to a measure, calls upon it to respond in fragmentary speech to the tragic, tumultuous nature of human beings, in interval and as though suspended. This, although already mysteriously, is what teaches us to hold together, like a doubled vocable, the fragmentary the neutral even if this doubling is a redoubling of enigma. Fragment word / parole defragment, a term that is hard to approach. Fragment, an noun, but possessing the force of a verb that is nonetheless absent. Brage, a breaking without debris, interruption as speech when a pause of intermittence does not arrest becoming but, on the contrary, provokes it in the rupture that belongs to it. Whoever says fragment ought not say simply the fragmenting of an already existent reality or the moment of a whole still to come. This is hard to envisage due to the necessity of comprehension according to which the only knowledge is knowledge of the whole, just as sight is always a view of the whole. For such comprehension, the fragment supposes an implied designation of something that has previously been or will subsequently be. Wholly the severed finger refers back to the hand, just as the first atom prefigures and contains in itself the universe. Our thought is therefore caught between two limits, the imagining of the integrity of substance and the imagining of a dialectical becoming. But in the fragment's violence, and, in particular, the violence to which Ren-HR grants access, quite a different relation is given to us, at least as a promise and as a task. What is reality without the dislocating energy of poetry? We must try to recognize in this shattering one or dislocation to a value that is not one of negation. It would be neither privative nor simply positive, as though the alternative and the obligation to begin by affirming being if one wished to deny it had here been finally, mysteriously broken. Poem pulverize is not a diminutive title. Pulverized poem, to write and to read this poem is to accept bending our listening to language toward the experience of a certain breaking up, an experience of separation and discontinuity. Think of depaysement. Being out of one's element does not mean simply a loss of country but also a more authentic manner of residing, a habitless inhabiting. Exile is an affirmation of a new relation with the outside. The fragmented poem, therefore, is not a poem that remains unaccomplished, but it opens another manner of accomplishment, the one at stake in writing, in questioning, or in an affirmation irreducible to unity. Fragmentary speech is never unique, even should it want to be. It is not written in view of unity, or by reason of unity. Taken in itself, it is true, it appears with its sharp edges and broken character like a block to which nothing seems able to attach. A piece of meteor detached from an unknown sky and impossible to connect with anything that can be known. Thus it is said that Ren-HR employs the aphoristic form. A strange misunderstanding. The aphorism is closed and bounded, the horizontal of every horizon. By contrast, what is important and exalting in the sequence of nearly separate phrases that so many of his poems, text without either pretext or context, proposes that while they are interrupted by a blank, isolated and dissociated to the point that one cannot pass from one to the next or only by a leap and in becoming conscious of a difficult interval, they nonetheless convey in their plurality the sense of an arrangement they entrust to a future of speech. A new kind of arrangement not entailing harmony, concordance, or reconciliation, but that accepts disjunction or divergence as the infinite center from out of which, through speech, relation is to be created, an arrangement that does not compose but juxtaposes, that is to say, leaves each of the terms that come into relation outside one another, respecting and preserving this exteriority and this distance as the principally always already undercut of all signification. Juxtaposition and interruption here assume an extraordinary force of justice. Here all freedom finds its order on the basis of the uneasy, ease it accords us. An arrangement at the level of disarray. An immobile becoming. It should be understood that the poet in no way plays with disorder, for incoherence knows only too well how to compose and arrange things, albeit in reverse. Here there is a firm alliance between rigor and the neutral. Ren-HR's phrases, rather than being coordinated, are posed one next to the other, islands of meaning with a powerful stability, like that of the great stones of the Egyptian temples that stand without any connection between them, of an extreme density and yet capable of an infinite drift, offering an evanescent possibility, destining the weightiest to the lightest, the most abrupt to the most tender, the most abstract to the most living, the youth of a morning face. We could analyze this, a verbal privilege given to substantives, a condensation of images so rapid, a ravishment and uprooting, that the most contrasted signs more than contrasted, without relation are in the least space made contiguous. And finally, in the syntax of phrases, a tendency to a paractic order, when words having no articles defining them, verbs without a determinable subject, alone dwell, and phrases without verbs speak to us without any pre-established relations that organize or connect them. Each of Ren-HR's collections of poems, and each advancing on the basis of the others, sets out an always different manner of welcoming the unknown without detaining it. we each time discover a fresh relation between the poem and thought, and the error we would make in interpreting this language as though it still belonged to discourse, whether dialectical or not. The rigorous incongruity this language proposes are at times so difficult that we experience it as speech carried away or in suffering air cannot be made to enter the forms of the old categories, the tension and resolution of opposed terms. It calls upon us to surpass the false delight of scintillating ambiguity, then the torment of contrariety that opposes one term to another, but not in order to arrive at a totality where the for and the against are reconciled or merge, rather he makes us responsible for irreducible difference. Because for NHR, as for Heraclitus, for whom, as from one solitude to another, he always felt a fraternal bond, what speaks essentially in things and in words is difference, secret because always differing speaking and because always differing from that which signifies it, but also such that everything makes a sign and becomes sign because of it, sayable but not silent, at work in the detour of writing. Speech as archipelago, cut up into the diversity of its islands and thus causing a surging of the great open sea, this ancient immensity. The unknown always still to come, designated for us only by the emergence of the earth's infinitely divided depths. The eternal wish once again finds its force, but who can recreate around us that immensity, that density that was really created for us and, once, though not divinely, bathed us on all sides? Not divinely. We hear now as echo, the gods are back, comrades. They have just penetrated this life, but the word that revokes beneath the word that unfolds has also reappeared so that, together, they might make us suffer. Is this a response? Then these words, suppressing distance kills. The gods only die in our midst. Is this the response? Let us nevertheless listen again. Let us learn to read by reading words that offer a resource to forgetting. There where writing, a writing without discourse, a tracing without trace, takes up again the always aliterary truth into the neutrality of its own enigma, the West lost behind you, presumed to be swallowed up, touched by nothing and outside memory, tears itself from its elliptical bed, climbs without losing its breath, at last rises and catches up. The point melts. The springs pour out. Upstream bursts forth. And below the delta turns green. The frontier song reaches the vantage point downstream. Easily content is the alder's pollen. Thus, through fragmentary writing, the return of the Hesperic accord is announced. It is a time of decline, but a decline of ascendancy, pure detour in its strangeness, that which, permitting to go from one deception to another, as Renachar states elsewhere, leads from one courage to another. The gods, returning, having never come. Parentheses. The neutral does not seduce, does not attract, this is the vertigo of its attraction from which there is no safeguard. And to write is to bring this unalluring attraction into play, to expose language to it and to disengage language from it through a violence that will once again deliver language over to it to the point of the fragment word, the suffering of an empty morcellation. But isn't the neutral what is closest to the other? But also the most remote the other is in the neuter, even when it speaks to us as autrui, then speaking by way of the strangeness that makes it impossible to situate and always exterior to whatever would identify it. Will we not have to grant that the iterant comes with a neutral, not like the positive with the negative, or the right side with the wrong, but rather as dissimulated in it, finding in the neutral the non-appearance of its own separation and the lieu that conceals the infinity of the relation through which it is in play? But would this not mean that the other, always under threat of the neutral, and even marked by it, would also be in a still unmustard relation of vicissitude, and thus what demarcates itself from the neutral absolutely? Let us first of all say that the other and the neutral relate by, and relate to, the very thing that ought to prohibit them from ever being thought together were it possible, but it cannot be entirely, to affirm that the other and the neutral, but necessarily each in a different manner, do not fall under the jurisdiction the one any more than they allow themselves to be implicated in the nonetheless inevitable belonging to being each in a different manner, one through excess, the other through lack or default. Perhaps, but all the while recalling that the difference between excess and lack are this difference that would like to become an opposition will come to nearly nothing if it cannot be fixed, in the one case the default or the lack being excessive, just as the excess is founded upon the immensity of a lack. We can no longer, nor as easily, be content with this challenge to the one, all the more so because such a challenge cannot but fall short if it is accomplished in a mode that would simply be negative, and because it cannot perhaps play itself out solely through a passing to the limit. In any case, it will fall short, we can be sure of this. But wouldn't death play this role? Coming as other, having the false appearance of the neutral, not allowing itself to be seized as unified, attaining only inasmuch as it remains inaccessible, and thereby rendering inaccessible what it reaches, nevertheless touching only what it has always already touched, having no actuality and only allowing itself to be encountered by the self that it haunts when the self, stand-in for the other, is no more than the already broken fictive partner that the other offers itself and receives as a gift. Inscribe your death, then, in a region where it would not be marked as a lack, a region that would be so separate from the other regions of discourse that they would be unable to recapture this separation, even in order to designate it as such, and, in designating it, relinquish or resign it. For discourse in general, that is to say, in the region where death is inscribed as a zero of meaning, a subtraction subtracted, the lack that is marked by death would not fail to touch her, all the while leaving intact the concept of truth, as well as the concepts of subject and unity, which are deposed by it from their primary position. In this way, and at this very moment, discourse nonetheless maintains for itself the illusion of the true and the illusion of the subject, illusions with which it plays so that the ungraspable true and the subject always supposed alienated can still ensure discourse of its perpetual falling short. I seek the distance without concept in order that death without truth may be inscribed there, which tends to say that dying, rather than signifying failure, might delimit a region in which the effect of truth would not even be marked as a lack. Admitting a notion of science, then, as an exact writing that lacks nothing, we would suppose it capable, and solely capable, of specifying at what site writing and dying would be superimposed, or articulated together. But science, la science, how could it, of itself, admit this simple unity that ideally totalizes it and gives it once again over to ideology? In discourse, through discourse, and at a distance from discourse, the line of demarcation invisibly traces itself, a line that, withdrawing from discourse any power to totalize, assigns it to multiple regions, a plurality that does not tend to unity, be it in vain, nor that is constructed with relation to unity as lying to its hither side or binder, but that has always already set it aside. The scientificity of science does not consist in its reflection on a unity of essence but, on the contrary, in a possibility of writing that, each time distinct, frees the word science from every prior unity of essence and of meaning. Nonetheless literature, through which there is no speech that is not already destined to writing, sets itself apart from science by means of its own ideology, which it can only have the illusion of deposing by reinforcing it, but also, and above all here is literature's always decisive importance here, by denouncing as ideological the faith that science, through an implacable allegiance and for its salvation, pledges to identity and to the permanence of signs. A lure, irreprocable decoy. Thus we have here perhaps a better indicated the neutral's provocation. The neutral, a word too many that withdraws either by reserving a place for itself from which it is always missing, all the while marking itself there, or by provoking a displacement that is without place, or else by distributing itself in a multiple manner in a supplement of place. The word too many, it would come from the other without ever having been heard by a self I nonetheless the soul, or it a possible since it is meant for him, less to disperse or break him than to respond to the breaking or dispersal that the eye conceals, making of itself a self by this movement of hiding that seems the beating of an empty heart. Where there is, or would be, a word too many, there is the offense and the revelation of death. Will you, as a self, accept taking this self as problematic, as fictive, and nonetheless therefore more necessary than if you were able to close up around yourself like a circle sure of its center? Then, perhaps, in writing, you will accept as the secret of writing this premature yet already belated conclusion that is in accord with forgetting, that others write in my place, this place without occupant that is my sole identity, this is what makes death for an instant joyful, aleatory. V. Forgetful memory. Poetry is memory, this is the classical assertion. Memory is the muse. The singer sings from memory, and grants the power to remember. The song itself is memoir, the space where the justice of memory holds sway, moira, that portion of obscurity according to which right and regard are laid out. The most ancient of the ancients already protested against the exorbitant power of the singers who, establishing themselves as masters of the memorable, had the power of death over the dead and could reward with a false renown those who ought to have disappeared without recall. Thus was Homer often blamed for the glory bestowed upon Ulysses, a man of ruse, not of deed. Nonetheless, this protest, aimed at the caste of singers and serving the sacred shrines and their rivalries, thus the gods, is not a protest against the arbitrary flights of fancy of the poets, guilty of exalting or debasing the great silent events at their pleasure. In the first place, no one dreams that works and songs could be created out of nothing. They are always given in advance, in memory's immobile present. Who would be interested in a new and non-transmitted speech? What is important is not to tell, but to tell once again and, in this retelling, to tell again each time a first time. In the august sense, to hear is always already to have heard, to take one's place in the assembly of prior listeners and thus permit them once again to be present in this enduring hearing. Song is memory. Poetry makes remembrance of what men, peoples, and gods do not yet have by way of their own memory, but in whose keeping they abide even as it is entrusted to their keeping. This great impersonal memory, the memory without memory of the origin that is approached by the poems of genealogy, with their terrifying legends in which the first gods are born, both within the AC count itself, and from out of its narrative force, constitutes the reserve to which no individual in particular, either poet or listener, has access. This is the remote memory as abyss. In certain Greek poems where the gods are engendered and where, still divine, they engender one another as names that are already powerful and in some sense metaphysical, forgetting is the primordial divinity, the venerable ancestor and first presence of what, in a later generation, will give rise to Mnemosyne, mother of the Muses. The essence of memory is therefore forgetting, the forgetfulness of which one must drink in order to die. This does not simply mean that everything begins and ends with forgetting, in the weak sense we give to this expression. Here forgetting is not nothing. Forgetting is the very vigilance of memory, the guardian force thanks to which the hidden of things is preserved, and thanks to which mortal men are like the immortal gods, preserved from what they airy rest in what of themselves is hidden. With the modesty that is Hisa, a modesty that in no way implies a lesser dimension of thought, a Supervel tells us, at least tells me, something of this sort. The muse is not memory, it is forgetful memory. Forgetting is the sun, memory gleams through reflection, reflecting forgetting and drawing from this reflection the light to amazement and clarity of forgetting. But with so much forgetting how can we make a rose? I recall, when at present I have with Supervel's work almost no ties other than those of memory and forgetting, the tenderly painful radiance of this central line. Memory is first confusion, it is done memory, fleet memory, the altering force that establishes in us, at a surprising proximity, the enigma of an indefinite change. Am I here? Am I there? My customary shores change on every side and leave me wandering. This interior migration, which must be lived as risk before it can be experienced as resource, is the immobility behind which the poet knows what is happening. What is forgotten is a marker enabling a slow advance, the arrow designating direction. What is forgotten points at once toward the thing forgotten and toward forgetting, the most profound effacement where the site of metamorphosis is found. A passage from the outside to the inside, then from the inside to something still more inward, where intimacy and the outside of all presence, say Novlis and Rilke, are gathered within a continuous discontinuous space. But there is a double temptation and a risk that is hard to conceal. Forgetting is no more than the things forgotten, nonetheless, by a power of forgetting that surpasses us and greatly surpasses them, it leaves us in relation with what we forget. Philosophers would say that to forget is to possess the secret of the mediating force, since what is thus effaced of us should come back to us, enriched by this loss and augmented by this lack, idealized as they say. The oak becomes again tree in the shadows, plain, and here is this lake that has grown before our eyes. Forgetting is mediation, a happy power. But in order that this function be realized in its poetic dignity, in order that it cease being a function and become an event, what is means, intermediary, a forgetting that is simple and instrumental, an always available possibility, must be affirmed as a depth without path and without return. It must escape our mastery, ruin our power to dispose of it, ruin even forgetting as depth, and all of memory's comfortable practice. What was mediation is now experienced as separation, what was a bond now neither binds nor unbinds. What used to go from the present to a presence recalled to a productive becoming that brought all things back to us as imagia is now the sterile movement, the unceasing coming and going through which, having descended into forgetting, we do not even forget, suspended between any memory and any absence of memory, we forget without the possibility of forgetting. This trial is the trial of poetry where, as always, we rediscover the moment when reversal freezes into an errant immobility, a destiny to which, in a work of simplicity and wonder, Supervel responded by writing what he considered his purest narrative, The Child of the Open Sea. Here we approach, and in a manner scarcely hoped for, this life of forgetting. Here something is forgotten and yet for this forgetting all the more present. A presence of forgetting and in forgetting, the power to forget without end in the event that forgets itself, but forgetting without the possibility of forgetting, forgetting forgotten without forgetfulness. We owe a great deal to the one who with such measure made us familiar with this experience, and who succeeded in giving it to us in a single image. But now we see better the risks between which we are held by the muse forgetful memory. Either it is simply a matter of a memory able to forget, and we do not succeed in descending to the shore where beings would come toward us in their metamorphoses, as we ourselves would in this strange body changed into its own unknown space, or else forgetting makes us forget everything. But then how can we rejoin things? How will we return to presence? But with so much forgetting how can we make a rose? With so many departures how can we make a return? 1,000 birds taking flight do not make one that lands, and so much obscurity simulates poorly the day. There is in memory a relation we can no longer term dialectical, since it belongs to the ambiguity of forgetting that is at once the mediating site and a space without mediation, or indifferent difference between depth and surface, as though to forget were always to forget profoundly, but also as though the depth of forgetting were profound only by the forgetting of all depth. Hence this question that Supervel leads us to here, O Lady of the Depths, what are you doing at the surface, attentive to all that passes, watching the clock at my hour? For what obscure deliverance do you ask my alliance? O you, always ready to end, you would like to hold me back on the very edge of the abyss of which you are the strange summit. This summit of the abyss, memory. There is the same secret relation, but one hard to fix, between the distant and the near, as the dialogue of the bird reveals, a dialogue almost terrifying in its sweetness. A bird, what are you seeking, fluttering over my books? All is foreign to you in my narrow room. I do not know your room, and I am far from you. I have never left the woods. I am in the tree where I have hidden my nest. Find another explanation. For all that happens to you now, forget a bird. And this end where the mortal approach in its distancing is expressed to us in the most simple words, but what horror was hiding in your obscure sweetness so? You have killed me, I fall from my tree. I need to be alone, even the gaze of a bird. But since I was far away in the depth of my woods. To you the force, he says to the tree, to me the accent. The accent of this voice is the accent of memory, always restrained, at times stifled, yet calm and limpid, a simple response to what was lived under the pressure of strangeness. If the tale's truth is at every moment given to him, it is because of this relation with that profound, immemorial memory that originates in the time of the fabulous, at the epoch when, before history, man seems to recall what he has never known. It is the same with Supervel. The poet speaks as though he were remembering, but if he remembers it is through forgetting. Vast as the night. I recall this passage from a letter Kafka wrote to Brod. The writer is the scapegoat of humanity. Thanks to him men can innocently, or nearly innocently, take pleasure in a sin. This nearly innocent pleasure is reading. The writer is guilty, he delivers himself radically over to evil. I suppose that Christian writers, often so happy to write and at times quite proud of what they write, easily ignore this. Graham Greene remarks that a true Christian surely would not write, but what he creates in sin becomes happiness and grace for the reader. Let us exaggerate these traits. Creation, essentially unhappy, gives rise to an essentially happy reading. The book is a night that would become day, a dark star, unilluminable and calmly giving light. Reading is this calm light. Reading transforms into light that which is not of the order of illumination. Everything nonetheless contributes to making the reader lose such a fine innocence. First the author, who, unable to come to the end of his task, publishes books still unwritten and into which the reader enters less by reading than by being obliged to prolong, imaginarily and anxiously, the passion of writing, which, in turn, produces between author and reader relations of a singular intimacy, as we see from Romanticism on. But still further, there is the existence of that bizarre, illegitimate, encumbering, superfluous, and always ill-willed character, if only by excess of his goodwill and comprehension, that is the critic. The critic is there to come between book and reader. He represents the decisions and the paths of culture. He prohibits the god's immediate approach. He says what we must read and how we must read it, finally rendering reading useless. But is he, at least, the happy man who reads happily? Not at all, since he dreams only of writing what he reads. Hence the result that if perhaps there has never been written as much as there is today, we are nonetheless gravely and painfully deprived of reading. This situation is not new. Socrates poked fun at the rhapsodes who, rather than being content with reciting Homer's poems, also claimed to interpret his thought. I have often envied the profession of a rhapsode. Iron, you are obliged to learn Homer's thought and not merely his verses. Now that is something to envy. The rhapsode must interpret the poet's thought to his audience. To which Iron, insensitive to irony, responded, "That's true, Socrates. And that's the part of my art that took the most work. I think I treat Homer better than any man. I'm glad to hear you say so, Iron." Thus were assigned the ways of reading that are called allegory, symbol, and mythic deciphering. When Plato so rudely chases Homer from his city, it is less Homer he expels than allegorical exegesis, which sets the poet's words aside to make way for truths and messages. Plato cuts short this undermining by affirming that there is nothing to extract from a poet inasmuch as he is enclosed in a world of reflections and surface. I wonder whether he is not thereby defending the truth that is Homer's better than the exalted grammarians who found in him an account of every physical, moral, and metaphysical certainty. Late antiquity, then the first Christian eras, are responsible for this allegorical intemperance, but there has always been strong opposition. Plutarch, by means of what the ancients called hidden signification, which today we call allegory, one wished to do violence to Homer's accounts. And Tarsian, you shall apply allegory neither to your myths nor to your gods. How the symbol follows allegory, mysteriously in the case of Plato, deliberately with Plotinus or the Romantics, then how psychoanalytic reading takes over from symbolic reading, as a more learned and reflective form of the latter one, constitute a history of which only the broadest outlines are known, even in the West. The differences between these movements, no matter how firm, cannot make us forget the identity of approach. It is a matter of a reading that is a textual explication or commentary. This commentary seeks beneath the apparent meaning another that is hidden, and beneath this meaning still another, in order to reach the obscure center whose direct revelation is uncertain, since it always needs either translation or metaphor to be formulated. Psychoanalysis, in the end, designates the unconscious whose mode of expression is the symbol, not only as it is bound to language, but as language itself. The entire question remaining that of knowing to what level of speaking relation such a putting into question of speech introduces us, this is what the young Schelling was already ready to affirm of allegory when he called it a redoubled language, for the most simple speech disguises, saying something other than it says, otherwise it would not speak. Allegory is therefore that which concentrates expression upon its principal characteristic, the duality of a meaning that is manifest and a meaning that is latent. Schelling's evolution is characteristic. He very quickly perceived that by destroying literal appearance allegory destroyed poetry, since it did away with the image, that is to say, the original expression of the poet in favor of another, unexpressed expression that was declared to be the only important or true one. Even the symbol, which is concerned with a meaning that is more remote, richer, and perhaps necessarily secret, has the same shortcoming if there is always a moment at which it invites us to go beyond the text in order to hear or to contemplate something else. Hence Schelling, refusing all division between figure and meaning, nature and surnature, arrived at his famous idea of a mythology in which the gods signify only what they are to at the risk of applying an unfair metaphorical treatment to Bachelard himself. I believe one could say that he might pass for the Schelling of psychoanalysis. He always had the finest passion for images and the books in which they have their truth and their life. He thus became more and more wary of a proud and comprehensive technical knowledge constituted in the course of very different kinds of experiments and ready to verify its method in relation to the productions of art, considering these as cases among others, and providing an explication of them so profound, in relation to the forces called profound, that it is no longer the work that counts but only what is behind it, and not what the writer writes but what the psychoanalyst finds, which, moreover, he had already found elsewhere and in advance. 3 This way of reading, magisterial though very approximate, is doubtless justified but does not correspond to the simple truth of reading. Reading is ignorant. It begins with what it reads and in this way discovers the force of a beginning. It is receiving and hearing, not the power to decipher and analyze, to go beyond by developing or to go back before by laying bare. It does not comprehend, strictly speaking, it attends. A marvelous innocence. But in refusing all exegesis and in taking the image such as it offers itself, does not such a simplicity, without a past and without certainties, do an injustice to the richness of literary invention? Would it not be disdainfully rejected by the specialists of knowledge, commentaries technicians, and by every philosophy of poetry? In order to restore our good conscience, Bachelard will here step in with the caution of his own approach. Knowing many things and master of an active rationalism, he often said how he had to forget his knowledge and break with his habits of thought in order not to betray what seems to him to be the essential poetic act. Here, he says, the cultural past does not count. In order to enter into the presence of the image, the philosopher has nothing more to do than what the most simple reader does, be present to the image through a total adherence to its solitude and its newness as image. How liberating these assertions are! The poetic image, to cite Bachelard again, has no past. It is not under the sway of some inner drive, nor is it a measure of the pressures the poet sustains in the course of his early life, and that are brought to light by psychoanalysis. To affirm that there is a constitutive relation between the singularity of the image and the history of the man in whom it originates is to bring the image back to metaphor, which is there to transmit a prior signification, already active or completely formed. The trait proper to the image is suddenness and brevity. It springs up in language like the sudden springing forth of language itself. The poetic image places us at the origin of the speaking being. It is young language. It is the property of a naive consciousness. To seek its antecedents is thus the sin par excellence, the sin against the spirit of the image, and the mark of an infamy that used to be called psychologism. The poet is born of the figure to which he opens, each time the first time, and is renewed in this brief newness that introduces an interval in duration and inaugurates another time. So it is with the reader, and in a manner still more striking, since the reader cannot claim the problematic name of creator. What happens to the one who is reading? If I say the reader understands the poem, I confuse him with the interpreter who is essentially reductive, and who reduces the irreducible by bringing it back to the profound forces, to sleeping archetypes, to the values rooted in our depths. But perhaps the reader understands in a different manner, not by turning back toward vulgarized knowledge, but in slackly descending toward the resonances the poem awakens in him, that is to say, adding himself to the image and going beyond it toward the already lived realities of his world. Employing here an expression borrowed from E. Minkowski, Bachelard makes us attentive to a very fine and very precious distinction. Resonance does no more than bring us sentimentally back to our own experience. What alone places us at the level of poetic power is reverberation, the image's summoning to what in it is initial, an instant summons to leave ourselves and to move in the shaking of its immobility. This reverberation is not, then, the image that resounds, in me, the reader, and on the basis of myself. It is rather the very space of the image, the animation proper to it, the point of its springing forth where, speaking within, it already speaks entirely on the outside. One senses, then, why a predisposition to the image finds in us, and in so many ways, a being ill-disposed to it. To put a thought in its place, to translate it, is but the least offence, and, it must be added, the penchant for allegory or myth of so many ancient and modern readers does not necessarily imply such crudeness. Even Aristotle's praise for this inclination has an almost religious character. Love of myth, he says, is love of wisdom, for myth is a marvellous assemblage. And when Plato, the Plato of the letters, writes to Denis, must, then, speak to you about this, but in enigmas, we see clearly that it is not a matter of a profane prudence, but rather of the reserve that holds dear the exigency of truth and respects its approach. Let me also cite a later author, Maxime de Thierry, for the delicate manner in which he justifies the image by the restraint and discretion that characterizes all just language, all is jol of images in the case of poets as well as philosophers. The modesty with which they surround truth seems to me preferable to the direct language of recent authors. And this, more mysterious than discourse but clearer than enigma, foreholding the mean between science and ignominy, rallying approval through pleasure but baffling it through strangeness, myth leads the soul as though by the hand to seek what is, and urges its exploration still further beyond. Here the guilty word would be the word beyond. The image is now no more than the occasion or the springboard for an ulterior leap that is outside every figure and perhaps all writing. But reverberation, such as Bachelard invites us to hear it, is the image's very tension, its range and the overture of its apparition, which opens us to the force of what appears. The obstacle, therefore, would be our stiffness, that is, the certitude of our world and the obstinacy of our culture. It is a matter of passing to images that have not been experienced, that life does not prepare, and that the poet creates, of living the unlived and opening oneself to an opening of language. Let us retain these last words, they indicate what would distinguish this praise of the image from a mysticism. Origin of language rather than its abyss, the image is a speaking beginning, not an ecstatic end, rather than elevating that which speaks toward the unsayable, it puts speech in a heightened state. As Pasternak suggests, men is silent, the image speaks. I think every reader will have experienced the joyful sentiment that corresponds to such affirmations for which Bachelard asks less our consent than that we should give them life through our freedom as readers. In reading, among his other books, The Poetics of Space, we never feel ourselves confined by judgments so true that we can do no more than appropriate them. Rather, we are encouraged, and this is a trait nearly unique today, to pursue another direction, knowing full well that all encounter supposes a diversity of paths. I will admit that in the poems to which I am closest I find everything that Bachelard so perfectly sheds light on when he speaks of the poetic image, here with the sole reservation that in them I find no image. Never, in the surprise of their discovery, does the sentiment of the image as such, brief and distinct, come to impose itself. On the contrary, there is a profound and an overwhelming absence of image, and in this absence, in the refusal of each to emerge and to show itself, is the very presence of the space of writing, qualified sometimes as imaginary, the evidence of its reality in the poem's unreal, non-positive, affirmation. Naturally, other readings can take place that will detach from the poem images, which will now have their imaged truth, but these are readings of an entirely different character, no longer receiving the poem in the collectedness proper to it, but accompanying it and diverting one or several of its moments in order that they should live apart. Also, naturally, it often happens that the poem escapes us, either because it does not yet exist, through a lack this not yet promises to the accomplishment of no future, or because we are unable to encounter it, unable to place ourselves in its outside space, amenable to its detour, capable only of encountering in it beautiful images that suffice and illuminate us with a light that does not come from us. Thus I wonder whether, as soon as they appear, images do not usurp a power that alters them and, more gravely, alters the becoming proper to the work. If rhythm and measure, if the as yet unlit secret of poetic rhythm and measure, belong to what is most essential in each poem, how can images be heard outside the dimension they take from this measure, a dimension, in its uneven regularity, that makes them pass one into another, or, on the contrary, abruptly separates them because their separation is the very measure of the poem's unity? I know that Bachelard intentionally limited his research, yet what he says precisely on this point gives us pause. By limiting our inquiry to the poetic image in its origination from the basis of pure imagination, we leave aside the problem of the composition of the poem as a grouping of multiple images. Running into the word composition brings to mind the protest Goethe made to Eckermann, composition, what an ugly word. We owe it to the French and should get rid of it immediately. How can one say that Mozart composed Don Juan? Composition. Bachelard, it is true, adds that it is his modesty as reader that keeps him at the level of separate images. Indeed, it would seem to me immodest to assume personally a power/puissance of reading that would recapture and relive the organized and entire power/puissance of creation implied by the whole of the poem. It is therefore on the level of detached images that we can reverberate phenomenologically a moving and generous modesty. But does it not also have the disadvantage of humbling ever so slightly the image by reducing it to being no more than an image, that is, a modest component of the poem? Here I would gladly complement my preceding remarks by turning them around, just as I see no images in the poem, for in the poem everything is image and everything becomes image, so must we say that every image is as well the poem in its entirety, its unique center, its absolute and momentary appearance, its discrete advance, and its restraint, and thus we again find the sense of modesty to which Bachelard so rightly recalls us. Nothing in the poem, then, is more glorious than the image, since it is the poem's secret and its depth, its infinite reserve. 5 Reading Poetics of Space well, I think, and this is surely what we owe such an exemplary reader, we shall not take exception to this book, but rather move in the direction it indicates by asking it to support assertions that seem to contradict it. This work apparently follows in the wake of Bachelard's celebrated Say Rise on Water, Air, Earth, and Fire. The spatial, like the aerial and the igneous, would be a district of the substantial imagination attributable to the imaginary, or a theme to orient the dreams of the reader when he encounters specialized and spatialized images. What is at stake is something very different, however, as indeed we see in the last 3 essays entitled Intimate Immensity, the dialectics of outside and inside, and the phenomenology of roundness. That a certain image may house us or dislodge us, give us a feeling of happy or unhappy abode, surround and shelter us or take us off course and transport us does not simply mean that the imagination takes over experiences of space that are real or unreal, but rather that we approach through the image the very space of the image, the outsides, that is its intimacy, this horrible inside-outside that real space is, as Henri Michaux says, in terms we cannot forget once we have grasped them. It would therefore follow that there is no image of immensity, but rather that immensity would be the possibility of image, or, more precisely, the manner in which it meets up with and disappears into itself, the secret unity according to which the image unfolds, immobile, in the immensity of the outside and at the same time holds itself in the most interior intimacy. This space of the image, a sight engendered in measure and through measure, is also entirely imageless, an imaginary speech rather than a speech of the imaginary, where the imaginary speaks without speaking either of or through images, a level at which, in truth, these 3 words, image, imaginary, and imagination, no longer have distinct signification. 6 Thus, in Baudelaire's work, the word vast becomes figure on its own, and suffices to carry the entire force of speech. As vast as night and light. In this case, where would the image be, if there were one? In the word vast, where night spreads to attain its nocturnal dimension, where light destines itself to light by way of the always unilluminated expanse, yet without night and clarity mixing or merging, being never vast enough to measure the birth in this word of the image, which is each time the entire presence of this counterworld, that is, perhaps, the imaginary. The image becomes enigma when, by our indiscreet reading, we make it emerge in order to display it by tearing it away from the secret of its measure. At this moment an enigma, it poses enigmas. It does not lose its richness, its mystery, or its truth, on the contrary, by its air of question, it calls up all our inclination to respond by bringing forward the assurances of our culture and the interests of our sensibility. As a question, the image is no longer simple, but it is also response, reverberating in us as that which draws out from us the response it engages us to be. This redoubling seems, then, to be its path and its nature. It is essentially double, not only sign and signified but figure of the unfigurable, a form of the non-formal, an ambiguous simplicity that addresses itself to what in us is double, reanimating the duplicity through which we divide and reassemble ourselves indefinitely. Can one say that this movement by which the image departs from its simplicity is a fortuitous betrayal, an awkward and foreign derogation? If it is a betrayal, it belongs to the image. The image trembles. Is this trembling of the image, the shiver of that which oscillates and vacillates? It constantly leaves itself, for always already outside itself and always the inside of this outside, there is nothing in which it can be itself, being at the same time of a simplicity that renders it more simple than any other language, and in language being like the source from which it departs, but because this source is the very force of a setting out, the streaming of the outside in, and through, writing. Image, imagination, subordinating the image to perception and the imagination to memory, and making of consciousness a small world reflecting poorly the big world, we have for a long time represented by these words the play of our imitative fantasy. More than anyone else, and because he was able to re-establish relations between the image and matter, dream and substance, Bachelard has helped us question this ensemble. Indeed, we now feel that the words image, imaginary, and imagination designate not only an aptitude for interior phantasms, but also access to the proper reality of the unreal, its unlimited non-affirmation, the infinite position of its negative exigency, and, at the same time, the recreative and renewing measure of the real, which is the opening of unreality. And yet, Possessing this rich and promising knowledge, have we really come close to what the image is before it becomes enigma, in the sobriety of its non-appearance and in the simplicity of the work in its absence? That we must, at best, conclude this research in the interrogative shows clearly that each time it is a question of the image, what we are seeking to hear is the question, but not yet the image, in which the neuter emerges. 7. Words must travel far. Is it reasonable to continue speaking of books or about books? I am astonished that every work of criticism, even the most traditional, does not begin with a lengthy apology. If it began that way it would never get around to beginning. Criticism must be taken for what it is, a modest activity, a useful auxiliary, at times a necessary betrayal. Criticism is not modest. Every literary activity, even of the most modest appearance, is inordinate. It brings the absolute into its game, always and at every moment it says something final, saying also that every critical illusion should be eliminated. Is that true even of the notice to the reader? Even the briefest note. Otherwise how would any censurer assume the right to judge, to decide that a book is admirable or worthless? But in fact, he is simply making use of the extreme affirmation that passes through every literary exercise. For a moment holding in his hands the essence of literature, he is no less than all authors and all books. Indeed he is more, everyone and no one, he is the last to arrive, the one who speaks last. Having the last word is an advantage that may please those engaged in argument, others would step back from such an unfortunate privilege. Moreover, if there is this back and forth of words between you we who are ourselves nothing but the necessity of this back and forth, perhaps it is to avoid the arrest of a last word. Do you mean that while one of us speaks the other has already gone beyond these words or countered them? I would not much care for such a movement. It would lead to no more than idle chatter, which, I admit, is a great delight. But only in the truth of life where one is always on the verge of discovering how hard it is, one would have to be an insensitive pedant, stupid in one's intelligence, to become irritated by chatter where words are going to be lacking. But here we are out in the open, we accept as our starting point the difficulty of things to be lived, and this impossibility of saying them that in the course of the everyday we must forget by means of a more considerable gift. But we ourselves forget it nonetheless. Otherwise we would limit ourselves to standing before the absurdity of our double immobile voice. This double anonymous voice behind which, under an assumed silence, there is someone standing apart who indeed ought to answer for it. Then why does he not speak directly? Because, I imagine, he cannot. In literature there is no direct speech. Then here would be a first justification for this movement, the simple reminder that literature, which is perhaps without truth, is nonetheless the sole truth of the author. Between the latter and what he says there is a margin that should be made apparent. Words must travel a long way. Far enough to efface their tracks, and above all the authoritarian presence of a man who is master of what should be said. Criticism, then, would err for being at times too abrupt or quick, too short-winded. But not because it judges with too few words. Simply because it appropriates for itself the kind of absolute that is at stake in literature, immediately making it into a power. The critic is a man of power. Hence it can seem so easy, so pleasant to become one. And can happen that the first arms handed over to the young inexperienced writer are this bow and these arrows. Juvenile weapons, nearly those of a game and wounding only those who wish to be wounded. To go quickly, let us grant that criticism belongs to the epochs in which art, disengaging itself from the paths of the sacred, appears in its own name and as a particular technique, but we thereby also grant that the appearance of the critic merely sanctions and confirms this change in art itself, its entry into the world, its approach to power, and its aspiration to its means. The poet, on the one hand, dons a sacerdotal cloak and hides behind the clouds of the absolute; on the other hand, he intervenes in the affairs of his century as either prebendary or censurer. He can hardly complain if he encounters in the guise of the critic this other man of the world who counts his verses and reminds him of the rules. Hardly significant, indeed. Encountering the critic, the poet encounters his shadow, the image slightly dark, a bit empty, and vaguely counterfeit of himself, moreover, a faithful companion. Let us nonetheless consider the following: criticism judges according to the means of knowledge, of custom, and according to the values proper to an epoch and a society, but the entire force of this judging speech comes to it from literature taken as an absolute from a literature, therefore, withdrawn from all judgment, in the end withdrawn from itself. Therein consists its equivocacy, its troublesome bearing. At bottom, the critic's judgment is only the form of a judgment, it is always already something else. He may very well provide reasons and take every sort of precaution, but even after lengthy negotiations he precipitately and suddenly decides. For the critic, too, is literature, he says literature, which says nothing a judgment perhaps, but a last judgment. This is why the frivolity of so many critics is not unpleasant, it is princely caprice, the royal prerogative. The reader nonetheless retains only the peremptory verdict, the serious conclusion of a speech without seriousness. A. He does not retain it for long. More grave than the peculiarities of any particular judgment is this waiting for judgment, the desire to read only good books, the concern with their value, a normative illusion, even if it is concealed in interpretive research. Aren't you attributing too much importance to the qualifying terms that the critic avails himself of? And who still says a book is good or bad, or if he does not know that he speaks without having the right to? In truth, what can one say of a work? In praising Beckett's How It Is, would we dare promise it to posterity? Would we even wish to praise it? Which does not mean that it surpasses, but rather discredits all praise, and that it would be paradoxical to read it with admiration. We have, then, a category of works that go unrecognized more through praise than through disparagement. To deprecate them is to come into contact with the force of refusal that has rendered them present and also with the remoteness that gives them their measure. If the strongest attraction, the deepest concern could be expressed through indifference, then indifference would indicate to what level these lead. It would be better not to speak of such works, even to read them, as happens in any case. A reading is often a too wise completion that risks betraying the still unaccomplished movement to which one should respond. I think the pure happiness of reading, what in reading is necessarily chaste and virtuous, cannot but be in disaccord with the books of Saidio, at times rendering them more innocent than they are, at other times, on the contrary, lending them a meaning that is simply and unequivocally corrupt and very remote from the true scandalous power that prompts them, a power that passes precisely by way of what we disdainfully call their unreadability. Yes, unreadably capable of putting into question the honest act of reading. But Sard wished to be read. He did, his books did not. Nevertheless they are read outside reading. Let us say, perhaps, that works such as these, and first of all Beckett's, come closer than is customary to the movement of writing and to the movement of reading, seeking to combine them in an experience that, if not common to both, is at least scarcely differentiated. And here we meet up again with the idea of indifference, of natural affirmation, equal unequal, eluding all that would give it value or even affirm it. The term hearing would befit this act of approach better than reading. Behind the words that are read, as before the words written, there is a voice already inscribed, not heard, not speaking, and the author, close to this voice, is on an equal footing with the reader, each nearly merged with the other, seeking to recognize it. Yes, and thus we find justified in Beckett's case the disappearance of every sign that would merely be a sign for the eye. Here the force of seeing is no longer what is required. One must renounce the domain of the visible and of the invisible, renounce what is represented, albeit in negative fashion. Here, simply here. And this goes for the pure movement of writing. With what clarity and in what a simple manner the voice offers itself to the one who holds himself or herself within the space of such a book, ready to hear, how distinct the rumour is in the indistinct. Reduced to the essential, but rejecting only words that are useless to listening, with a simplicity that at times divides and redoubles itself, the voice speaks eternally. And yet this is not in the least a spoken language, the oral style of an unwritten speech. Even though we are at the limit of effacement, a long way from all that makes a din, and even though this murmur is close to monotony, saying in an even, equal manner the uneven equality of all speech, there is an essential rhythm, a modulation, a slightly accentuated movement or cadence marked by returns and at times by refrains. It is a tacit song. Something attractive, insensibly but incessantly alluring, the attraction of the indifference of which one of us spoke. In a certain sense we have returned to the source of the novel. How It Is our epic, a narrative of the first citation in 3 parts, with stanzas and verses, the back and forth that by nearly regular interruptions gives us a sense of the necessity of this uninterrupted voice. Everything, in fact, begins in a way as it does in the Iliad, with an invocation of the muse, a call to voice and the desire to give oneself over to this speech of the outside that speaks everywhere. Between this being a just barely living and also not living, no more than its own panting at the level of the Muda and the anonymous voice, there are established relations that in their laughable insignificance are more important than the various peripety of the story. To begin with, this panting keeps the voice from being heard, thus this breath token of life must die down so that life can be heard, so this being can say I hear my life. And it is always with a certain happiness that he says it, as though hearing remained the ultimate passion even if, or because, it interrupts life. To hear, simply hear, my life, a voice without quaqua on all sides, words, scraps, then nothing, then again more words, more scraps, the same ill-spoken, ill-heard, then nothing, vast stretch of time, then in me in the vault, bone white, if there were light bits and scraps, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, ill-heard, ill-murmured, ill-heard, ill-recorded, my whole life a gibberish garbled sixfold. But what is this voice? That is the question not to ask, for the voice is already present in one's hearing of the question one asks about it. A voice that is old, older than any past, and that seems to speak intimately of the remote figures proper to each one who hears it. Thus 2 or 3 images of childhood and adolescence are still affirmed in the beginning, images, in this narrative where there is almost nothing to see, that have a fascinating force, as do the rare words corresponding to things that are representable and still capable of evoking them. The sack that tins the mud in the dark. Strange, this need we have to see and to give to be seen that survives nearly all else. But what is this voice? At the end there is a kind of hypothesis. It is perhaps the voice of all of us, the impersonal, errant, continuous, simultaneous and alternating speech in which each of us, under the false identity we attribute to ourselves, cuts out or projects the part that falls to him or to her, rumor infinitely transmissible in both directions, a procession, not stopping, that holds in reserve a certain possibility of communication. There he is then at last, not one of us, the we are then at last, who listens to himself and who when he lends his ear to our murmur does no more than lend it to a story of his own devising, ill-inspired, ill-told and so ancient, so forgotten at each telling that ours may seem faithful, that we murmur to the mud, to him, and this life in the dark and mud, its joys and sorrows, journeys, intimacies and abandons, as with a single voice perpetually broken, now one half of us and now the other, we exhale it pretty much the same as the one he had devised, and of which untiringly every 20 or 40 years according to certain of our figures he recalls to our abandon the essential features. This is biblical speech, extending from generation to generation. It runs on. Only here the duty is not to prolong it but to put an end to it, to bring the movement to rest, and in order to do this, the solo reciting voice asks himself if there would not be a formulation that would eliminate him completely and so admit him to that peace, at least while rendering me in the same breath sole responsible for this unqualifiable murmur, of which consequently here the last scraps at last, very last, responsible for this unqualifiable murmur, responsible for this irresponsibility. Even at the level of mud, then, this remains the exigency from which no being who hears can stand entirely apart. Strange, strange. And there is also this singular reminiscence of a world that has to be called spiritual. The interminable time without sleep where Maldra, often evoked by Beckett's tale, had already found the equivalent of damnation, the eternity that is hell, even if it bears the name heaven. Prayer in vain to sleep, I have no right to it, yet I haven't yet deserved it. Prayer for prayer's sake when all fails, when I think of the souls in torment, true souls who have no right to it, no right ever to sleep. We are talking of sleep, I prayed for them once, if I may believe an old view. It has faded, a memory of childish things in the course of the voyage of the first part, which is perhaps the voyage of birth or prior to birth, in the infinitely slow migration that is this epic's Odyssey until Pym, the companion, is encountered at last of Steiger, the characters of another time, last avatar of the couple of the victim tormentor. But these words, as it is said, are too strong here, almost all a little strong. I say it as I hear it. And it is true, the raspy speech of humour fades, the parody slackens, the picturesque scrapes away vainly against the absurd. One might say that speech turns into a soft spectre of speech, at times nearly appeased. Would this be a calm? A calm perhaps, never calm enough. But naturally there are becalmed moments, those, sadder than all the others, that recall the texts for nothing. Yes, I was my father and I was my son. I asked myself questions and answered as best I could. I had it told to me evening after evening, the same old story I knew by heart and couldn't believe. Or we walked together, hand in hand, silent, sunk in our worlds, each in his worlds, the hands forgotten in each other. That's how I've held out till now. And this evening again it seems to be working. I'm in my arms, I'm holding myself in my arms, without much tenderness, but faithfully, faithfully. Sleep now. As under that ancient lamp, all twined together, tired out with so much talking, so much listening, so much toil and play. Then at times the voice would fall silent. And were the voice to cease quite at last, the old ceasing voice, it would not be true, as it is not true that it speaks, it can't speak, it can't cease. And were there one day to be here, where there are no days, which is no place, born of the impossible voice, the unmakeable being, and a gleam of light, still all would be silent and empty and dark, as now. As soon now, when all will be ended, all said, it says, it murmurs. One day so we must still wait. And in waiting what is there to be done? What do we do? Well, waiting, we chat. Yes, listening to the voice. But what is this voice? Not something to hear, perhaps the last written cry, what is inscribed in the future outside books, outside language. But what is this voice? 8. Wittgenstein's problem. Flaubert. No one doubts that Flaubert marks an epoch in the history of writing. If we suppose that the pursuit of the act of writing, the silent, absent, and perverse demon that makes every writer of the modern age a Faust without magic, can take the form of a history. And yet almost every time he gives expression to his theoretical concerns, exalting art, but affirming for more exhausting himself through work, we are at once fascinated and disappointed by what he says, as though in what he wanted to say there were something else acting. Something more essential though unformulated, whose attraction and torment he undergoes. This is why he always felt that his correspondents misunderstood him, why he had to repeat and contradict himself until, finally, The only thing that asserts itself is the disproportion of an absurd passion or the unreason of an unworking labor. Thus he glorifies prose. This is one of his important discoveries. He says that prose is more difficult than poetry, that it is the summit of art and that French prose could attain a beauty as yet unimagined. But what does he mean by prose? Not just the space of the novel, which, even after Balzac, is for the first time raised to some kind of absolute existence, but rather the enigma of language as it is written, the paradox of a direct speech, persuaded, bent by the essential detour, the perversion of writing. It is the same with form. He wants beautiful form, he wants to write well, he tracks down repetitions and disharmonies in his sentences, he believes that exact prose should speak up. An ideal we have moved far away from. Then he suddenly correlates himself, form is nothing but idea, and here he understands it in the classical sense, as someone who was taught Boiler, write well in order to think well, one form and substance are inseparable, even indistinguishable. Then he once again turns the exigency around the other way, I try to think well in order to write well. But my aim is to write well, I don't deny it. And what does it mean to write well? When George Sand reproaches him for his apparent dedication to beautiful and sonorous, well-rounded sentences, he immediately answers, the accomplished turn of a sentence is nothing, but to write well is everything, and then he again equivocates with this explanation borrowed from Buffon, to write well is at once to feel well, to think well, and to speak well. Let us note that writing is conceived as a totality of which expression would be only one moment or component, perhaps a secondary determination. Finally, as almost always happens, the temptation of capital letters leads him to a veritable Platonism where salvation by form opens onto a new heaven. Fact is distilled in form and rises up as a pure incense of the spirit toward the eternal, the immutable, the absolute, the ideal. Pure plastic manifestation, destined to make the sentence a beautiful thing both visible and audible, the phrased, or again, a sure means of mastering the formlessness that always threatens it. Art, reduced to its formal values, oriented solely toward euphony, seems to us quite foreign to the power Mallam will seek to discover, and that, in relation to ordinary language, will be designated as another language, purer but also more effaced, and capable of bringing into play in or dare to disappear in it are the very other of all language, another, however, that is nothing but a language that also has another in which it will have to disappear, and so on indefinitely. From such a perspective, then, we are tempted to say that Flaubert is not yet Mallam. And as we read the collection of texts taken from his correspondence, too, we are tempted to recognize how difficult it is for a writer, even though he may be quite conscious of himself and of what is at stake in his task, to grasp the experience with which he is struggling, so long as he tries to understand it by referring to notions that are still warped by a tradition and obscured by the particular conditions of a society. For us everything is clear, almost too clear, in the process we find described in these uncertain words. We hasten to reinterpret this dim past using the intelligence of the future, and, in the Hegelian manner, we distinguish between the writer's experience as it was for him and that same experience as it presents itself to us. It thus seems to us that it is literature itself in its capital truth that progresses in this way, extricates and unfolds itself, or else closes around its own center, a center ever more inward, more hidden and absent. But is this really how it is? Are we not harboring an illusion? Are we not taking as legible what has not yet even been written? Are we not forgetting that while Flaubert was certainly at a turning point, we, too, are exposed to the demands of a turning point, this movement of turning about by turning away, for which we do not yet have sufficient theoretical means of elucidation, at times apprehending it as the movement of historical becoming, at other times becoming aware of it in terms of structures and recognizing in it the enigma of every relation, that is, in the end, of every language? It is the anguish of form that is important in Flaubert, and not the signification he now and then lends to it, or to put it more exactly, this anxiety is infinite, proportionate to the experience in which he feels himself engaged, and with only very unsure reference points to delimit its direction. The engagement of the writer Flaubert is an engagement to a responsibility or to a still unknown language he makes every effort to master or subject to some kind of reason, that of a value, a beauty, a truth, the better to undergo the hazardous power that the unknown in this language forces him to confront. He is not in any sense unaware of this. He says very precisely that his search for form is a method. The concern for external beauty with which you reproach me is for me a method, which certainly means that form has the value of a law that is arbitrarily predicated, but also that it responds to what is arbitrary at the risk, the chance in all speech, that is, to its essentially problematic character. The more sumptuous, splendid, and dazzling art is, the more will it manifest itself in solely exterior artifices, and, denouncing by this too glorious appearance the void that is hidden within it, the more will it also seek to become one with its own effacement. This is a movement Flaubert certainly does not accomplish willingly, but whose ruinous meaning is revealed in his last book. The question being no longer that of knowing whether B and P are imbeciles through and through or, on the contrary, are perfectly human men, at once mediocre and sublime, destined to effort and failure, predecessors of Bloom and successors of Ulysses. The question is rather how nullity becomes a work and how, at the level of literature, the totality of encyclopedic knowledge, therefore a maximum of substance, can coincide with this nothing without which Flaubert suspects there can be no literary affirmation. Bouvard-Picuchet will therefore paradoxically realize the hope of the young Flaubert. What seems beautiful to me, what I would like to make, would be a book about nothing, a book without any exterior attachment, after having demanded that style be governed by the law of numbers, that it be pleasing to the ear because of its so-called musical qualities, understood in a completely external sense. He also knows very well, and as though in spite of himself, that art must be a good fellow, not let itself be seen, give up everything pleasurable, confine itself to the austerity of non-appearance where their rules and unwitting poetics are revealing formulation. The same goes for work. No writer has worked harder than he did or done more to reduce those who write to the condition of horrible workers. To listen to him and see him toil away, we assume that a book is made in the same way a beautiful object was made long ago, with care, with skill, and through time. But it is also immediately apparent that Flaubert's work has nothing in common with Boileau's. This is not the honest and tranquil labor of an artisan who possesses a trade and a certain technical knowledge, who brings the work to perfection in conformity with a tradition and according to a model. At the very time when work becomes the sign for every value, here it is without value and properly tragic. 3. It is something excessive, a kind of madness, an encounter with the terrifying, a confrontation with the inhuman, the practice of the impossible, a torment set to work. And what is one working for? A work that does not exist to a beautiful unreal book. Not even that. A sentence, and a sentence that cannot be written, the simplest sentence, like he closed the door, he went out, requires incredible artistic ruses, which no doubt means that the most ordinary actions are very hard to formulate, but also that in a more profound sense, at the level of literature, the sentence he closed the door is, as such, already impossible. Hence the many declarations that were found laughable or merely pathetic, until one began to take them seriously. I have come to the conclusion that it is impossible to write. The italics are Flaubert's. Writing is more and more impossible, and for this reason despair is his normal state, a state from which he can emerge only by means of some violent distraction, exhausting himself, unceasingly gasping for breath in this exercise of writing that exceeds life, because writing is this very excess. Art exceeds, then why persist in this unhappiness, why not rest from it? But how can I rest? And what to do while I am resting? There is a mystery beneath this that escapes me, a mystery, however, that he helps us approach when to one of his correspondents he writes the following, which must be understood unreservedly: what is diabolic about prose is that it is never finished. Because of this, all the works he undertakes to write are extravagant, with each one he shatters against horrifying difficulties, each time he promises himself that the next will be easy, happy, more suited to his talent, and each time he chooses the only one he is unable to write. I must be absolutely mad to undertake a book like this one. I must be crazy and completely out of my mind to undertake such a book. I am afraid that in its very conception it is radically impossible. What terror! I feel as though I'm about to embark on a very long voyage toward unknown regions, and that I won't be coming back. This is the reason for the dry and somber conclusion with which, 5 years before he dies, he begins his patient, malicious wait for death. I don't expect anything more from life than a succession of sheets of paper to blacken with ink. It feels to me as though I were crossing an endless solitude, going I know not where. And I am at once the desert, the traveler, and the camel. To George Sand, March 27, 1875, after having noted, perhaps it is the work that is making me ill, for I have undertaken an extravagant book. We cannot but see from the following that Flaubert was attracted by the search for a new meaning to give the word writing. I would like to make books in which it would only be a matter of writing sentences. In underlining the word writing, Flaubert was not trying to enhance its status, but make it appear, wishing to indicate that this verb is not exhausted by its transitive power and that the work proper to it is a work of intransitivity. Books and sentences are only particular modes of what is at stake when one writes. One writes, and one writes, sentences, but the result remains in parentheses. The result are sentences. A book does not even serve to give validity to the act of writing, to bring out the value that is proper to it, or to transform it into a value, as, for example, the creation would bring God forward as a creative power. One writes sentences so that the sentence's visibility will cover up and preserve the privilege of invisibility and the power to disclaim and efface that do not allow writing to be anything but a neutral word. Ramsel. When Michel Foucault, considering Raymond Ramsel, designates the central void art Ord bore witness to with his cries as the common site for madness and the work of art for a, how can we not recall the accusatory formulation that Flaubert used just 100 years ago when he confided his difficulties to Louise Collet: the plasticity of style is not as broad as the whole idea. I know. But whose fault is it? The fault is that of language. We have too many things and not enough forms. This is what tortures those who are conscientious. A striking coincidence. Yet what is truly striking is not the coincidence, but the long route that literary activity has had to travel from one to the other of these coinciding reflections. Flaubert does not rush to rejoice in it, but he clearly sees the truth of language in this too many things and this not enough forms, and he regards this lack as the writer's reason for being, since the writer is called upon to make up for it through labor, skill, and cunning. Too many things, not enough forms, a poverty he deplores since it obliges him to give only limited expression to so much wealth. This corresponds to Levi Strauss's hypothesis that art is essentially reduction, the elaboration of a reduced model. Except that, far from feeling distressed by this, Levi Strauss cheerfully describes all the advantages afforded by the reductive power of both the plastic arts and, as he implies, language. Being smaller, the totality of the object seems less formidable, because it is quantitatively diminished. It seems qualitatively simplified. This quantitative transposition increases and diversifies our power over a homologue of the thing, but let us reflect on this. I wonder if Flaubert's uneasiness is not justified, providing, however, that we turn his formulation around, saying always too many forms. That is, there is always too much of what we never have enough of. The problem, as we sense, is that the inadequacy of language here, once we recognize it as the essence of speaking, risks being never sufficiently inadequate. This lack of language means, to begin with, two things: a lack with respect to what there is to be signified, but, at the same time, a lack that is the center and the life of meaning, the reality of speech, and the relation between these two lacks is itself incommensurable. To speak, as we know today, is to bring such a lack into play, to maintain it and deepen it so as to have it at our disposal, but to deepen it is also to make it be more and more, and finally to put in our mouths and our hands no longer the pure absence of signs, but the prolixity of an indefinitely and indifferently signifying absence, a designation that, although bearing nullity within itself, remains impossible to annul. If it were not this way we would all have been long ago satisfied with silence. But this very silence here, the lack of signs of itself, remains always significant and always excessive in relation to the ambiguous lack that speech brings into play. Let us reflect a bit more. Too many things, then, would be the other of language, which is itself considered as consisting in forms, these latter taken as being finite in number, as Flaubert and Levi Strauss postulate, whereas things would correspond to some sort of infinite, or indefinite. But what is proper to a form of language is that it contains something only as long as it contains nothing. Which amounts to concluding that the statement that there are not enough forms would only be true of a language that considers form to be already and only a thing. In other words, even if the number of structures is finite, that is, if there are only a defined number of kinds of relations, as long as one of them is such that it expresses, contains, the infinite, Flaubert's statement can be turned around the other way, and one ought not complain that there are too many things, but rather never enough things. Now the universe in its entirety does not suffice to fill the Danard's barrel. Finally, and to go quickly, the problem defined by Flaubert is the question of the other of speech. Now, ever since Mallam, we have sensed that the other of a language is always posed by this language itself as that by way of which it looks for a way out, an exit to disappear into, or an outside in which to be reflected. Which means not only that the other is already part of this language, but that as soon as this language turns around to respond to its other, it turns toward another language, a language that, as we ought not ignore, is other, and also has its other. At this point we come very close to Wittgenstein's problem, as corrected by Bertrand Russell. Every language has a structure about which we can say nothing in this language, but there must be another language that treats the structure of the first and possesses a new structure about which we cannot say anything, except in a third language here, and so forth. Several consequences follow from this, among them the following: 1. What is inexpressible in relation to a certain system of expression. 2. Although there may be reason to regard the ensemble of things and of values as a whole, for example, within a given scientific and perhaps political conception, the virtual ensemble of the different possibilities of speech cannot constitute a totality. 3. The other of any speech is never anything but the other of a given speech, or the infinite movement through which a mode of expression always ready to unfold in the multiple exigency of simultaneous seresa contests itself, exalts itself, challenges or obliterates itself in some other mode. 5. Bearing these remarks in mind, I would like to return to the work of Russell, which Michel Foucault's book has once again made speak to us. Yes, if we bear these remarks in mind, it seems to me that we will understand more fully the prodigious effect this work produces on us, independently of its actual inventions. For in its passage from description to explanation, and then, within this explanation, to a narrative account that, though scarcely begun, opens so as to give rise to a new enigma that must in turn be described and then in its turn explained, something that cannot be done without the enigma of a new narrative account, Ransel's work through this series of intervals perpetually opening out one from another in a coldly concerted, and for this reason all the more vertiginous, manner represents the infinite navigation from one kind of language to another, a movement in which the momentarily appears in outline, and then endlessly dissipates, the affirmation of the other that is no longer the inexpressible depth but the play of maneuvers or mechanisms destined to avert it. This is why descriptions, explanations, narratives, and commentaries function as though of their own accord, flatly and mechanically, in order better to channel the void or lack through a system of openings and closings that this lack alone sets in motion and keeps in motion. We cannot but observe here, and not without a somewhat frightened surprise, that in this respect there is a kinship between Locus Solus, Leto Ilo Front, and his early works, which are constructed around a play of parentheses. One is inevitably tempted to ascribe the obsession involved in this process to the perversity of some kind of madness, and in this there is nothing scandalous, but since madness itself, of whatever sort, is only a language of a particular kind, and one we will endeavour if we are learned to transpose into another, we will be doing no more, however vigilant we may be, than simply blindly embarking in our turn on this navigation that ends neither in a harbour nor in some shipwreck, all of us delivered over, with more or less pomposity or simplicity, to the play of displacement without place, of redoubling without duplication, of reiteration without repetition, of processes that fold into and unfold within one another infinitely and without mopping, as though the word that is in excess could in this way be exhausted. 69. A rose is a rose? Alan used to say that true thoughts are not developed. To learn not to develop would thus be one part, and not the least, of the art of thinking. It would therefore be a matter of thinking by separate affirmations. Someone says something and goes no further, without proof, reasoning, or logical sequence. I fear that such a manner of saying comes back to the imperious declaration, sic digo, sic jubeo. Generally, when someone says something, he or she relates it, implicitly or not, to an ordered set of words, experiences, and principles. These connections of coherency, this search for a common order, and the methodical progression through which thought transforms itself while remaining the same, belong to the exigency of reason. A developed thought is a reasonable thought. It is also, I would add, a political thought, for the generality it strives for is that of the universal state when there will be no more private truth and when everything that exists will submit to a common denominator. A great and a fine exigency. Let us develop our thoughts. We will most certainly never say anything against reason, except to provoke it, for it easily falls asleep, but still, we must develop completely, and we know how very far we are from this total development. Consequently, let us be aware of the fact that today, when our children develop an argument in 3 steps and when our teachers develop a beautiful rhetorical discourse, they simply consecrate the arbitrariness of a particular political state of things. And consequently, to learn not to develop is to learn to unmask the cultural and social constraint that is expressed in an indirect yet authoritarian manner through the rules of discursive development. Or it's to risk giving the forces of unreason free rein. A cry is not developed. Madness, however, is. And the anti-intellectualist philosophies, such as that of Bergson, refer us back to a fluid continuity, to a supposedly living Prigger's sign that only goes development one better. Alan was speaking of thoughts that are true thoughts, not the manifestations of a somber self or the movements of an illogical existence. Let this be precisely stated. True thoughts are thoughts of refusal of natural thought, of the legal and economic order, which imposes itself like a second nature, and of the spontaneity, without research and without caution, which is merely a habitual movement that pretends to be a movement that is free. True thoughts question, and to question is to think by interrupting oneself. Thinking against time and thinking against the intemporal. It seems to me, however, that there is something else in Alan's phrase. True thoughts, vigilant thoughts, reach us by surprise, but also in such a way that, once expressed, they leave us the power to resist them freely and even test the astonishment that comes to us from them. Developed thoughts, however, are thoughts that impose themselves through the order by which they unfold, and this order, first of all, is never purely intellectual but necessarily political in the broadest sense. Secondly, their effect is to efface surprise and at the same time leave us disarmed before them. Thoughts that are developed do not develop according to the movement and reason that inhabit them, but rather always seek allies in a mode of exposition whose principal merit is to conform to our habits or our cultural ideal. Listen to a sermon or a televised address, we know perfectly well that their truth lies not in the least in the ideas that are expressed, but wholly in their oratorical development and gesticulation. I certainly, but no one would dream of looking for true thoughts in a sermon of the church or the state. Let us consider this differently. If true thoughts are not developed, it is not because they would be immutable, eternal, perfect in their unique formulation, but because they do not wish to impose themselves. Far from being statements of authority, scorning proof and requiring blind obedience, true thoughts shun the violence that is inherent in the art of demonstrating and arguing. The violence of the unreasonable man who gives himself over to some passion is no more menacing than the violence of the man who wants to be right and wants reason to be his. The development against which Alan cautions us is that of a will to power. Intellectual will is legitimate only in judgment. To judge is to stop, to suspend, to interrupt and make a void, that is, to put an end to the tyranny of a speech that is continuous and well connected. Enter a room where people are speaking, each one taking a discussion as far as it will go, as though each were alone with his own reasoning and seeking to include everything in its development. This is odious. Then you would have people give up arguing and begin fighting. I would have men speak, but without making their language into a form of war, or at least not always, for speech must also be struggle. Let us say that development is the pretension of holding on to speech, not through the volume of a powerful voice, but by the breadth of a continuum logically organized, in accordance with a logic held to be the only right one, so as to have the last word. A speech that does not develop has on the contrary, and from the outset, renounced having the last word, either because it is supposed to have already been stated or because to speak is to recognize that speech is necessarily plural and fragmentary, always capable of maintaining difference beyond unification. Someone says something and goes no further, this means that someone else has the right to speak and that a place for him is to be left in discourse. I recall being present at a conversation between two men who were very different from one another. One would say in simple and profound sentences some truth he had taken to heart, the other would listen in silence, then when reflection had done its work he would in turn express some proposition, sometimes in almost the same words, albeit slightly differently, more rigorously, more loosely, or more strangely. This redoubling of the same affirmation constituted the strongest of dialogues. Nothing was developed, opposed, or modified, and it was manifest that the first interlocutor learned a great deal, and even infinitely, from his own words repeated not because they were adhered to and agreed with, but, on the contrary, through the infinite difference. For it is as though what he said in the first person as he had been expressed anew by him as other, or truly, and as though he had thus been carried into the very unknown of his thought, where his thought, without being altered, became absolutely other. A thought exchanged. Rather a thought withdrawn from exchange, by which I mean from transaction and compromise. Just as there was no relation between these two repeated instances of speech, these two men had in a certain sense nothing in common, except the movement, which brought them very close, of turning together toward the infinite of speech, which is the meaning of the word conversation. Having listened to them, I said to myself that men are very wrong to fear repetition, providing they seek in it not the means of convincing through stubbornness, but the proof that, even said again, a thought does not repeat itself, or, to say this another way, repetition only makes what is said enter into its essential difference. I saying 2 times the same thing, not through a concern with what is identical but by a refusal of identity, and as though the same phrase, in being reproduced but displaced, in some sense developed of itself and in accordance with the very traits of the space engendered by displacement rather than according to the exterior organization of rhetorical development. So we arrive at the idea that true thoughts are not developed, but repeat themselves. A conclusion rich in misunderstandings. I would propose 3 clarifying formulations. First, true thoughts are not developed because true thoughts come about only at the end of a long development. They resume as they do away with it. Limit thoughts, thoughts of the end of a world. Secondly, true thoughts do not develop because they preserve the infinite development that inhabits them. Thirdly, thoughts are spoken in discrete words that are also discrete, they do not impose and, once said, they interrupt themselves, discontinuous, a speech of fragments, reserving between being and nothingness the possibility of a discrete reasoning. Words without connection, given to incoherence. Not without connection, for an interval can also become relation. I wonder whether Alan, a literary genius, was not audaciously seeking in poetic formulation the model of these thoughts that should be said without being developed. Poetry and literature do not bear up under the insistence of something signified, or of an ensemble of significations already constituted and organizing themselves through the coherence of a solely logical discourse. In the most traditional sense, a narrative is a manner of speaking continuously while refusing the continuity of developed speech. One is content to add separate events one to another. Except that the organization of these events into a story, around a character or an idea, underhandedly takes up again the principal traits of a continuous development, the linear development of temporal sequence. All of the contemporary efforts could pass for a refusal of development's resources, even when the author has recourse to the admirable excesses of what is in every sense a massive continuity. To write without developing. A movement that was first recognized by poetry. All the same, this was a late requirement. Because for a long while literature concerned itself only with the world insofar as the world seemed to bear a response, and what literature represented as well as the other figurative arts of the time is this response. But as soon as literature affirmed itself as a question of the world and question of itself, manifestly suspending any response, it had to break as well with all the habits of a rhetoric of development, for the question insists but is not developed. We should think of repetition, then, as the insistence of a questioning that interrogates at various levels, without, however, affirming itself in the terms of a question. A repetition repeating not in order to cast a spell over speech, but rather to disenchant speech with speech itself, to tone it down rather than stifle it. Let us recall in passing that repetition responds to the death drive. It responds, that is, to the necessity or counsel of this discretion that sets between being and nothingness the interval that is proper to speech. Repetition effaces saying and demystifies it. This is the meaning of Marx's reflection on those tragic events that are repeated as farce. But what if the farce is in its turn repeated? What if what occurs always returns, and always anew? What if what has been said one time not only does not cease to be said but always recommences, and not only recommences but also imposes upon us the idea that nothing has ever truly begun, having from the beginning begun by beginning again, thereby destroying the myth of the initial or the original, to which we remain unreflectively subject to, and tying speech to the neutral movement of what has neither beginning nor end, the incessant, the interminable. I am reminded of a line by Gertrude Stein, "A rose is a rose is a rose is a rose." Why does this phrase trouble us? Because it is the site of a perverse contradiction. On the one hand, it says that one can say nothing of the rose but the rose itself, and that in this manner the rose declares itself to be more beautiful than if one were to call it so, but on the other hand, through the emphasis of reiteration, it withdraws from the rose even the dignity of its name, which, unique, claimed to maintain it in its beauty as essential rose. The thought of the rose, quite resists any development to it, is even pure resistance. A rose is a rose. This means that one can think it, but can represent nothing of it and not even define it, so that, as we suggested, tautology may be no more than the stubborn refusal to define. But a rose is a rose is a rose comes in its turn to demystify the emphatic nature of nomination and the evocation of being. The is of the rose and the name that glorifies it as rose are both forever uprooted, and they fall into a multitude of chatter. The chatter that in turn arises as the manifestation of every profound speech, speaking without beginning or end. The work of Samuel Beckett in every way reminds us of this, and I believe the secret force of certain of Nathalie Sarraut's works also resides here in the enigmatic space of repetition. The coming and going of opinion regarding the fictitious Bouclé fruit store, about which we know nothing but that it is sometimes exalted and sometimes repudiated, may very well give the impression of being a simple social comedy, but the flux and reflux, the strangeness of this movement of attraction and withdrawal, of affirmation and recession, of folding back in and exhibition through which something, but what? Timidly advances and immediately withdraws, appears and disappears, then again disappearing when it reappears and nonetheless maintaining itself in its disappearance. Yes, what lies in this movement, if not the very speech of the work, a speech that requires remembrance and forgetting and rememoration, insistence and effacement, but, finally, asks nothing and thus comes forward as the most vulnerable and most easily negated affirmation, nevertheless always intact, always innocent, always used up and unusable in this wearing away until the moment at which, unperceived, it delivers up its final druther, surely marvelous, surely deceptive. Tropisms was already a model of this discontinuous, brief and infinite speech, the speech of thoughts that are not developed, and nonetheless more suited than any other to making us enter through interruption, and at the same time through repetition, this movement of the interminable that comes to be heard beneath all literature. Yes, the unceasing, the discontinuous, repetition, literary speech mysteriously seems to respond to these three exigencies that are opposed to one another, all three nonetheless opposing themselves to the pretension of an invincible unity. Allen used to say that true thoughts are not developed, they resist, insist, and are said in discrete phrases that from the outset are interrupted, then tacitly and interminably repeated, until they are only pure figures of phrases. Now what have we ourselves done but develop this refusal to develop, thus contradicting it and contradicting ourselves in the very demonstration? At least this should signal to us that there are no thoughts that do not end up, as they are developed, and even within a rigorous and sequential logic, by presupposing new postulates that are indispensable to this development and that are nonetheless incompatible, or whose compatibility cannot be demonstrated, with the initial postulate. So we would probably do best to go no further. Since it is only at the end of a development, however, and in order to suppress it that a thought has the right to propose itself, I will now propose this semblance of a thought in the form of an aphorism, to identify by separating, speech of understanding, to go beyond by negating, speech of reason. There remains literary speech that goes beyond by redoubling, creates by repeating, and by saying over infinitely, says a first and unique time even this word too many where language falters. Ars nova. In Dr. Faustus, Thomas Mann consigns the musician Adrian Leverkühn to damnation. Not only to eternal damnation this would be little, but also to the more grave malediction that makes him the symbolic image of German destiny as it sinks into the madness of the Third Reich. Leverkusen's story follows rather closely that of Nietzsche, and his art borrows many traits from Schönberg. Mann moreover informs us of some of these evident correspondences. We know of his relations, and then his differences, with the musician. We also know it was Adorno who introduced him to 12-tone music. We know too, through a book by Adorno published some time ago, that the latter is not in the least ready to damn Schönberg, even less to relate the fate of this new music to the aberration of German National Socialism. Let us set aside Thomas Mann's work itself, which is preserved from conclusions that are too simple by its narrative ambiguity. The musical system lent to Leverkusen's execrable invention is, nonetheless, the serial system. Thus a form that is decisive for the whole development of music is proposed as a symbolic symptom of the Nazi perversion, without great scruples and without much caution. Thomas Mann writes in his journal that behind the beloved name of Adrian Leverkusen is to be read in filigree the abhorred name of Adolf Hitler. The Ars Nova from which all the music to come originates could therefore, to some degree, be qualified as a music politically and socially tainted. Other critics, speaking in accordance with the principles of an aesthetics erroneously called socialist, have spoken of a reactionary music. The same thing has happened with non-figurative art. But let us return to Thomas Mann. The motives for his judgment are complex. On the one hand, as he recognizes, his understanding of music stops with Wagner, he displays with regard to the new adventure the mistrust and intolerance of a man still devoted to the traditional forms of an art that he loves, an intolerance that is comprehensive and interested, but all the more closed-minded for it. Here there is a rupture that seems to him to be a rupture with order itself. On the other hand, however, he cannily senses in atonal music the element of change and innovation that he needs in order to give authority to Adrian Leverkusen's genius. He suggests, moreover, that the invention attained through the personal madness of a man and the general madness of the time is not a fortuitous error, but represents the madness proper to an art arrived at its term. He says in his journal that Schönberg's music supplies everything he needs to describe the general crisis of civilization and of music, and thus to delineate the principal theme of his book, the approach of sterility, the innate despair predisposing to a pact with the devil. In the condemnation pronounced by Thomas Mann, a condemnation in which the word damnation predominates, there is the judgment of a man of culture. It is as a man of culture that he fears the Ars Nova, just as it is as men of culture and not as political theoreticians. I believe this must be said simply, that certain socialist leaders level harsh judgments against non-figurative art. The same is true with Lukács and, in general, with the men of taste who, in the name of a supposed Marxism, qualify as reactionary every form of art and literature that their culture, inherited from a long history, does not allow them to receive without uneasiness. Let us say more precisely, what they deny and, rightly, dread in artistic experience is that which renders it foreign to all culture. There is an acultural part of literature and of art to which one does not accommodate oneself easily, or happily. Adorno says with regard to this new music, let us keep this designation, which is in fact quite unsatisfactory, the following: if atonality may well originate in the decision to rid music of every convention, it by the same token carries within itself something barbaric that is capable of perturbing always anew the artistically composed surface. Dissonant harmony sounds as though it had not been entirely mastered by the civilizing principle of order. In its breaking up, the work of Webern remains almost entirely primitive. Affirmations like these have to be read with prudence. The words barbarous and primitive are hardly appropriate. The composer's efforts to make possible the total organization of sonorous elements, and specifically in order to disavow the idea of a natural aesthetics, according to which sounds or any particular system of sounds would in and of themselves have signification and value, is contrary to, and in a decisive manner contradicts, the most barbaric conception of music, even if such a barbarity borrows, as it always does, the appearance of an ideal. And as for technique, whose use is condemned as being excessive, and, once again, condemned as being barbaric of the barbarity of an integral rationalism, it in no way gives itself as the whole of music, but only as that which must necessarily and momentarily predominate in order to break the blind constraint of sonorous material or suspend the already organized meaning of the musical object. In a word, we will come back to Caesar to destroy the illusion that music, in and by its nature, would have a value of beauty independent of historical decision and of the musical experience itself. From this point of view, then, what seems barbaric in the Ars Nova is everything that ought to keep it from being taken as such: its critical force, its refusal to accept as eternally valid the worn-out forms of culture, and above all its violent intention to empty natural sonorous material of any prior meaning, and even to keep it empty and open to a meaning yet to come. A violence that, in doing violence to nature, has something despotic and dangerously uncivilized about it. What, then, does Adorno mean when, in the judgment just cited, he states that the breaking up of sonorous space makes Webern's music an event that is almost entirely primitive? Without entering into any learned analysis, it is clear that if the musician renounces with an austere rigor the continuity of a unified work or the fluid development of what Walter Benjamin called the auratic work of art, a work of ambience, he does so not in order to deny all coherence or the value of form, or even to oppose the musical work considered as an organized whole, as sometimes appears to be the case with Stravinsky. On the contrary, it is because he places himself beyond aesthetic totality. More precisely, in a language that is first rendered indeterminate by the rejection of traditional conventions, and then on this basis restructured in such a way as to possess virtually all the essential elements of a later thematic elaboration, what is already given, or preformed, is the whole of the musical composition, which is able to move forward only by analysis and by division into structures that are more and more subtle, that is, through a form of composition that will involve differentiation and dissociation. If, therefore, musical language seems to break up and even disperse into always more puzzled forms, it is because the analysis truly becomes creative. Just as variation is no longer a procedure for developing a theme, it would be a matter of enriching, but a principle of disenvelopment through which the totality already virtually present in the choice and in the preparatory work of the series becomes free of itself by giving itself over to a veritably torturing question, a question that, through the obstinate return of the identical, as again Adorno makes clear, seeks to engender an unceasing renewal. Finally, when it is said that Webern's last works have liquidated even contrapuntal organization, I think it would be better to say, in his own terms, that Webern in no way breaks with the rigorous counterpoint, but rather decides to have us hear it only as a reference, via its traces, as a memorial of a rigor that no longer imposes itself upon us except as a recollection or an absence, which leaves us always free, dangerously free, in our listening. The fragmentary work, the fragmentary exigency of the work therefore has a very different meaning depending on whether it appears as a renouncing of the act of composing, that is, an aggressive imitation of a pre-musical language, which expressionism attempted to arrive at with sophistication, or, on the contrary, as the seeking of a new form of writing that would render the finished work problematic. Problematic not because it refuses accomplishment, but because it explores with an inexorable rigor beyond the conception of the work as something unified and closed upon itself, as organizing and dominating the values transmitted by a tradition already established and attained at the infinite space of the work, though with a new postulate, namely, that the relations of this space will not necessarily satisfy the concepts of unity, totality, or continuity. The problem the work of the fragment poses is a problem of extreme maturity, first of the artist, and also of society. Walter Benjamin remarks that in the history of art last works are catastrophic. For the great masters, the works that are finished weigh less heavily on them than those fragments on which they work all their life. In the fragmentary work they trace their magical circle. Why? Because the works by which their skills are tried are not open to a global response, or rather because, for them, it is a matter of beginning at the moment when composition itself is in some sense already over, thus leaving them only with the suffering of a work that is apparently negative and with the pain of a dislocation that is nonetheless empty of meaning only because it is a promise of meaning, or refractory to the order of meaning. These remarks are offered in an attempt to resolve a misunderstanding by recalling that if there is an essential difference between art and culture, it is not because art is retrogressive, I mean turned toward a primitiveness without culture or tempted by the nostalgia of an originally natural harmony. It is rather because art has always surpassed every acquired cultural form, to the point that art might best be qualified as post-cultural. What frightens Thomas Mann in the Ars Nova, and frightened no less the masters of the Third Reich, since they hastened to prohibit atonal works, preferring an aesthetics of grandeur, pretentious accomplishment, and monumentality, is frightening, in effect, due to the infinite exigency to which the artistic experience requires us to respond, an experience that can be realized only in works given over to the fragment, whose presence suffices to unsettle the entire future of culture and every utopia of happy reconciliation. This new music does us the service of making us hear the gap between artistic affirmation and cultural affirmation in an almost immediate fashion. It compromises the notion of a work, whereas culture wants finished works that, in their immobility of eternal things, can be admired as perfect and contemplated in the preserves of civilization, museums, concerts, academies, libraries, record and film archives. The new music works to desensitize language, to rid it of all the intentions and significations that make it a kind of natural knowledge. Rigid, hard, austere, with no spirit of play and without nuance, this music wants to concede nothing to the human that society is always ready to appeal to as an alibi for its own inhumanity. Humanism is the trait that bears culture, the idea that man must naturally recognize himself in his works and is never separate from himself. The idea that there is a constant movement of progress, a continuity impossible to interrupt that assures the joining of the old and the new, culture and accumulation moving apace. As a consequence, culture requires answers from art and from speech because answers alone can be accumulated in the great silos of culture, hence a problematic art, an art that gives itself as pure question, and also puts into question the very possibility of art, can only appear to be dangerous, hostile, and coldly violent. cold, insensitive, inhuman, sterile, formalist, abstract. These reproaches addressed to the Ars Nova always revealed the man of culture who formulates them, and who does so with all the more force and sincerity for feeling himself put into question precisely with regard to what in him is good, valuable and fortunate, and put in the presence of his real distress, which he does not wish to acknowledge. For culture is good, how can we deny it? And it is legitimate to work to increase it. What writer is not also a man of culture? We all are, when we are not writing, and even when we are writing, not writing. When Albanberg speaks of the joy he experiences whenever, through chance, through rigor, a series happens to produce tonal relations, there is surely in this joy the impulse of a consolation found in returning to the realm of established cultural achievement. Suddenly exile has ended, we have returned, prodigal son, to the familial bosom of the whole and of unity. The new music condemned by the man of culture is at once rigorously constructed and yet such that, and herein lies its most decisive research for the other arts and for speech itself, it is not constructed around a centre, such even that the idea of a centre, of unity, is as it were expelled from the field of the work, which is thereby, at the limit, rendered infinite. A painful and scandalous exigency for all culture and all comprehension. In music in which each particular sound is determined in a transparent manner by the construction of the whole, the difference between the essential and the accidental disappears. And Adorno adds, at each of its moments such music is close to the centre, and thus the formal conventions that had up to now ruled proximity and distance from the centre lose their meaning. Since everything gives itself as essential, there is no longer any inessential transition between stressed elements, just as there is no longer any development, or any theme to be developed but, in their place, a perpetual variation that varies nothing, a force of non-repetition that only succeeds in bringing itself about through an indefinitely reiterated affirmation with indifference itself. Yes, a painful exigency, and, in effect, what presents itself in this particular mode of accomplishment is indeed like a pain that makes itself heard and is painful to hear insensible, nonetheless, the very ordeal of thought seeking to escape the power of unity. At about the time when Schomburg begins to be discovered, Worringer and certain German painters assign to the plastic arts the task of seeking a field or a surface without privilege, one setting forth no possibility of orientation and realizing itself through movements whose areas would all have equal value. Still later, Klee dreams of a space where the omission of every center would at the same time do away with any trace of the vague or the indecisive. And later, but let us not ask that a comparison of the different arts furnish the traits of a common research, common precisely in that they would all affirm relations without unity, relations thus withdrawn from any common measure. And yet reading Georges Poulet's book, 2, where all the adventures of speech and thought are brought into relation with the power of the circle, inscribing themselves always in relation to a center and to a circumference, and always attempting to break it the better to coincide with it, then having closed it, a book in which the simplest figure, and because it is the most finished, permits us to recapture without alteration and without monotony all values and the most diverse riches. So I asked myself why, along with this book, the very history of criticism and culture closed, and why, with a melancholy serenity, it seemed at the same time to send us off and to authorize us to enter a new space. What space? Not to answer such a question, certainly, but to show the difficulty of approaching it, I would like to invoke a metaphor. It is nearly understood that the universe is curved, and it has often been supposed that this curvature has to be positive, hence the image of a finite and limited sphere. But nothing permits one to exclude the hypothesis of an unfigurable universe, a term henceforth deceptive, a universe escaping every optical exigency and also escaping consideration of the wholly essentially non-finite, disunited, discontinuous. What about such a universe? Let us leave this question here and instead ask another: what about man the day he accepts confronting the idea that the curvature of the world, and even of his world, is to be assigned a negative sign? But will he ever be ready to receive such a thought that, freeing him from the fascination with unity, for the first time risks summoning him to take the measure of an exteriority that is not divine, of a space entirely in question, and even excluding the possibility of an answer, since every response would necessarily fall anew under the jurisdiction of the figure of figures? This amounts perhaps to asking ourselves, is man capable of a radical interrogation? That is, finally, is he capable of literature, if literature turns aside and toward the absence of a book? A question the Ars Nova, in its neutral violence, has already addressed to him, and in this a diabolical art, Thomas Mann was finally right. 11. The Athenaeum. In Germany, and secondarily in France, Romanticism had political stakes, though its fortunes were varied. At certain times the most retrogressive regimes laid claim to it. In 1840 Frederick Guillaume IV, and then the Nazi literary theorists. At others, it was clarified and taken as a renovating necessity. This was the task of Ricardo Mudge and Dilthey, among others. After the war, Lukács irrevocably condemned it as an obscurantist movement. Only Hoffmann, whose work Marx was fond of, escapes this severe judgment. It is remarkable that in France such abhorrence is manifest only in critics who are linked to a school of thought on the extreme right, a school that rejects German romanticism on two counts: because it is romantic and because it is German. Irrationalism threatens order, reason is Mediterranean, barbarism comes from the north. Surrealism, on the contrary, recognizes itself in these great poetic figures and in them recognizes what it rediscovers on its own, poetry, the force of absolute freedom. At the same time and slightly later, the work of numerous French Germanists, that of Albert Begin, the publications of the Cahiers du Sud, research on the young Hegel and the young Marx, then the reflections of Henri Lefebvre, which constantly seek to free within Marxism its romantic source, contributes not only to a knowledge of this movement but, through this knowledge, to a new feeling about art and literature that paves the way for other changes, all oriented toward challenging the traditional forms of political organization. Consequently, if Romanticism has an ambiguous status in Germany, in France the Romanticism that has come from Germany plays a critical role and implies an often radical negation, as though the night a night without illusion or abatement, but not without perversity, were here taking the place of the Aufklärung, whose lights men as responsive as Lessing, and who were closer to Shakespeare than to Voltaire, made shine in a dawn of crisis above a literature still to come. This particular way of seeing things expresses a deliberate choice. One decides to consider certain traits as unimportant, while considering others as the only authentic ones, to consider the taste for religion accidental and the desire for revolt essential, to consider the concern with the past episodic and the refusal of tradition, the appeal to the new, and the consciousness of being modern as determinant, to consider nationalist penchants as a momentary trait and as decisive the pure subjectivity that has no fatherland. And finally, if all these traits are recognized as being equally necessary, inasmuch as they are opposed to one another, what then becomes the dominant tone is not the ideological meaning of any one of them in particular, but rather their opposition, the necessity of contradiction, the scission and the fact of being divided, or what Brentano calls Digeltheit. Thereby characterized as the requirement or the experience of contradiction, Romanticism does no more than confirm its vocation of disorder, menace for some, promise for others, and for still others, futile threat or sterile promise. This difference of perspective becomes accentuated depending on whether one decides to define Romanticism by its premises or its results, at the moment it begins or when it ends. Friedrich Schlegel is the symbol of such vicissitudes. As a young man he is an atheist, a radical, and an individualist. The freedom of spirit he displays, the intellectual richness and fantasy that each day lead him to invent new concepts, not irreflectively but in the high tension of a consciousness that wants to understand what it is discovering, are surprising to Goethe himself, or who feels less intelligent, less learned and free than those Wieland names the proud seraphim, and who feels grateful to know he is honored by them. Some years pass, the same Schlegel, converted to Catholicism, a diplomat and journalist in the service of Metternich, surrounded by monks and pious men of society, is no longer anything but a fat Philistine of unctuous speech, lazy, empty, his mind on food, and incapable of remembering the young man who had written, a single absolute law: the free spirit always triumphs over nature. Which is the real one? Is the later Schlegel the truth of the first? Does the struggle against a bourgeois who is banal engender no more than a bourgeois who is exalted, then weary, and finally only contribute to an exaltation of the bourgeoisie? Where is Romanticism? In Lena or in Vienna? Where it manifests itself, rich in projects, or where it dies out, poor in works? Where it is master of a productivity without impediment, according to Schelling's definition? Or where it seems that the sublime capacity to produce, precisely by its refusal of impediment, has produced nearly nothing, while the pure creative force that has not remained pure has nonetheless still not created anything? But then, once again, everything turns around. Romanticism, it is true, ends badly, but this is because it is essentially what begins and what cannot but finish badly, an end that is called suicide, madness, loss, forgetting. And certainly it is often without works, but this is because it is the work of the absence of work, a poetry affirmed in the purity of the poetic act, an affirmation without duration, a freedom without realization, a force that exalts and disappearing, and that is in no way discredited if it leaves no trace, for this was its goal, to make poetry shine, neither as nature nor even as work, but as pure consciousness of the moment. To which one can easily reply that, under such conditions, the romantic author fails twice over, since he does not really succeed in disappearing, even if, as Lukács affirms, German literature between Goethe and Heine remains empty, setting aside Hoffmann, and since the works through which he cannot help claiming to realize himself remain, and in a sense intentionally, unfinished. Thus Novalis will die, almost symbolically, without having written the second part of Heinrich von Ofterdingen, the part that should have been entitled Accomplishment. And there is always Goethe's morose murmur, unfinished books, works unaccomplished. Perhaps unless precisely one of the tasks of Romanticism was to introduce an entirely new mode of accomplishment, and even a veritable conversion of writing, the work's power to be and no longer to represent, to be everything, but without content or with a content that is almost indifferent, and thus at the same time affirming the absolute and the fragmentary, affirming totality, but in a form that, being all form so that is, at the limit, being none at all, does not realize the whole, but signifies it by suspending it, even breaking it. If one wanted to receive these first romantic assaults as though they were new, an effort still to be undertaken, what perhaps would be surprising is not the glorification of instinct or the exaltation of delirium, but, quite the contrary, the passion of thought and the almost abstract demand posited by poetry that it reflect itself and accomplish itself through its reflection. Naturally, it is no longer a matter here of poetics, a subsidiary knowledge, it is the heart of poetry that is knowledge, it is of its essence to be a research and to be a search for itself. Just as consciousness is no longer simply moral but poetic, poetry no longer wants to be a natural spontaneity but solely and absolutely consciousness. Hence, once again, the acute discontent of Goethe, who means to keep the secret and the truth of creation at the level of nature. If we want to know what creation is, study the natural sciences. Romanticism is excessive, but its first excess is an excess of thought. An abuse for which Schlegel alone cannot be held responsible, since Novalis is stirred by the same intellectual fervor and the same dizzying theoretical investigation, since Hölderlin is consumed by thoughts that are not only thoughts of poetry and by poetry, but also thoughts on the meaning of poetry and art, and, lastly, since Romanticism unceasingly gathers around philosophers, be they Fichte or Schelling, or else proposes and engenders others, at times somewhat eccentric, that are its own. But here is the striking trait: it is the romantic writers themselves who, because they write, feel they are the true philosophers, feeling themselves no longer called upon to know how to write, but bound to the act of writing as to a new knowledge they are learning to take up anew by becoming conscious of it. Each of them says it in a way that is his own, and in every case says it with an overwhelming obstinacy. Novalis, to distinguish the poet from the philosopher is to wrong them both. Today's spirit is spirit by instinct, it is a spirit of matter, it ought to become a spirit of reason, spirit through reflection and through art. Poetry is the hero of philosophy. Philosophy elevates poetry to the rank of a principle. It is the theory of poetry. The poetic philosopher is in a state of being an absolute creator. Schlegel. The history of modern poetry is a perpetual commentary on this philosophical axiom: all and must become science, all science, poetry and philosophy must unite. If the poet, finally, has little to learn from the philosopher, on the other hand, has much to learn from the poet. And Schelling, an action necessarily and at every instant reflective, such is N's constant act. Hence, contrary to the idea that is now current, we observe as well that Romanticism, at least in its first generation, may be regarded as a protest against the turbulence of genius. Novalis said that what is important is not the gift of genius, but the fact that genius can be learned, and he said also, to become a writer, one ought for a time to have been a professor and an artisan. Valery, apparently very far from the Romantics' conception of things, seems not to know that he shares with them an admiration for Leonardo da Vinci, in whom both recognize a model of the true artist because he thinks more than he can do and because this superiority of intelligence over the power of execution is the very sign of authenticity. The great and pure artist is one who pursues all the demands of and with the obstinacy of science and the strength of duty. Thus Don Quixote is the romantic book par excellence, in the degree to which it reflects upon and unceasingly turns back upon itself with a fantastic, agile, ironic, and radiant mobility of a consciousness in which plenitude seizes itself as a void, and seizes the void as the infinite excess of chaos. These commentaries can be read in several of the 6 issues of the Athenaeum, a journal that did not last long, from 1798 to 1800, but long enough for Romanticism to reveal itself there, and even determine its future as an auto-revelatory force. This is another of its very striking characteristics. Literature, by which I mean all its forms of expression, which is to say also its forces of dissolution, suddenly becomes conscious of itself, manifests itself, and, in this manifestation has no other task or trait than to declare itself. Literature, in short, declares it is taking power. The poet becomes the future of humankind at the moment when, no longer being anything or anything but one who knows himself to be a poet, he designates in this knowledge for which he is intimately responsible the site wherein poetry will no longer be content to produce beautiful, determinate works, but rather will produce itself in a movement without term and without determination. To put this differently, literature encounters its most dangerous meaning that of interrogating itself in a declarative mode at times triumphantly, and in so doing discovering that everything belongs to it, at other times, in distress, discovering it is lacking everything since it only affirms itself by default. There is no need to insist upon what is well known. The French Revolution is what gave the German Romantics this new form constituted by the declarative demand, the brilliance of the manifesto. Between these two movements, the political and the literary, There is a very curious exchange. When the French revolutionaries write, they write, or believe they are writing, as the classical writers do, thoroughly imbued with respect for the models of the past. They in no way wish to interfere with the traditional forms. It is not, however, to the revolutionary orators that the romantics will turn for lessons in style, but to the revolution in person, to this language become history that signifies itself through declarative events. The Terror, as we well know, was terrible not only because of its executions, but because it proclaimed itself in this capital form, it making terror the measure of history and the logos of the modern era. The scaffold, the enemies of the people who were presented to the people, the heads that fell uniquely so they could be shown, the evidency, the grandiloquence, of a death that is null. These constitute not historical facts but a new language. All of this speaks and has remained speaking. When the Athenaeum publishes this announcement, you will not waste your faith or your love on political things, but reserve yourself for the divine domain of science and art. Or this, the national gods of the Germans are not Hermann or Wotan, but in science it dreams not at all of rejecting the conquests of liberty. This is the moment at which Schlegel intervenes in the history of criticism by showing the relations between the French Revolution, Fichte's lessons in science, and Wilhelm Meister, but, on the contrary, of giving the revolutionary act all its decisive force by establishing it as close as possible to its origin, where it is knowledge, creative word, and, in this knowledge and this word, the principle of absolute liberty. Literary manifestos, certainly, were not lacking before the Romantics, but this time it is an event of an entirely different sort. Art and literature, on the one hand, seem to have nothing other to do than manifest, that is to say, indicate themselves in accordance with the obscure mode that is proper to them, manifest, announce, in a word, communicate themselves. This is the inexhaustible act that institutes and constitutes the being of literature. But, on the other hand, and herein lies the complexity of the event, this becoming self-conscious that renders literature manifest, and reduces it to being nothing but its manifestation, leads literature to lay claim not only to the sky, the earth, to the past, the future, to physics and philosophy. This would be literally but to everything, to the whole that acts in every instant and every phenomenon, no less. Yes, everything. But let's read carefully, not every instant such as it occurs, nor every phenomenon such as it produces itself, only the whole that acts mysteriously and invisibly in everything. This is the ambiguity. Romanticism, the advent of poetic consciousness, is not simply a school of literature, nor even an important moment in the history of art. Romanticism inaugurates an epoch, even more, it is the epoch in which every epoch reveals itself, for, through it, the absolute subject of all revelation comes into play, the I that in its freedom adheres to no condition, recognizes itself in no thing in particular, and is only in its element, its ether, in the whole where it is free. The world, says Novalis, must be romanticized. The past is already romantic in its greatest creators, Shakespeare, Dante, Cervantes, Ariosto, Leonardo da Vinci. Furthermore, antiquity becomes eternal presence and the Olympus of art only through romanticism's active recognition, for, says Schlegel, our own must be essentially modern to have of antiquity a transcendental point of view. Finally, the future belongs in its entirety to romanticism because romanticism alone founds it. Romantic creative art is still in the process of becoming, and it is even its essence proper never to obtain perfection, to be always and eternally new. No new theory can exhaust it, it alone is infinite just as it alone is free. Schlegel. This seems to ensure a joyous and temporal eternity for romanticism and, in effect, it does, but this is an eternity threatened by immediate disappearance, as will be seen when Hegel draws disastrous consequences from this tendency of romanticism to universalize itself historically, that is, on the day he decides to name all the art of the entire Christian era romantic, while recognizing in romanticism proper only the dissolution of the movement, its mortal triumph, the moment of decline when art, turning the principle of destruction that is its center against itself, coincides with its interminable and pitiful end. Let us acknowledge that, from its beginnings and well before Hegel's lectures on aesthetics, romanticism, and this is its greatest merit, is not unaware of the fact that such is its truth. Dissolved in the whole, even if at times, and equivocally, it seeks to establish its empire over the totality of things, romanticism has the keenest knowledge of the narrow margin in which it can affirm itself, neither in the world nor outside the world, master of everything, but on condition that the whole contain nothing, pure consciousness without content, a pure speech that can say nothing. A situation in which failure and success are in strict reciprocity, fortune and misfortune indiscernible. By becoming everything, poetry has also immediately lost everything, thereby reaching that strange era of its own tautology where it will inexhaustibly exhaust its difference by repeating that its essence is to poeticize, just as the essence of speech is to speak. As Novalis discerns as early as 1798, in a text of angelic penetration, there is something strange in the fact of writing and speaking. The laughable and astonishing error people make is to believe they speak in accordance with things. They are all unaware of what is proper to language, that it is concerned only with itself. This is why it constitutes a fertile and splendid mystery. It is precisely when someone speaks simply to be speaking that he is able to say the most original and truest things. Only he who has a profound feeling for language, who feels it in its application, its suppleness, its rhythm, and its musical spirit, only he who hears it in its inner nature, and seizes in himself its intimate and subtle movement. Yes, he alone is prophet. And Novelis adds, if I think I have in this manner clearly specified the essence and the function of poetry, I also know, having wanted to say it, that I have said something quite stupid from which all poetry is excluded. Yet what if I had to speak? What if, pressured to speak by speech itself, I had in myself this sign of the intervention and the action of language? Then it might well be that there was some poetry without my knowing it, and that a mystery of language was rendered intelligible. And also, therefore, that I am a writer by vocation, since only a writer is inhabited by language, inspired by speech. Or again, to speak for the sake of speaking is the formula for deliverance. One can indeed say that in these texts we find expressed the non-romantic essence of Romanticism, as well as all the principal questions that the night of language will contribute to producing in the light of day, that to write is to make, of, speech, a, work, but that this work is an unworking, that to speak poetically is to make possible a non-transitive speech whose task is not to say things, not to disappear in what it signifies, but to say, itself, in letting, itself, say, yet without taking itself as the new object of this language without object, for if poetry is simply a speech that claims to express the essence of speech and of poetry, one will, and scarcely more subtly, return to the use of transitive language, a major difficulty through which one comes to discern the strange lacuna at the interior of literary language that is its own difference, in a sense its night, a night somehow terrifying, and analogous to what Hegel believed he saw in gazing into men's eyes. A question is henceforth posed. In order to keep it intact, Romanticism, as we know, will give this answer: speech is the subject. From this will come strange discoveries, marvelous works and destructive difficulties. To begin with, the one I have emphasized, the penchant for forgetting that poetic omniscience, the true poet is omniscient, says Novelis, is not a particular knowledge of the whole any more than poetic power is a magical power. Then the following: if true speech is the subject, free of every objective particularity, this means that it is so only in the existence of the poet in which the pure subject affirms itself by saying I. The I of the poet, finally, is what alone will be important, no longer the poetic work, but poetic activity, always superior to the real work, and only creative when it knows itself able to evoke and at the same time to revoke the work in the sovereign play of irony. As a result, poetry will be taken over not only by life, but even by biography, hence the desire to live romantically and to make even one's character poetic, that character called romantic, which, moreover, is extremely alluring inasmuch as character is precisely what is lacking in that it is nothing other than the impossibility of being anything determined, fixed, or sure. Hence the frivolity, the gaiety, the petulance, the madness, and, finally, the extravagancy of everything Novelis will lucidly condemn when he reproaches the romantic soul for becoming too weak through dispersion and for being effeminate, while others, like Wackenroder, will speak of the literary bad faith that consists in believing oneself to be sublime and at the same time of no use whatsoever to the world, being much less active than an artisan. From these and many other contradictions in whose midst Romanticism unfolds are contradictions that will contribute to making literature no longer a response, but a questioner. Let us, in ending, retain this one: the romantic art that concentrates creative truth in the freedom of the subject also defines for itself the ambition of a total book, a kind of Bible, perpetually growing, that will not represent the real but replace it, for the whole can only be affirmed in the non-objective sphere of the work. This book, say all the great romantics, will be the novel. Schlegel, the novel is the romantic book. Novelis, the novel alone is able to absolutize the world, for the idea of the whole must dominate and entirely shape the aesthetic work. And Solger, all the inn of today rests not with drama but with the novel, but this total novel of which most of the romantics are content to dream in the manner of a fable, or by realizing it in the fabulous form of the Marchen, in a strange synthesis of abstract innocence and ethereal knowledge, will be undertaken only by Novelis. And here is the remarkable trait: not only will Novelis leave this novel unfinished, but he also will sense that the only way he could have accomplished it would have been to invent a new art, that of the fragment. As I observed in beginning, this is one of Romanticism's boldest presentiments. It is what prompts the search for a new form of completion that mobilizes surrenders mobily the whole through its interruption and through interruption's various modes. This demand for a fragmentary speech, not in order to trouble communication but to render it absolute, is what causes Schlegel to say that only future centuries will know how to read fragments. It is also what leads Novelis to write: the end of writing books has not yet been discovered, but it is about to be. Fragments like these are literary seeds. From this same perspective, both Schlegel and Novelis will affirm that the fragment, in monologue form, is a substitute for dialogical communication, since a dialogue is a chain or a garland of fragments, Schlegel, and, more profoundly, an anticipation of what one could call a plural writing, the possibility of a writing that is done in common, an innovation whose signs Novalis recognizes in the development of the press. Newspapers are already books made in common. The end of writing jointly is a curious symptom that makes us sense a great progress in literature. One day, perhaps, we will write, think, and act collectively. Just as genius is nothing other than a multiple person, Novalis, or a system of talents, Schlegel, what is impotent is to introduce into writing, through the fragment, the plurality that in each of us is virtual, in all of us real, and that corresponds to the unceasing, autocrative alternance of different or opposed thoughts. Discontinuous form, the sole form befitting romantic irony, since it alone can make coincide discourse and silence. The playful and the serious, the declarative, even oracular exigency and the indecision of a thought that is unstable and divided. Finally, the mind's obligation to be systematic and its abhorrence for system. Having a system is as mortal for the mind as not having one. It must, then, decide to lose both these tendencies. Schlegel. In truth, and particularly in the case of Friedrich Schlegel, the fragment often seems a means for complacently abandoning oneself to the self rather than an attempt to elaborate a more rigorous mode of writing. Then to write fragmentarily is simply to welcome one's own disorder, to close up upon one's own self in a contented isolation, and thus to refuse the opening that the fragmentary exigency represents, an exigency that does not exclude totality, but goes beyond it. When with great frankness he writes, "Lean conceive for my personality no other pattern than a system of fragments, because I myself am something of this sort. No style is as natural to me and as easy as that of the fragment." He declares that his discourse will not be a discourse, but a reflection of his own discordance. As when he notes, a fragment, like a miniature work of art, has to be isolated from the surrounding world and be complete in itself like a porcupine, he leads the fragment back toward the aphorism, that is to say, the closure of a perfect sentence. This inflection is perhaps inevitable and comes down to, 1. Considering the fragment as a text that is concentrated, having its center in itself rather than in the field that other fragments constitute along with it. 2. Neglecting the interval, wait or pause, that separates the fragments and makes of this separation the rhythmic principle of the work at the structural level. 3. Forgetting that this manner of writing tends not to make a view of the whole more difficult or the relations of unity more lax, but rather makes possible new relations that accept themselves from unity, just as they exceed the whole. Naturally, this omission or inflection is not explained by the simple failings of personalities that are too subjective or too impatient to reach the absolute. It is also explained, at least in the original sense of this verb, and more decisively, by the orientation of history, which, become revolutionary, places at the forefront of its action work that is undertaken in view of the whole and the dialectical search for unity. It remains nonetheless true that literature, beginning to become manifest to itself through the Romantic Declaration, will from now on bear in itself this question of discontinuity or difference as a question of former a question and a task. German Romanticism, and in particular that of the Athenaeum, not only sensed but already clearly proposed before consigning them to Nietzsche and, beyond Nietzsche, to the future. 12. The effect of strangeness. Poetry, dispersion that, as such, finds its form. Here a supreme struggle is engaged against the essence of division, and nonetheless from this very basis, language responds to a summons that brings its inherited coherency back into action. It is as though language were torn from itself, everything is broken, chateaued, without relation, passage from one sentence to another, one word to another is no longer possible. But once the internal and external ties are broken, there arises in each word as though anew all words, not words, but their very presence that effaces them, their absence that calls them forth, and not words, but the space, appearing and disappearing, that they designate as the moving space of their appearance and disappearance. I read this force of continuity engendered on the basis of discontinuity, in the poems of André Dubauche and at times in those of Jacques Dupin. Poems gravely and tenderly nocturnal that ask one to say of them what they say of the night, this night that waits for us and fills us, we must go on disappointing its waiting so that it be night. The waiting is born in this poetry by each and every word, and in each there is response to the unexpressed, its refusal and its attraction. And the landscape disposes itself around a word tossed out lightly that will come back laden with shadow. Theatre is the art of playing with division by introducing it into space through dialogue. Dialogue is a late notion. In the most ancient forms of theatre, words speak in solitude, turned only toward the men who have religiously come together to hear them. There is no lateral communication, and the one who speaks addresses himself to the public out of a plenitude that excludes all response, a speech from on high, a relation without reciprocity. But as soon as speech divides so as to move back and forth on stage, relations with the public change, the distance widens. Those who sit below in order to hear no longer hear immediately, but as guarantors, their attention carries and supports everything. Silence is henceforth present as a third party, until the time when one ends by forgetting it, the ideal being to carry on a dialogue naturally as one would in company. Now discontinuity is lost in favor of a continuity of surface. The art of Jean Genet's theatre, on the contrary, is profoundly discontinuous, and Brecht, the one who became conscious of fascination and wants to break with it by turning it back against itself. In Brecht everything is seductive, everything calls up the sympathy against which he did not cease to caution us. A great simplicity, the most natural alliance with the simplicity of song, the power to make simple words speak and also to do justice to affliction, to suffering, and to human beings, simply by making them speak. This is something powerful, living, and perhaps, finally, happy. All these qualities are evident. And nonetheless this naive man is a cunning author. This natural simplicity is composed also of study, research, and constraint, just as it gives practice its place and is tempered by pedagogy. Here is a writer who has the gift of images, who knows the power of light, of gesture, of movement, and who is quite ready to animate for us the enchantment of space. But no, it is to judgment that he is addressing himself, and the freedom he seeks to awaken is a freedom of mind he oftentimes understands very abstractly. Exuberant and austere, mopping, but with a horror of moving and a mistrust of good feelings, just the same open to simple convictions, to heartfelt certainties, to hope, a Marxist, but perhaps in the manner of the 19th century. And was Brecht such a happy man? His youth belonged to the war he detested, then to the liberty of disorder he mistrusted, then to the threat of tyranny that he loathed. His maturity belonged to the exile he was never able to bear. His last years are obscure. Everything indicates that in spite of costly compromise these were the most brilliant and fortunate, if not the most fruitful, years of his life. But must we add that this fundamentally free man, spared by a premature death from the events to come, from which he would have intimately suffered, had, in this sense, a happy end? A sad happiness, in accordance with our time. A writer for the theatre, passionate about the theatre, he seems to have felt an early distaste for theatrical success and its means. Poe, in a famous passage, sought the means for writing a poem by defining beforehand the points of sensibility upon which the poem most surely must act. Brecht sought the contrary. When he enters the auditorium of a theatre, he is horrified and grieved by the spectacle of those fascinated people who listen but do not hear, who stare but see nothing, sleepwalkers immersed together in a dream that stirs them, deprived of judgment, bewitched and fundamentally insensible. Is it really this way? Is not the spectator rather often frivolous, that is, only slightly interested, as incapable of fascination as of attention? No matter, this is indeed the kind of influence that the author, the actor, and the director would like to exert. If the actor performs well, he will identify with his character and powerfully attract souls, not in the manner of a man who is real, but as a dreaming force or an unreal existence in which we, the others seated below in our seats, will for an instant incarnate our hopes and actualize our dreams in order to satisfy them passionately, without peril and without truth. This participation and sympathy, this almost revolting contact between merged sensibilities, these immediate relations in which nothing is in relation, this manner of loving without love are what seem to have offended Brecht from the outset, and all the more so inasmuch as, with their expressionist disorder and brutality, his first works have recourse to incantatory means that provoke, it is true, more resistance than adherence. Then why does he persist in writing and working only for the theatre, where failure seems to him more honourable than this sort of success? Probably because he has a malevolent gift for theatre, perhaps because an artist and a writer feel all the more called to exercise an art the less they can bear it as it is, because there is in Brecht a great concern for being in relation with the world of men, for telling them what he knows, but, even more, for listening to them and leading them to the threshold of speech. For him the theatre will be less the place where marvellous phantoms stir than the still vaster sight where real or nearly real men and women, the spectators, will not lose themselves in dreams, but rather rise up to thought and soon have their say. Brecht's apprehensions are many. Everything in the theatre is to be feared, and above all the illusory movement that makes us believe there are not actors but characters on stage, and that what is being acted out, far from being simply a game, would be a kind of event accomplished a single time and forever in a tragic or exalting permanency that is removed from any change. The spectator identifies with this speaking figure, with this mute, inexorable action in which he participates through a magical sympathy that, throwing him outside himself, makes him consent to everything through an obscure obedience from which he leaves thinking, so it is, and so it shall eternally be. The theatre, whatever the content of the play, instinctively makes us believe in an immutable humankind, in an eternal order and inordinate forces before which, ceasing to be ourselves, we are turned into shadows or heroessa, which means that the theatre is guilty of making us believe in theatre. How can these perils be avoided? The formulations that are the focus of Brecht's short organum 1, which, moreover, were already being elaborated in Berlin during the course of the tumultuous years following the First World War, the fruits of his own experience and of the collective experience of those working in the theatre, are today well known or too well known, and yet they still remain surprising in the degree to which they belong to the very dangers they denounce. Hence their importance, for they show that Brecht does not draw them from theoretical, political, or philosophical ideas. What he wants, therefore, is to propose to the spectator images and a way of acting that will allow him, or even bestow upon him, freedom, movement, and judgment. What profoundly shocks Brecht is the sort of immediate relation that the traditional theatre establishes between actor and spectator. The one is fastened to the other like the hypnotized to the hypnotist, yet this abject adjacency does not even have the truth of real relations, as may happen in relations of passion. Here passivity is at its height, we are our own shadow, steeped in obscurity and avid for a pale blood that flows from no wound. Brecht will therefore do everything to place an interval between the different elements that make up the theatre, interval between the author and the tale, between acting and event, between actor and character, and then the widest, between the actor and the public, the two halves of the theatre. This process received a name now become almost too celebrated, and for which Brecht, without any pedantic impulse, though he is a bit pedagogical, chose a slang designation, the effect, Verfremdungseffekt, KT, the effect of strangeness, of distancing or foreignness. At this point our interest grows, and since the name the effect has acquired such prestige, we have to be persuaded that Brecht chose it knowingly. It is a strong word, rich and charged with various powers. How does it tie in with his preoccupations? First, it calls attention to the kind of rupture that, in the new theatre, is to make the sympathetic interest through which every happy spectator fades into what he sees, and is thereby truly touched, more difficult. The image through which the effect of strangeness is realized, says Brecht, is one that, while permitting us to recognize the object, will make it appear strange and foreign. This effect therefore seeks to abstract the thing represented from the instinctive adherence through which understanding and meaning perish. What happens up there on the stage is not natural, and we are not to take it for real coin. We must, on the one hand, always be able to remind ourselves that in front of us is a fiction obtained by artificial means and that the actor is an actor and not Galileo Galilei. He is rather a man who has studied this role, first read it, then annotated it, then droned his way through it and is now reciting it, perhaps living it, but always from a distance. For when the action begins he knows very well, although we do not, how it ends, and he must act in such a way that we are advised that he does. In the same way, the sun that shines on him is not the light of day but a projector, so let us show it, and let the theatre no longer dissimulate what it is, a coordinated but unstable set of dissembling appearances, a foreign space that can render foreign and remote the things that come about in it and in such a way that, as familiar and as consecrated as these things may appear to us, we can take our distance from them, cease taking them as natural, and, on the contrary, regard them as unheard of, even unjustified. Thus, we will no longer say, so it is, so it will always be, but rather, so it was, it could also be otherwise. Brecht's great concern is the weight of things, the frozen, stable appearance of human relations, their pretense of being natural, the certitude that preserves them, our faith in custom, and our incapacity to imagine change or to aspire to it and prepare for it. All his works could well open with the interpolation that the actors, in a memorable warning, addressed to us at the beginning of the exception and the rule, find it estranging even if not very strange hard to explain even if it is the custom/hard to understand even if it is the rule I observe the smallest action, seeming simple, I with mistrust I inquire if a thing be necessary I especially if it is common I we particularly ask you I when a thing continually occurs so I not on that account to find it natural I in an age of bloody confuse I in I ordered disorder, planned caprice, I and dehumanized humanity, lest all things I beheld unalterable (2) This concern may appear more philosophical than artistic insofar as it is a matter of arousing surprise so that the spirit of questioning, then of observation, then freedom of judgment and, if need be, the spirit of revolt may be born. But the power of art, even more than that of Galileo, can designate in everything something else. Beneath the familiar the unheard of, and in what is, what may not be. It is a power that sets things apart so as to render them sensible to us and always unknown, from out and by means of this separation that becomes their very space. Now it is precisely this separation, this distance, that Brecht is seeking to produce and maintain through the effect of strangeness. The new artistic image, let us repeat this along with him, does not simply represent the thing, but shows it to us by the light of the distant and as transformed by the force of the distant, other than it had the habit of appearing to use and thus withdrawn from the usual appearance of familiarity in which we believed we saw its true nature and its eternal substance. This is particularly so of human relations. Able to produce the effect of strangeness, the image therefore effects a kind of experiment by showing us that things are perhaps not what they are, that it falls to us to see them otherwise and, by this opening, render them first imaginarily other, then really and entirely other. But if we sense that what Brecht is saying here is right, we also sense that his way of thinking entails, and dissimulates, a grave, a difficult, perhaps an essential problem, as though we found ourselves here at the limit on which our power turns. He wants, on the one hand, to break the immediate relation upon which the traditional theatre establishes its influence and, at best, turns those in the audience into powerless and distracted spectators, terrified or enchanted, rapturously accepting this magical loss of self. It is a matter of distancing the spectacle from the spectator so that, escaping a paralyzing contact, he can recover the distance and breathing space, the possibility on the basis of which will come to him a freedom of judgment and a power of initiative that he is lacking even in the real world. For, on the other hand, the Brecht who wants fascination to reign no longer in the theatre wishes even more that it would cease to alter human relations. In the world it is the fascination of the everyday, the familiar, of what goes without saying, to which we are bound. This is what renders us incapable of seeing that what appears to us as reality is arbitrary and can be modified. The theatre, with its strange representation of things, will therefore give us the means to escape our fascination with the natural and, by the strangeness and distance it puts at our disposal, give us access to a freer view both of the things represented and of representation itself. Thus in a sense we will be dealt a double blow, and a double windfall. A too satisfying solution, and Brecht does not fail to sense the difficulties it holds in store for him. Is he not, first of all, wrong to attribute solely to the technique of sympathy and to the illusion of proximity the stupor that, according to him, is responsible for riveting the spectator to the spectacle? Might he not instead see in these an effect of the distancia, a reduced and yet irreducible distancia that separates in such a prodigious manner the two halves of the theatre? What is represented and brought close to us by illusion acts upon us because it is at once absolutely distant from us and without relation to us, and this absence of relation, this living and moving void is the medium in which, through a leap, we move to encounter one another and where the perilous metamorphosis is accomplished. When, therefore, Brecht would wish to distance the spectacle from the spectator by the effect of strangeness, does he not risk augmenting the spectacle's fascinating power in so far as this power is founded precisely upon the remote and upon separation, and thus delivering the spectator, and in an even more insidious fashion than before, over to the spell that is cast upon each of us by the familiar becoming foreign, becoming the inaccessible image that always in advance doubles it, becoming this double both familiar and strange, and making each of us into our own double, deprived of ourselves. This is certain, and Brecht is far from being unaware of it, since he finds, and condemns, in the theatre of antiquity, as well as in medieval and Asian theatre, all sorts of the effect, which he nonetheless employs, the use of human and animal masks, music and pantomime, that assuredly have the advantage of impeding sympathy, but also the inconvenience of reinforcing hypnotic suggestion by acting through impassiveness itself, and exerting the influence of what cannot itself be influenced. But if this is so, how can he keep the effect of strangeness from stupefying the mind rather than waking it, from making it passive rather than ascetive and free? Although he does not reveal it directly, his thought is clear. There is a good strangeness and a bad strangeness. The first is the distance that the image places between ourselves and the object, freeing us from the object in its presence, making it available to us in its absence, permitting us to name it, to make it signify, and to modify it, a mighty and a reasonable power, the great driving force of human progress. But the second strangeness to which all the arts owe their effects is the reversal of the first one, which, moreover, is its origin. It arises when the image is no longer what allows us to have the object as absent, but is rather what takes hold of us by absence itself. There where the image, always at a distance, always absolutely close and absolutely inaccessible, steals away from us, opens onto a neutral space where we can no longer act, and also opens us upon a sort of neutrality where we cease being ourselves and oscillate strangely between I, he, and no one. Brecht, quite clearly, plays upon this duplicity of the imaginary. He plays with it all the more insofar as, a great artist and a great poet, he not only seeks to free the theatre from fascination, but even more to free the social world from the fascination that custom, as a result of economic causes and class structures, exerts on us. To succeed in this he needs the power of defamiliarizing and unsettling that art offers to him. This means that he struggles pathetically, stubbornly, and nobly against fascination, but with fascination's help, at times designating by the term the effect the means proper to countering the theatre's magic and illusion, at times seeking in these everything that in the theatre, and through the very magic of the strangeness of theatre, is able to change things by representing them, and able to make us reflect upon this change. Must we not, then, reproach Brecht for promoting a certain confusion, and also for a certain wiliness that permits him to use this confusion and the double meaning that his formula wit, too, magically dissimulates beneath its powerfully equivocal name? We have to admire his cunning, but also the vigilance he demonstrates in constantly pursuing the fleeting point where the image brings forward this power of absence it holds within itself, and where, also, this absence can awaken the spectator's freedom, in giving the spectator space and breathing room, just as much as it can encroach upon it through the alluring and engaging force of the imaginary, the power to give meaning, the power to metamorphose itself into this meaning, and thus the risk of being lost there. Constantly, Brecht seeks to animate this distance between spectacle and spectator, seeking to render it workable and available and to keep it from becoming frozen or from becoming the space across which the words addressed to us and the images that reflect us change into being, into the absence of being, and, rather than speaking to us and representing us, absorb us and draw us out of ourselves. And thus if the play tends to become a narrative thereby distancing itself from the actors, on the contrary, do not fail to turn to us, to call upon us and speak to us directly, thus drawing us near. Yet as Brecht does not want to impose his view of things on us, but on the contrary wants to augment our freedom and our spirit of initiative, it is through the enigmatic simplicity of song and the ambiguous force of poetry that the interpolation is addressed to us, and once again it is the distant that seizes us, the strangeness and defamiliarization necessary in order that everything that does not speak in habitual words may at last break the silence and prepare us for a first hearing. A study of Brecht's plays would perhaps show us the various forms that this debate took for him, a debate that was first a conflict within him, and we would see that for the most part he relies upon the actor and the director to apply his formula while the writer in him, and the work, far from exalting the voluntaristic part of life and its stimulating powers, express events in their passive success and men in a sort of absence from whose depths they scarcely wake. This is because, for Brecht, speech in the theatre must not cease being space, and this space of speech, the part belonging to the stage, is destined more to recount than to produce either the violence of action or the inactive violence of dialogue. It is as though, to a certain extent, passivity should be reserved for the stage and activity for the public, as though, moreover, in order that a nascent dialogue take form between spectator and actor, the space that is the stage was not to exhaust and concentrate within itself, by dispersing it between the loquacious characters who think only of speaking among themselves in closed company, this power of communication that is always yet to be born. Let us recall that Jean Vilar, the great interpreter of Brecht, but whose ideas are apparently different, also, and with expressive severity, calls into question the kind of tyranny exercised by dialogue, along with its attendant consequences, plot, scenes to be crafted, purple passages, deeds of daring, virtuosity, heroic chatter. The universal form of bourgeois drama has made us forget what we noted a while back, that the theatre, at its origin, is not in the least a place of conversation, nor is it born of the need to place beings on stage so they may indefinitely exchange answers back and forth. The first great figures of the stage, still merged with an original silence, scarcely speak, they speak to each other only exceptionally and in an almost fortuitous way by means of an encounter that is unexpected, violent, and sudden. As though speech remained a rare event, marvelous and perilous, and as though the speech of the theatre were still midway between the silent impassivity of the gods and the speaking and suffering activity of men. A tragedy without a hero, a language almost without a subject,